morning. All right. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. For those of you who didn't see the member stream on Monday, this weekend was so intense for me that it really triggered my fibro and disability. So I had to definitely rest up yesterday, which actually just included recording and editing my lolcow video, which you guys probably had a chance to see. Maybe I'll show it to you in a second because we're actually going to talk a little bit about it before we get into the other topics. If you guys don't know, I have a second channel called Bert Simon, B-E-R-T Simon, and that's just my commentary channel. If you guys want to check it out, I make pre-recorded, edited bi-weekly videos. So you guys can, if you like that content, check it out. I know the stream audience and the Bert commentary channel is very different, and that's always interesting too, is reading the comment sections and yes, seeing the overlap, seeing the familiar faces, of course, but seeing all the new people too. Like a lot of people just watch that content who will never, ever, ever watch my stream. And a big part of it, guys, is that I speak differently. Like we all do, right? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. The differences between when people put on a performance, when people appropriately have an accent, and sort of why I felt inspired to make that video. Because even though I think 99% of the audience really understood it, even the people who didn't get it at first got it, I really did watch Tyler's videos. And this is here, just like as an example, this is the beginning of my commentary video. Here, just see this, watch. Oh, hello.
Wouldn't it be crazy if I just looked sexy as hell right now? Like I can just snap my fingers and there we go, much better.
Well, maybe it's just because you're ugly.
Ugly?
Originally, when I saw Tyler hit my timeline, I wasn't going to talk about him, but I actually want to talk about bullying. Okay, so you'll see that's okay if you guys want to check out that video. I'll link it. One of the things that people didn't quite, just a few people really, didn't see or understand was sort of like, I think this comment here says, I genuinely can't detect any problem in the way that he speaks. In some clips, he definitely is doing the creator voice that YouTubers and TikTokers do, but I don't notice anything weird about his inflections. Maybe I just have a bit of the tism. So first of all, this is outdated language. So I know this person doesn't mean it, but you can't have a bit of the tism. You're either autistic or you're not, right? And I tried to give an example of imagine that somebody's walking around with a British accent and they're from Oklahoma. That's what Tyler is doing. He's walking around with an accent that he doesn't have. And most creatives, even I went through this stage in my very earlier content where I realized, oh my God, the accent doesn't match the performance, right, that I am meaning to convey to my audience. And at the end of the day, that's your job. The difference between a good comedian and a bad comedian is the comedian who knows when to put emphasis on a joke or a punchline. Comedians also have accents, right? So the accent is the comedian accent, the YouTuber accent, the TikToker accent. You can do the Mr. Beast accent, Hey guys, welcome back to the video. You can Mr. Beastify your channel, right? You can, there is an accent. There's also, because there is no, I don't believe in original art. So just FYI, I don't believe in anything original. I don't think it exists. A lot of people are fighting, they're fighting what about original content? Make original content. I don't believe in original content. I don't think it exists. Meaning it's always an inspiration from something else. You know what I mean? It's always an inspiration from something else. It's remake after remake after remake. You know how Weird Al does spoofs of songs and you think he's spoofing the original? He's not always spoofing the original. That's the irony. Is sometimes it's it goes even further back. A lot of modern songs, you think it's the first time you're hearing it because it was in the 70s and 80s. You didn't realize it was actually written in the 20s. So, when we have these conversations, I'm not opposed to it. I think it's good to recreate stuff, to add something, to modernize it, whatever. I just think it's interesting, this idea of being original. So even with YouTube, our thumbnail choices, our title choices, the colors we use, we're trying to figure out what works because of what you want. Like, as much as everyone's like talking about this invisible algorithm that exists, we're trying to figure out what you want. Like any business, we're trying to figure out what will make the most amount of people want to watch our videos. And of course, for some of us, it's important that we also do it ethically, okay? Or that we try our best to be honest or good about the way we make content, right? But that's the part of it that I think people are missing, is that the audience also creates the circumstance. So Tyler was interesting to me because the audience created a circumstance for the conversation. And that's why I wanted to talk about it. Now, with that said, let me see. Chat said, I thought your commentary vid was really good. I think the advice of learning how to read the room to the best of your ability is such an important social tool when you are not in a safe space. I just think it's so important because I have just met so many people that really question why they are constantly not invited to spaces or why people are uncomfortable with them. And it always comes down to you not reading the fucking room. Like, you need to read the room because we are depending on you. If I can't vouch for you now, we can't work together now. I can't suggest somebody like, oh, make friends with this person. Like, that's what I think Tyler is really misunderstanding. And even some people were like, so what was the worst thing he did? It's not one thing. It's always the package, the overall package. It's, you know how Tyler does this thing where he kind of over exaggerates like the connection he has to people. That's why I always underplay it. That's why I always tell you when I know a YouTuber, I'm like, we barely know each other. Because if you make it sound crazy, like, oh, we knew each other so well when we didn't, now you become a Tyler. And that's why I'm always telling you the truth about, like, we don't know each other. Okay, like, you keep doing this thing where I met you once or we collaborated once, or like I met you for a weekend work event and you were like, oh my God, we were friends. See? And so that's why I always am careful with you when I mention YouTubers' names. If I have beef with them, I always say, like, look, I only knew this person for a second, so maybe they've changed. Because I am aware that knowing someone for a short amount of time might not mean anything, right? Tyler doesn't do this. You know, Tyler doesn't do that. And that's the problem, is that he doesn't make people feel safe with, like, do you understand the social situation you're in right now? Like, he thought there was a job opportunity for him, so he was thinking about moving country when there was no job opportunity. There was no such thing. Okay. Now, this happens a lot, especially in a place where, you know, you want to sort of create a community. How does Tyler fit into your community? He can't, right? Like, for the record, he cannot come into the community. If Tyler joined my Discord, I would have to ban him. So for all the people that were feeling like defensive over Tyler, I hear you, but are you defensive over Tyler, the consciousness, or over the parts of you that you see in Tyler? Girlies, lock in, okay? You are not defensive of Tyler. Tyler is not a safe person. You are defensive of the autistic traits or neurodivergency or trans or queerness you see in Tyler, and you are worried people see you that way. And so you want to fight for him because it's fighting for you, but it's not fighting for you. Don't associate yourself. Because I used to do this too with, I know you guys don't understand because a lot of you will understand. I am a boy. I see myself in Sneeko. I see myself in a lot of these boys. I see myself there. The dilemma is I was nothing like those boys. Like, I had some overlap with them, but I'm not. So when I see them, I go, oh, damn, I know what it's like to be a boy, right? Like, I know what it's like to be that boy, that neurodivergent boy. He's ADHD. He's so neurodivergent. He's a model. He tried open relationships. Like, he tried so many different avenues. He bubble hopped. He was interested in religions. He was interested in debate. Like, there's so much overlap that I see in my younger self that I'm like, oh God, right? The problem is that, like, I didn't end up being that kind of boy. So again, I just caution you from identifying with Tyler or identifying with the Sneekos or identifying. Instead, acknowledge the empathy you have for parts of them and then appropriately engage, right? Like, appropriately respond. So here's an example of one of the videos that made everybody the most uncomfortable from Tyler. As an example, talking about that boy he has a crush on, the abusive one. It was like an abusive person.
I've had a crush on Will Gold since 20.
He calls him Will Gold because Will Gold is his music name, is his real name. That's why he calls him Will Gold.
19. When
but you might know him as Wilbur Soot.
Heard him laugh in the background of someone.
Okay, listen to this. Okay, oh, by the way, this is really important, okay? because this also overlays with the video I made about crushes being toxic. This is what I mean. Tyler is the kind of person who crushes in a way that I'm like, see how crushing is dangerous if you are not grounded? This is example. An abusive person. And I'm sorry for everybody who's already seen this video. You're going to watch it again. I'll put it at 1.2 though.
I've had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen. Which is really inconvenient for me because I am very much a one soul at a time kind of person, so once I develop a crush, virtually no one else stands a chance ever. And at the time, I had just broken off a terrible engagement to a guy who didn't even fucking like me. And since then, I have only briefly dated one other person who was wonderful, but it didn't work out. And so in all of that time, regardless of how many people have tried and been interested in me, I have not been able to find the interest for any single one of them because I have a fucking crush on a guy I have interacted with once.
Okay, why would you tell anybody this? Like, why would this ever need to be told to anybody? Right? And I'm much harsher on stream today than I was in my commentary video. I tried to be very kind of compassionate on my commentary video because I thought a lot of young neurodivergents might be finding me for the first time, and I was concerned they might feel like I'm punching down. And I wanted them to know, like, hey, I want you to stop doing this, okay? But we're adults here, and I know my analytics isn't going to be teenagers. So listen to me when I say this. Why the fuck would I ever have to know this? See how I speak differently on my stream channel than on my commentary channel? Because here, I know the general audience. Over there, I don't know who's going to find me. It could be a mom who's 50 who's learning about their kids, right? Why would Tyler think to post this fucking video? Hear me out. I'll tell you exactly why. Because when I was 15 years old, I just told my partner the story. Okay, gag. I just told my partner the story. So my partner and I went to the store yesterday, and it was like dark and stormy, and the wind was blowing, and it was that kind of like warm, frigid cold you feel in the summer, you know, where it's like kind of a warm, cold wind, right? And I looked at my partner and I said, just so you know, 15, 16-year-old Brittany would have absolutely loved this weather because she would have hoped that a vampire werewolf would have kidnapped her and taken her away from her family. And he looked at me, he goes, yeah, that checks out. And I was like, but listen to the fact that as a teenager, I wanted to be kidnapped by an ancient being to get away from my conservative family. And I was like, this is the kind of weather where you want to smoke a cigarette and walk around and just hope that you accidentally walk into a, you know what I'm saying? Tyler is 26 though. Okay, you have to outgrow this. This is why I say writing fanfic in high school, cute. Writing fanfic in your 20s, honey, pourquoi? What are we doing? Like, what are you doing? Fanfic about real people. Like, what are you doing? You know, so you have to outgrow this thing. You have to outgrow this thing. You have to outgrow this thing. I'm begging you. Or you cannot be trusted. If I can't trust you to babysit my kids, honestly, you can't come around. That's kind of my rule of thumb for most people. If I cannot trust you to watch my kids, and I mean like in most ways, you know, in most ways, I mean, maybe I won't trust a bigoted person or a general stranger, but you know, that's kind of like, it's not literal. Don't take it too literal, but I need to trust that if I'm like, hey, hold my baby for a second, I can trust you. I would never hand my baby to Tyler. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would never give my baby to Tyler because Tyler doesn't understand he has a crush on a stranger he met for 2 seconds. And that it's weird to post this video.
And I don't even officially know his sexuality. That's a whole other thing. And I have tried so hard to move on from this, to let it go, because I want so badly for it not to cross over into parasocial territory.
Too late! Too late! Habibi, too late! Too late! Like, you already did it! That's what I'm saying! You already did it!
Like, the 7 minutes that we spoke to each other, 1, every time we made eye contact, I thought my heart was gonna fucking burst out of my chest and fly away. 2, I was so nervous that my head just shut off and my mouth had a mind of its own. And anyone who knows me and has ever met me knows that I don't get nervous about people. What the hell was that? 3, he somehow managed to make me want to write music again, something I have not done since my last band broke up in 2019 and I got hit by a car and couldn't sing anymore. And I can sing again now. It took several years, but I got it back because I'm amazing. But how dare you pull my spark back out from underneath the ashes I spent years burying it under because it hurt too much to think about.
So, okay, this is the type of performance speech that people are like, why are you talking in that accent? It's a type of YouTuber. I used to do it when I was really, really young. Like, I used to do this like 15 years ago, literally maybe 20 years ago. When I first started YouTube, when was that? A long time ago. Not quite 20 years ago, but close enough. Okay, I used to talk this way on YouTube because I thought it was like fun and quirky and interesting, and I saw other people doing it. So I was like, oh, that's what we're doing. That's the meta. And then I realized like, oh, it doesn't make any sense to do it because I'm not also attaching it to a brand. I'm attaching it to myself. And I don't talk like this. I grew out of this. That's what I'm saying. The defining factor of your ability to function as an adult is to grow out of adolescent stages. And if you do not grow out of adolescent stages within reason, you are not safe because you're not reliable. It's not to say that you can't enjoy anime or you can't enjoy pink frilly clothes or you can't enjoy things. It's that you are not reliable as a narrator. And when you're not reliable as a narrator, whether you look adolescent or not, you can't be trusted. Like Trump is not somebody you can trust as a narrator. A lot of YouTubers, you can't trust them as narrators. And that's the problem that Tyler is not understanding is like, I can't trust you as a narrator, right? So this speech, I'm saying I understand it. Like I totally get it. I've been there myself. You need to grow out of this stage. You need to find your actual voice. Now, if I had a brand, it would be different. And we're going to talk about this later because we're going to go over Britt Hartley versus Matt Dillahunty. And Britt Hartley, as an example, she is both herself and a brand, right? And I think about this every day, like when, if at all, will I be a brand? Because if I become a brand, I cannot be this person. Because this person is not a brand. I'm just myself, which means I talk more and more like myself every day, like less masking, more grounded Brittany. And I know that it's not good for a brand perspective. From a brand perspective, I am not a good brand, right? Because people don't want authenticity that isn't also brandable. They want authenticity that's brandable so they can put it towards, they can send it to their friends and know what they're sending their friends. Right? Chat said, how old is Tyler? Tyler is 26, 27. I don't think has he turned 27 yet? In the video he posted, he said he was 26, but I think it's been a few months since then. So he's still in his 20s, but I think like, again, right? Chat says capitalism hates the human. They love the product. I'm going to go a step further. I'm really going to fucking challenge everybody on this. You prefer the product. You prefer the product. And every successful story is proof of that. You prefer a good product that's clear. Not you, chatter, you, the general you. Because if that was not true, then I would literally be more popular. The only difference between me and everyone else in my space is their brand is better. And I acknowledge that and I love that for them and I celebrate that for them. I'm not ready. I can't pick a brand yet. I don't want to do it yet. But when I do, you will know because it will be obvious. But that's literally the thing that's missing from my stuff. And I am successful, by the way. I just want to be more successful. Like that's the thing that I want people to understand. I am successful. I pay my bills. I'm very happy. And I would like to retire, which means I have to build a brand at some point because even Banksy has a brand. Do you know what I'm saying? You know how Banksy's like this amazing artist? He's a brand. Like that's what people like. They like a brand. And I'm going to warn you ahead of time. I will be a brand one day. I just don't know what it's going to be. I think 45-year-old Brittany's going to know because this Brittany is like, you know what I mean? So I understand that people, so okay, what was Tyler's issue with his brand? So first he did beadwork, which was taking straight from Native Americans. He even called himself Native, Two-Spirit, okay? He took and tried to make a brand around an ethnicity he wasn't, right? Rejected. Nobody liked it. Next branding. I am, I guess the next brand would be like, I'm super hot and sexy. Okay, nobody liked that, right? Everyone's like, no. Listen, on an internet where men talk about how ugly, what's her name? What's that girl that everyone thinks is so hot from Transformers? Which she is. She's beautiful. What's her name? Why am I forgetting her name? She has a stunted thumb, and people make fun of that, and they call her a 6 because of it. Or the woman who did Barbie, right? People are always like, she's a 6. Yeah, Megan Fox. Yeah, Megan Fox. Like, there is a whole part of the internet that talks about how ugly Megan Fox is. Like, I need you to know, if you get on the internet, talk about how hot you are, everybody's biological instinct will be tear you down. Yeah, Margot Robbie. Everyone was talking about how ugly she is. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, girly, like, you cannot get on the internet and then sit there and talk about how sexy and wonderful and fantastic you are because it feels like a cope. And 2, like it is literally the recipe for disaster. It literally is what happens to you on the internet. And the internet is not a safe space at all. And I don't know why we keep thinking it is when it never was. Like I know some people talk like it was, but it never was really. If you really deconstruct it, I'm not sure that was ever true. Okay? So please remember people can see you. Think of the internet like a shopping mall where it's public, but it has doors, so it makes you feel private, but like it's still a public space. Okay?
two senses, it's rude. And 4, he failed to take a
So now he's like flirting. He's like, oh my God, it's so rude. You made me unearth my insecurity feelings of never wanting to sing again. And now listening to music, I feel inspired. Also, do you want a bandmate? Right? Like that is bad.
bury it under because it hurt too much to think about. In like 2 senses, it's rude. And 4, he failed to take a selfie with me because he was operating on like iPhone settings and I have an Android, and I accidentally called him adorable, and immediately wanted to swallow my fucking tongue. Because you don't flirt with people when they're working. That's rude. I paid to. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. And my point is, it's a whole thing.
He's kind of one of those guys who are like, oh my God, your tits are so huge and cute. Oh my God, did I just say that? Like, that's what he comes across. Is like, oh my God, you're so adorable. Oh my God, did I just say that? And I'm like, see, this is why we can't invite you to parties. Please write it in your journal. Write it in a journal. We don't need to see this. And I wish somebody loved Tyler enough to be like, bro, take this the fuck down.
That I would like to no longer have to deal with. And all of this is made worse because I have been recognized at every single concert I've been to in the past year and a half, including 2 of his. And I've been on the Lovejoy Nation podcast twice.
Which they've taken down.
So no matter how many times I try to sweep this out of the rug and move on with my life, there's always that little...
So this is what I'm saying when you build a situation where people can't be friends with you unless you're like... Tyler's basically saying, I've tried to stop crushing on this person, but I can't. So my obsession is cute instead of weird. And your obsession is not cute. It's very stalker. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you're giving stalker, even if you're not, you're giving stalker. So you need to stop because like, it's not cute. This isn't, an anime. You're not a main character. Do you know what I mean? Chet said they took down the podcast he was on. Yeah, the 2 of them. Mm-hmm.
Thing in the back of my head saying, there's a non-zero chance. Oh my God.
So it's because Tyler still thinks it's possible. That's why I say I know the difference between a fan and a person who treats me like a peer. I do know the difference, and the fan is the one who always thinks maybe Brittany will pick me. Maybe Brittany will be my friend. Maybe Brittany will want to be closer to me. Instead of accepting that Brittany said no thank you, it's why not? Which I have gotten, right? Remember, like I have wanted to be nice to people in the same way that people were nice to Tyler when they first met him. I have done this and I will continue to do this in hopes, right, that I will build connection with people. But if I can tell you are being over boundaries, if you're crossing boundaries, if I can tell you are not treating me like a person, but you're treating me like a YouTuber or then I will and then it always shows up later. It always shows up later. Those are the same people that go to other YouTubers and talk about me or try to do stuff. And I'm like, Habibi, I just said no. You have to accept the rejection. You cannot force me to be your friend. Okay. And I think like this is the problem is that they like you so much that it's not that they're really upset they're not your friend. And I'm like, that's mental health. You cannot be this upset you're not someone's friend. You can be upset that friendships end because you built a bond and that's sad. You can be upset of a breakup, but you can't be upset that somebody who was never your friend isn't your friend. They don't know you. You don't know them. You never even had a friendship to end. And that's what Tyler's doing. He's not even giving, not that you should want to be friends with Wilbur Sood or lovers, but you're not even giving Wilbur a chance to even authentically be your friend because who's he being friends with? A guy who, you know what Tyler is? Tyler's the guy who women will friend zone and then he'll be like, oh my God, like I'm a nice guy friend. And then eventually he's like, can I see your panties? Like, what are you, Brooke? You know what I mean? And that's the problem. He is the guy that nobody wants around because we're afraid that you can't have authentic relationships with us and that you're actually just trying to get into our pants. It's like, why did you think this was cute branding wise? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it is what it is, right? And again, just because the Tylers exist doesn't mean we should try to not build community. But when you build community, you will have Tylers in the community. And then it's like, what do you do? And look, they show up in different ways. They're not always Tyler flavored. There's different types of ways people show up in spaces. And I mean, we've seen it on my Discord knows. My Discord has literally had to witness me banning people or them being like, Britt, this person's acting like strange, like something's going on. It happens for a lot of reasons. It doesn't happen often, but on occasion, a couple times a year, maybe once a year, there's somebody who's just, it's such a bad vibe that people have to send me DMs and be like, do something. And that's the problem. You never want to be the person that I have to receive a DM about. Because why are you making my community feel so upset that they individually have to message me and be like, hey, I don't know if anyone's told you, but I'm really uncomfortable. Hello? And it doesn't matter who that person is. I wouldn't even care if it was my own brother. I'm kicking you off my Discord. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even care who it is, but if that many people are complaining about you, you gotta go. You cannot make people feel this bad.
So basically, the way I see it, I finally say fuck it. I make this video, I say it all out loud to the ether that is the internet. Worst case scenario, he sees it, he says, hey, not for me. I move on with my life, it's fine. I'm an adult, who cares? I'll take a no over uncertainty any day of the week.
So he's literally putting himself out there. He's literally saying, hey, if you're interested, would you like to date me? That's instead, but he's not really saying that. He's making an obsession, he's declaring love in an obsessive way. And then at the end, he's literally like, so if you see this, what do you think? And I'm like, if I saw this, I would maybe get a restraining order. Do you know what I'm saying? If I saw a video like this over me, I would probably have to literally like put everyone on red alert. What?
Neutral option, nothing happens. Oh, well, I guess. Best case scenario, you know? Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I'm doing any day ever for the rest of my life. If he was like, hey, do you want to get dinner or something? I'd say yes. Obviously, I'm delusional. It's fine. But at this point, I'm just so over the not doing anything about the things that I want, you know? What's up with that? No one gets anywhere that way. So fuck it. I've said it out loud. What else is there to do at 9 p.m. on a... Is it Friday? I think it's Friday. Anyway. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, love you, bye. Also, I don't have a ring light. I have this flower lamp. It's very yellow, but yellow's my favorite color, so... A win is a win.
I've been told to stop gatekeeping my talent, so I'm gonna do that. Also, if I get the words wrong, blame Lovejoy. The song's not even out yet, it's already stuck in my head.
This is Will Burr's band.
I can't Google the lyrics. Tell them to correct me or something. Anyway. I swear I've eaten all my egg whites. Still you give me stage fright. It feels like there's a guidebook that everyone can read, but cause when you said come closer, you really mean it's over. Your room temperature mimosa, and I am sure it's gonna kill me.
And the problem is that Tyler did this other you know, like the way I would die if somebody made this kind of content about me, like I would feel terrified for my life. And again, I didn't want to make my commentary video that narrative because I didn't want young autistic people to feel vulnerable. But Habibis, please listen to me. This is not okay. You cannot act like this. Okay? Like, I really, you know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot act like this. It's very inappropriate. And my fear is, again, don't relate to Taylor, but just see the ways in which you might be like, uh-oh. Because like, you know what I mean? And I get it, but like, you got to grow out of some of this, you know what I mean? Just that I honestly don't get the hate, but I also don't know enough besides your vid on him. Like, why is he an abuse sympathizer? You know, I will say the video I made yesterday, I thought was really good, but I realized I did make it assuming people would know a little bit about what was happening. Like, about the different parts of the internet, and I forget how chronically online I am that I forgot to even define a lolcow because I thought everybody knew what a lolcow was. And then I made the other mistake of like maybe not deep diving into assuming nobody knew about the Wilbur stuff, but I covered the Wilbur stuff last year when it blew up. And that basically his ex, who I believe, talked about the abusive relationship she was in with him. It was really bad. And that is the man that Tyler has a crush on, is the abuser. So it's like somebody coming out and saying that they're in love with Destiny. Like, Destiny? You know what I mean? It's like somebody making a video being like, oh my God, I wish he would just notice me. And it's like, you know, it's borderline somewhere there. And so yeah. And again, depending on how you come down, or Saikuno is a better one too. Or like Saikuno is one of them as well. But it's like coming out now and saying, oh my God, I love Saikuno. It's like, girl, you know what I mean? Like, that's not the vibe, right? So when people say like, I just don't like this comment here that said, I don't really get the way he talks, right? Like I don't get why it's so weird. I want to show you why, and I didn't use this as an example in my video. I did think about it. I almost had it. Right? You know what I'm saying? I almost thought about posting it, but I didn't. So I'm going to talk to you guys about it. Alok is one of my favorite trans people because they're so talented and so successful, and yet they stick in their lane. They're not like viral famous, but they're TV worthy. They're, you know, podcast worthy. They stay in their lane and they're really good at what they do. They're a comedian, which is this one of their comedian shows. They do podcast interviews, and it's just really great. Alok, okay? Alok is also brown, which I think is important, and they're trans, and they're visibly very upsetting to the binary population. So a lot of people were talking about how Tyler is getting criticized for being trans. Obviously, I talked about this in the video. There's always going to be an underlining energy of bigotry towards trans people from people who haven't deconstructed gender. So I absolutely think that's playing a role, including fat phobia and other things. I also think because Tyler is trans and because, I got another criticism that said I was a little upset that Britney utilized James Charles and Trump to talk about Tyler because they're both predators. Tyler is borderline predatory and is the only reason I didn't call him a predator in that video is because none of his victims called him that. And it was just on the cusp. But technically, he did kind of stalk people, and technically he did make obsessive content about them. So he's not a predator, but he was this close. And so the reason I used Trump and James was because they were the worst people I could name. And even they have better branding than Tyler. That was the comparison. The comparison wasn't that Tyler is predatory because he's trans or anything. Of course not. It's that even these predators have better branding than this possibly autistic boy. Okay? Alok has an incredible branding, could never become a lol cow. You could never turn Alok into a lol cow because Alok is way too grounded. He knows exactly they know exactly who they are. And they could never be mistook for a lol cow. Example, even though they're talking in sort of performative, comedic accent here, listen to the way they sound grounded compared to Tyler.
Is my imagination is the thing that has saved my life and loved me deeper than any person in the world. My imagination allowed me to think of very rambunctious things like being 18 and then like being 19 and then like being 20 and then like now being 34, like what? And like surviving. That was my imagination. No one else could make me believe it but me. My imagination allowed me to say, I haven't met them yet, but I bet that there are people who are gonna see me and like peek into my soul. And then I found them. And so my imagination was the first place I met you. It was an impossible thing, what I've done. But I imagined somewhere in the world, there are people who have IBS and knee pain just like me and still are committed to glamour nonetheless. My imagination
funny.
Was my matchmaker.
Self-aware, talking poetically, dressed extravagantly, but grounded. Okay, so just for contrast. I'm so sorry. Okay. Also, Tyler charging $1,300 for this work. Listen, I don't know much about jewelry or fashion, but I really feel like you got to slow down. Also charge $800 for work that you feel you're entitled to earning that amount because you've put 10 years into a craft that, to be honest, doesn't look that way. By the way, cute jewelry and everything, but I'm also done buying like anything that resembles costume jewelry. And also, people like Tyler do talk about, quote, owning a business and being successful, like faking it till you make it, but you don't have a successful business, right? Like, I can prove to you with my tax returns that I have a successful business. I don't think Tyler has a tax return because Tyler also says that they're unemployed in one side of their mouth, and then the other side of their mouth talks about how they have a successful business? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
I could really use your help. If you wouldn't mind lending me a minute of your time, I promise to give it back at the end. I'm Tyler. I'm an independent artist and jewelry designer. And it would mean the absolute world to me if you could help me find as many people as possible to just see this video. Because honestly, who wouldn't want to see all the cool stuff I make? I have almost 50 different choker designs, flowers, mushrooms, even witchy ones and Halloween ones, and of course the really intricate pieces that are made with real crystals. And all the more intricate ones come in cute little matching gift boxes, by the way. And as someone who spent nearly 10 years...
Like, you're not going to make a business doing this if you're... Like, you have to be so skilled to make a business doing this. And I know because I've looked into all of these things. I've tried to turn every hobby I've ever had into a business. You really can't unless you can do it all of the time. And you can't. That's why capitalism, that's why manufacturing puts things in machines. That's why we have fast fashion, because they're paying people slave wages to make your clothes at minimal earnings to produce fast fashion, right? An independent seller is not going to make $300,000 a year unless they are literally so successful. I mean, you know, even SE Wands, I buy all of her, I bought a lot of her art. Her art is not paying her yearly salary. I am one customer and I have 4 of her paintings on my walls, 3 of which I've purchased. And I think it was maybe like, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe $1,500 to all together, maybe. What does that mean in a span of 12 months? What is $1,500 in a span of 12 months? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to pay her rent. You know what I mean? So then it's like, you know, again, we all know it's hard to make it as an artist. We know it's hard. I don't know why disabled people, neurodivergent people, myself included, why we ever get into our heads. Oh yeah, you know what's easier than working for a company? Making a business. It's so ADHD of us to be like, I could do the dishes, but I'm going to start a business instead. It's like, girly, do the dishes. Don't start a business. But I get it. I understand the version of procrastination you are experiencing that tells your brain, oh yes, working for somebody 40 hours a week is way harder than working for yourself 100 hours a week. Like, I understand the neurodivergent math. I do it all the time. Except when I really sat myself down and really said to myself, okay, are we going to make a real business? And now we're in our 7th year. It is still successful. I am making more money than I've ever made my whole life. And yet I still don't make that much money. So I only make enough to live within my means, like very closely within my means. Okay. So again, it's not the idea that I'll be rich and famous. It's the idea that I'll be stable. That's it. Okay. I saw a TikToker talk about this, a streamer, and he makes similar amounts that I do a month, which it varies, but he was talking about how much he makes. And it's like, let's say around 60K a year. That's an average, let's say. Okay. And people in his chat were like, well, what's the point then? Wait, why would you bother making that if that's the average salary of most people? That's what most people think about our jobs, is what's the point of doing it if you're only making that much? Asmongold literally told his audience, if you're making 75K as a streamer, you might as well quit. Because he's like, there's no point. There's no sustainability. And I'm sitting here like, that is the message that like most people are sending about streamers, is like, why bother doing all that work just to make 60K? And I hear that. I think that's really reasonable for most people who do understand how much work goes into making content. I agree. It is a lot. And people feel like that's not enough. And I agree. It's taking you outside of the job market. Your resume kind of looks blank. You have to convince people you were doing something. You actually have to tell the jobs you apply for that you were doing this. And most people don't. Fun fact, most people, if they were ever streamers, they never tell their bosses. So it looks like you have a lull in your resume. And it looks like, what field were you even working in as a streamer? So I get it. I think that's really sound advice for people who want careers, right? And then of course, yeah, like no insurance, you're a 1099 worker, you're getting taxed at a higher rate than W-2 workers. Like there's a lot of disadvantages to this space. Like so all of those things we have to, consider, right? But I think that's why I warn people that being a creative is still what it's always been, a very difficult job to ever do sustainably long term. And so for Tyler to show up on the internet and be like, oh my God, buy my $800 necklaces. Also, can you give me a GoFundMe because I can't move without it? You know what I mean? Like, again, and also saying I'm disabled and I'm trans. And it's like, okay, are you saying to give you money because you're disabled and trans? Are you saying to give you money because you're an artist? Are we giving you money because you need to move to England? Are we giving you money because you actually have a job? Are we giving you money? Like, what are you asking money for? Because everybody needs money. So why are we giving you money? There are a lot of people who need money, and the question is like, do you have your paperwork together? Like, have you understood it? Like, do you understand what it's like to immigrate to a place? And then to find out there's no job, to find out there wasn't even a job waiting for him. To find out he was getting on the internet and being like, oh, I have this really exciting thing that's coming. I can't tell you, but it's in the works. There was nothing ever in the works. It never existed. The problem is, and the reason I didn't fully say he was a grifter is because I actually think he thought it was happening. I actually think there's something unwell about Tyler, that he actually thought he was moving. That he actually thought it was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Okay. two-dimensional. He's confusing. The way he speaks feels fake. It's performative. Nobody likes a performance unless it's a good performance. He's begging for money. He's talking about parasocial relationships with creatives that don't feel the same way about him.
I met Lovejoy last night. Mark recognized me and my roommate, which was fun. Love that guy. Also, sorry about the slide whistles, Mark. They'll be silly. It'll be fine. But there were also several other people from TikTok who recognize me, which is always fun. Love it when that happens. It's always at shows, and I love that for me. But they know about the audition video. They didn't ask me to join the band, but it's fine. They seem to be doing pretty okay without me, at least. Also, side note, the number of people who took that I'm so serious as I'm so serious, wild to me. Do you not hear my voice? Of course, I didn't think they were going to actually want me to join the band. I was bored and views were low. The world was my oyster. Anyway, but I mentioned that video paid my electric bill, generally the most money I've ever made from a TikTok. And Mark's response was, damn, maybe I should audition for Lovejoy.
He's not. So then when Tyler goes, I talk to people for a living, Habibi, making TikToks that you don't pay your rent with is not a living. That's another thing that people keep doing in this space that I'm like, you are not making a living. You do not have a job. You are unemployed. This is like your unemployed boyfriend living on your couch and being like, I talk to people for a living because I post on Instagram. Habibi, you do not make a living. When you say I make a living talking to people, that means you actually make enough to live on. That's what that means. So when Tyler says I make a living talking to people, it's like, make a living where? Who? When you just said that's the most money you've ever made on a TikTok and you make TikToks about being poor and then you ask for money on a GoFundMe. Are you making a living? Or are you making, you know what I'm saying? So again, please, I beg you all to use the right kind of words to communicate where you are, or you will look insane or I will think you are insane. Are you making a living? Okay? Because like, I've made a living a few times doing YouTube. I've made a living in different ways. It was circumstantial based off of my situation. You know what I mean? But this is the first time I've been consistently stable, 100% doing YouTube for the last 7 years. Over the years, I've gone full-time YouTube, but I was always because my living situation allowed me to, which is different. This time, I am fully fundable. I can move anywhere, well, within reason. I have good credit. I do live within my means. I have the confidence to know I can go get an apartment on my own as an example. I'm not afraid of renters. Like I could rent easy. That's very different than saying, oh, I do this full time because I only live off $1,000 a month because I don't have to pay rent. If you don't have to pay rent, you do not make a living. Do you know what I'm saying? You do not make a living. You are able to live off of this much because you have help, which is good, but you do not make a living. And so again, like I think people are mistaking like how these words are used. Like if I was dating somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I make a living doing XYZ, I would have a very specific thing in mind. And maybe this is a Bubbles thing as well, right? But like sometimes it sounds like you're just like kind of selling me something that isn't true. Like you're kind of lying basically. Right? Okay, now let me show you this because my Discord, 1, asked me to talk about this TikTok. And 2 is a perfect example of a performer that does it really well. So he's very liked. Okay. This is Cypher. I've showed you his videos before. He does like a look very well in being a performer who communicates and sounds grounded. Right? You probably know his TikToks. Here we go. Let's watch this.
This is a deeper take, so I'm going to need you to lock in for a second. But one of the biggest catastrophes in modern human history has already happened. And it happened inside human consciousness itself. I want you to understand what I'm saying. A massive percentage.
Pause. This is normal speed. Imagine if he talked like this outside of his persona. Imagine dating somebody who talked like that all the time, right? You couldn't because it's not real. He doesn't obviously talk like this. It's for the TikToks. Okay? And that's why it's reasonable because we know and he knows it's a character. So we know, okay, cool, we got it. We're supposed to feel the art of the performance, right? That's why it's okay. But if he got on here and was like, no, I talk like that all the time. I was like, you talk like that all the time? Like when you're talking to your family about a funeral, that's how you talk? When you're talking to your kids about right around, that's how you talk? Like you talk, like, no, he's talking and he's almost writing a poet or a poem or something, right? Okay.
Of humanity no longer experiences life directly anymore. They monitor it. Human beings are slowly losing the ability to simply exist without converting themselves into an object being watched. And the terrifying part is that the mechanism has become so normal, people started calling it a personality. You can see it everywhere now. People go on vacation and never fully arrive because half the experience is spent documenting the fact that they're having an experience. People fall in love and immediately begin tracking response times, Tone shifts, eye contact, symbolic gestures, who pulled away first, who seemed more invested, because now people don't feel anymore, they interpret themselves feeling, they monitor themselves feeling, they render themselves feeling. And once a human being starts experiencing themselves primarily through perception, the representation slowly replaces reality. And this did not begin with social media. I don't want you to think about that. Social media industrialized this. Human civilization has been slowly constructing the false observer for thousands of years. The moment that civilization scaled beyond small tribes, the observer began forming, because now reputation mattered, status mattered, role stability mattered. The village needed to know who you were. Then kingdoms arrived, right? Then law, then writing, then religion, then empire. Now identity could survive beyond direct memory. The self became symbolic, and human beings stopped merely existing at that point. They became legible, right? They became legible. The mass society arrived. Cities full of strangers, millions of people who don't know you, don't love you, don't remember you, and still evaluate you constantly. Then television happened, and for the first time in history, the average person began comparing themselves to someone who is not in their community, but a professionally engineered appearance. And then the internet showed up, and then the smartphone. And this is exactly where the catastrophe became total, because the phone accomplished something that no other invention previously had. It externalized the observer itself. Now the audience lives in your pocket. Approval became numerical. Identity became searchable. Memory became permanent, and performance became continuous. And the observer, it stopped turning off. But actually, I'm going to show you it right now. I want to wait for a second, because I don't want you to get past this part too far. I want you to catch it directly right now. Not philosophically, not conceptually, directly. I want you to look around the room you're in. Just look around. Notice how fast something appears. A second layer, a watcher. Not the part of you seeing the room, the part of you monitoring you seeing the room. The thing evaluating whether you understand this correctly, whether you look stupid listening to this, whether this resonates, whether you agree, whether this sounds profound, whether you should share it later, and whether you're the kind of person who could understand this or who even would understand this. That voice, that layer, that is it. That is the false observer. And it does something horrifying. It appeared before that moment even finished happening. And this is why modern people are exhausted in a way that older language can never explain. Because you're not just work exhausted, you're perceptually exhausted. Perceptually exhausted.
Chad says is it bad that it just feels like he's going to is it just bad that it just feels like he's going to compared to Tyler? Like Tyler comes off cringe, but this guy comes off like a lot more sure of himself. I'm not sure what you mean. He said, I'm not able to pay attention. He's speaking too fast. I will say I wouldn't have watched this video on my own, because it is a little anxiety inducing for me. He is talking like, it's a lot, neurodivergently speaking, but it is a brand and it is a specific way of communication. And nothing about the way he's communicating gives ungrounded. It just gives like passionate art piece. So like, I agree that if I was watching this on my own, I would have swiped already. But I also was asked to watch this by my Discord. I don't love art pieces like this, because what they do is they automatically get you to agree because it feels really good. But I would argue that if I pulled apart his argumentation, I would feel a particular way about it. I think he's making good points. I think he's right that it's always existed. I think he's right that it got exacerbated by the way modern technology came to be and is performing. I also think I always will feel awkward in this sense, because I am just neurodivergently weird enough to not be in similar ways impacted like everyone else. Like, I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. I'm saying, while people are sitting here debating if porn is addictive, I'm enjoying it. While people are arguing about like why drugs are dangerous, I'm enjoying it. While people are sitting here talking about how much they're like addicted to TikTok, I'm just enjoying it. Like, I'm very lucky. I'm very, I guess, privileged. I don't know. Well, everyone is just talking about how like everything is bad for them, like how they hate their life, and I'm just enjoying my life. But I also earned the fucking right to be here. I worked really hard to be here. And I also meditated a lot, and I read a lot of books, and I engaged with these spaces as a tool. And I never, and anytime I caught myself engaging badly, I said, oh shit, I'm engaging badly. I should change the way I'm engaging. And I changed, right? That's what I'm waiting for Tyler to do. That's what I'm waiting for the rest of the world to do. You need to change. You can get rid of everything. I could put you in a cage and feed you 3 meals a day, and you'll still find a way to fuck it up. Like, it's you. We're the problem. You know what I mean? It's just us, right? Chet says, I'm beginning to hate the ChatGPT scripts. It comes off so inauthentic to me. People have great ideas, then shove it into a generative slop, and so many people eat it up. This guy, I don't know that this guy is ChatGPT at all, but I will say this. There's no such thing as authentic. Authentic is farting. Authentic is puking. Authentic is taking a shit every day. Like, authentic is real, but it's not really real. Like, authentic is just what's honest in the very present. It can't exist when you are going to work or when you are in action or you are doing something. Like, when you create something, authenticity has left now because now you're actually thinking about it. That's what I think he's saying. He's saying the moment we became aware of it, and like it kind of ruins it. And maybe that's not what he's saying, but I don't think he's a ChatGPT. But I think that's the problem. Like, I think the dilemma is like we are trying to look for something that never existed in our biological experience. We are like, it was like when I was a kid and I was like, well, do people really organically think that? Like, I can't wait to grow up and help people. And then you grow up and you're like, oh shit, people don't want to help people. Or like people say they do, but they don't, myself included. Oh, I gotta start helping people because yeah. You know, so like maybe authenticity is like a really difficult word because, you know, I hear you and I get it. But I also like, I think that's the dilemma is like how we're hearing one another. We're going to talk about this more because Britt Hartley and Matt Dillahunty and even my work, like when we use certain words, it just makes people like shut their brain down. Britt Hartley says spirituality and Matt Dillahunty's like, what? And even transparently, people like, even I see that too when I have to question, right? Or like, when I make my levels, people always go, oh, I hate that level stuff because you don't get it, bro. If I wish the people who criticize my levels actually understood it first, and then we could talk about how I'm wrong. But the issue is like, they don't even get it. And so then they're like, I don't like Brittany's stuff because it's this, when it's not even that. And that's what I think is so frustrating about being like in this space is even if you try to create something that I would never say is original, I would just say like, is my version of it. They're like, this isn't real, even though many people have done it before. You know what I mean? So it's so interesting the way that human beings exist in the world and think they know everything about the universe when we don't know anything about the universe. We know barely anything. Like even this person in chat says spirituality just means don't think. It's a junk word. Habibi, it can't be a junk word. Civilization was built off of spirituality. Our culture is built off spirituality. Like hair is spiritual, right? Ever heard that? Like, we exist in a world where spirituality is it connects billions and billions of people across the globe. It cannot be a junk word, right? You can argue the way people weaponize the word, but you can't argue it's a junk word. There's no such thing as a junk word. All words are communication tools, right?
People are rendering themselves constantly. They're managing how they appear, how they're interpreted, how they're archived, how they compare, how they signal, how they exist symbolically. And the nervous system was never designed to be in permanent audience conditions. Human beings evolved in environments where the observer was activated temporarily, right? In danger, in ritual, in courtship, in status conflict, and then it deactivated. Now it follows people everywhere, into bed, into relationships, into grief, into art, in sex, and solitude, and rest and sleep, even into prayer. Some of you are no longer fully praying when you pray. Part of you is watching yourself pray while you're doing it, evaluating whether they sound sincere enough, or holy enough, or moved enough, or changed enough. That's how deep the observer goes. Eventually, the audience enters the sacred places that were supposed to free people from audiences entirely.
Yeah, we've got one of those atheists in the chat. We are not special. We know, bro. We're evolved animals on a planet. We evolved into creating the construct of spirituality. Yeah. We evolved and gave ourselves, okay, we evolved and we're able to engage with. That's the point, okay?
This is exactly why people can't rest anymore, because stillness
I'm gonna block them. They seem like a troll.
feels like disappearance. If no one is perceiving you and you're not actively rendering yourself, the observer starts panicking. And this is exactly why people reach for the phone the moment reality slows down, because
No, chat, you're right. Didn't Brittany say they were gonna make a new levels video? I did. I just don't know how to do it. To be honest with you, it's really, I do want to do it. I don't know if I should make a stream or if I should make, I don't know. I don't know how to do it yet. I know.
silence threatens the rendered self. Now I'm going to show you something worse. I'm going to show you something far worse from this, right? I want you to feel your own face for a second, but not physically, right? Even though I just did that. Not physically, socially. Notice how many people are still attached to your face. Your family, your ex, your friends, your coworkers, your followers and strangers and people you haven't spoken to in years. Notice how much of your behavior is still being shaped unconsciously by unconsciously rendered movement toward invisible audiences that are not even physically present anymore. Some of you are still performing for rooms that left 10 years ago. It happens. happens, and it scales upward to politics too. Because once populations become observer dependent, truth itself destabilizes because appearances matter more than direct assessment, and politics becomes perception management, and institutions become render systems, and public figures become symbolic products. Entire societies begin confusing visibility with virtue. And we see it in the modern day all the time. If enough people repeat back the same image to each other, the image starts to feel true regardless of reality. And modern political discourse feels insane because people are no longer primarily encountering conditions. They're encountering representations of conditions, and then representations of representations, and then narratives competing against other narratives. Entire populations trapped inside mutual render fields. And then relationships suffer the worst because love requires presence, right? Not performance. Just presence. But the false observer turns intimacy into surveillance. People stop loving each other directly. Now they monitor whether they're loved correctly, whether they appear lovable, whether they're losing value, whether they're enough, whether the relationship looks secure. The partner stops being encountered directly and becomes a psychological audience. And this is why modern relationships feel exhausting even when both people genuinely care. Because
I always disagree with these premises. I always find myself disagreeing with these premises because I just think they're wrong. That the modern anything exists, right? Ren with the super chat, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. He is performing again. No one is questioning that. This is a purposeful performance. Okay, so everybody lock in. I'm using him as an example against, and also chat. My Discord did ask me to watch that video on stream versus like a Tyler. Okay, it's a different kind of performance. This is a different kind.
Past in 2023.
Oh, wait, this is one of the apology videos, so he's a little bit more grounded, if you will.
As someone told me lately, everyone deserves a chance to fly. And if I'm flying so low,
He's talking about how good he is at singing.
at least I'm flying free.
See, I have enough self-awareness to know, like, I'm not gonna... Yeah, I called you out in this part, chat. I called you out in this part. All those people in the chat are like, oh my God, Brittany has such a great voice. You're the people that Tyler listens to that convinces him he should be a singer. Yeah, I called you out in this part of my video. Okay? Yeah. Okay? Questionable.
On that opportunities, the list goes on. Being a power couple, but I don't want to be the sole bread. I've said before that
Comes across so awkward is he kind of is just talking out of his ass, right? He says he's sexy, questionable. He says he's talented, questionable. He says he's successful, questionable. Like everything he says, questionable.
I know I've said before that my type is tall, blonde, goofy musicians, and that is still very true. When it comes to the dynamic, like I want to be in a power couple, but I don't want to be the sole breadwinner because I've done that. It's not fun for me. I want a man who I can create with. Music, art, opportunities, the list goes on. I am a maker of things who likes to share the making of the things. That's just me. Also, I want a man with ambition who actually acts on that ambition. I've been with too many guys who never act on their goals. It's not for me. Also, I want to be with a man who is successful on his own and also isn't threatened by the fact that I am successful and want to be successful. I am awesome and amazing, and he should understand that. Is that too much to ask? I'm amazing. Surely it's easy to be inspired by me. I deserve to be courted. I deserve to go on nice dates. I deserve to be flaunted around like a princess because I am one.
Now the question is, what has Tyler ever said? That is a performance. This is a performance. There are different kinds of performance. In the bubble that Cypher is in, this performance makes sense. Okay? And so that's what I'm trying to make people understand is that there's nothing wrong with a performance. But if you are telling me this is just how I talk, then I'm going to look at you questionably. This is why Black communities will ask people like, do you talk like that? Or why are you talking like that? You know? And then people go, oh, I grew up in LA. Okay, well, what part of LA? You know what I mean? It's like, are you putting on a performance? Now, as an autistic person, this might be really hard to understand because a lot of my speech, as an example, is it is parroting what other people say in the way they say it. So sometimes I will say a word like the way I heard it. So I'm learning Croatian right now, and I find myself saying the words the way my partner says them or their parents say it. So if I meet somebody who says, Dobar dan, I will say it. I will remember how to say it because of how they said it, which means now it's not my voice. It's their voice that I'm using to understand the language. And this is a struggle I've had my whole life is like when I learn new words, I will learn it the way they say it, even though they're just saying it in their normal voice. When I'm learning, so sometimes when I say things, that's why when I talk, it confuses people because I'm almost like a collection of words that I've heard from other people. So that's why I've been working on Brittany's grounded voice, like Brittany's most stable voice. But the truth is they're all me. They're just like, you know, even my body language, like even my facial expressions, half the faces I make are faces my little brothers make because they saw it on the internet and I thought it was funny. And so we do it together and we think we're funny. You know, I have a brother who puts on this like gay voice. We're like, hey, what's up? Like he has this like, hey, what's up voice. Okay. He was doing that so often at work that when he switched to his normal voice, they were like, wait, is that your normal voice? He's like, yeah, you guys couldn't tell I was joking the whole time. They're like, no, you just did it so often. We thought that was your voice. And I looked at him and I was like, I do that too. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I will think everyone's in on the joke that I am obviously doing a fake voice. And then because they don't know me, they think that's just my voice. Because most people don't go around making fucking fake voices. And so Tyler does this thing where Tyler puts on a fake voice and we're like, hey, Tyler, do you know you're doing a fake voice? And it's actually very concerning because we feel like he might not know. You know? Chess said, is your brother autistic? Not that I know of, but the thing is my whole family does this. So we're all, you know what I mean? Who knows what we all are, but my whole family does this. My dad thinks accents are hilarious. My mom loves like mimicking people's body language. All of us, when we tell stories, we like put our whole body into it like it's a fucking play. And you know, my family is the kind of family where everybody likes us, but we're definitely weird. Do you know what I'm saying? Like my whole family is very weird, but people generally, they like our family. They always feel very welcome by our family. We feed people. They think we're eccentric, but they really, really, you know what I'm saying? So I think this is a part of like growing up in a family that was very like, weirdly theatrical, but also like not in the white people way, just like in the Assyrian telling a story way. You know, like those TikToks you see of Assyrians fighting over or Arabs fighting over who pays the bill. It's like that, except it's not a TikTok, it's just my life. Like sometimes I will see a TikTok and I'm like, yeah, that was just every Saturday of my life, you know? And that's, you know, so you know, again, like even what is cultural, like what is your language? What is the way you say things? Like when I'm around Arabs, I tend to pick up an accent. I automatically go into it. When I'm with my cousins or my family, I start speaking in broken English, legit. Like if I'm especially with a relative that doesn't speak, like I will start just speaking in broken English. It happens so automatically. I don't even think about it. And that's the dilemma is like people say, oh, you change when you're around people. Yeah, I kind of do. Like not in a fake way, just like in a natural, try to make everybody feel comfortable way. And also it just like, I don't, it's probably just the autism, you know what I mean? In a big way, because it happens so quick. I don't even think about it. But then, you know, I can see from the observer why that would look like I'm faking, you know? Okay, let's move on. I want to watch this one also from the Discord. Trigger warning, guys. This is so bad, bro. Okay, so, okay, wait. I'm moving on too quick. Does anybody have questions about Tyler? Am I moving on too fast? Anybody have questions about Tyler? Anybody have questions about autistic, queerness, trans, showing up in the world, masking, being appropriately, like surviving? Like, does anybody have any questions about that video? Oh, and I also want to shout out my chat because I was... you guys know on Monday's stream, I was really low on spoons, which is why I took yesterday off from streaming to focus on commentary and stuff. But I was really, really tired. I'm still recovering, but I'm doing much better. And I put a clip out from that stream. And of course, it's always missing context because it's a clip, right? That's what a clip is. A clip means it's missing context. I don't know if you guys know this, because if you're not chronically online, you might not know this. But clips from streams, you should assume it's missing context. That's the point, is that it's supposed to get you to want to look for the context. The reason people put out clips is so people go looking for the context. Okay? That's usually what a clip is for. Okay? So I put out this clip. I understand it didn't have the full context, but we did go back and forth in the chat, and it was a great conversation. So shout out to the people who were like, hey, Britt, I'm not sure what you mean here. Could you explain it? We went back and forth. Great conversation. Shout out to those people. I'm telling you, if you're not reading the comments on videos, you are missing out on half the content. I can't even, my friend signed up for one of the YouTube people's like streaming services or something, and there was no comments, and they like unsubscribed because they're like, the whole point of watching content is to see the comments. I was like, I can't even watch a TikTok. If my TikTok comments won't load, I'll turn off TikTok. I don't use the app. If the comments do not load, the app is useless to me. So like, you are missing out if you're not reading comments, let me tell you, okay? They're everything. And plus, you'll see me down there responding to people. So if you have a question, somebody else has probably asked it, right? Let's see. Chat said I always get nervous that people are going to think I'm making fun of them when I suddenly start talking like them or copying movements they're doing. I mean, they might. I've definitely had people think that about me, and I've had to be like, my bad, I'm sorry. Like, or I've had to like rein myself in. One time I had a caller. This is so real. One time I had a caller that I can't remember where they were from. They were like from Ireland or something. And the accent slipped out so fast. How embarrassing. And it happens a lot. It's not just with the Irish, it's a lot of people. But I literally will be talking about like something, and then all of a sudden my mouth will change. And I think it is autism, but like, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's just like but my brain does it. My brain's like, we're going to start talking like this now. And I'm like, yeah. But can I just say, for the record, my Croatian accent, I think is pretty good. I will say, I think one of the skills that this is giving me is that I actually think it's making my Croatian better. So it's kind of a skill. And by the way, my in-laws said my Croatian is getting so much better that I'm going to be a pro in no time. So you better watch out, girls. It only took 3 years of anxiety to get over the point where I could take lessons, which is the point. Look at me in real time showing you that anxiety is so fucking real. It's so fucking real. Literally took me 3 years to start lessons, but I did it. You can go fuck yourselves, including my past self who doubted myself. Okay, you can go fuck yourself. Anyways, okay, let's see. Any comments on Tyler or anything? Let's see. La 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 la. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I also noticed that a lot of it is stimming too. Like if somebody says a word in a certain way, I'm like, oh, I'm going to say it like that for the next 10 minutes. My poor partner, I think they have listened to me stim specific words for months. Months. Gomenesai, Donna Briggs. What else do I say? Just randomly too. It's just, I'll be like in the bathroom and you'll just hear Donna Briggs. It's so bad. Gomenesai. What else do I say? I say just a bunch of random, like they just get stuck in my head. And then they, you know, when are we getting a Croatian stream? Eventually I'll do it. One day when I'm feeling, because right now I'm just at the beginning. I'm only like 10 days into my lessons. And I know because they're daily lessons. So anyways, the point is that once I get the sentence structures down and once I actually start doing it, we're starting our written lesson tomorrow, I think. I think writing comes into it tomorrow. So like, yeah, it'll be exciting. It'll be good. I'm going to try different ways. I won't be the first or last class I take. I'll have to do more classes. I'll have to talk to people. I'll have to eventually do stuff. But yeah, fingers crossed. Chat said my partner's learning Croatian and struggling. So Brittany, if you have any recs, please do share. Well, I'm using right now, because, so here's the thing, because I have a lot of school anxiety, to be transparent. I have like this is so autistic, but you know how much I don't like when people don't explain why we're doing something. And sometimes when I'm dealing with a real human being, they will take my frustrations as personal, even if it's not. So I work with a computer program right now that was recommended by my partner because it does good Croatian. So I'm working with like, I don't even know if it's AI. I don't even know what it is, but it is a pre-recorded conversation. They teach you language and it's through Simon & Schuster. And I'm doing Pimsleur and that's what I'm learning on. And it's amazing. I've learned more Croatian in the last 10 days that I've learned in the 3 years I've been here. I'm remembering words. I'm remembering how things look. I'm taking like tests. I'm doing good in public. Like this weekend at the restaurant I practice with my in-laws. Like I feel very good about it. I feel like I'm really learning it. And then eventually, because working with people is really difficult, like even when I'm working with the computer, like my partner will watch me and he's like, man, you're really struggling. I was like, bro, and I'm very emotive. Like I'm very emotive. And so it can be very hard, I think, when you're autistic to have somebody internalize that when you're like, you're making this about you and it's about me right now. I am suffering. I literally want to kill myself because I can't hear this sound you were telling me I should hear. Like, please don't make this about you. So working with a computer is really, really nice. If I graduate eventually to working with a person, that'd be better, maybe. But right now, I have family support, which is good. Yeah, Discord said I love Pimsleur. Yeah, it's really good for my brain. Like, it's really good for my brain. So it's, you know, Yeah. Like, just, okay. And listen, I know people, I think that's why I get frustrated with people who are like, you should just learn the language. Do you have intrusive suicidal thoughts when you learn a new language? Because I do. And I'm still going to learn this language, so you can go fuck yourself. Like, that's the dilemma, is like, when I learn this language, I will have climbed a fucking mountain. For all those people that are like, oh, it's easy to learn a language. Okay, cool. You didn't have to climb a fucking mountain. But like, I will climb this fucking mountain. I will have to, like, you know what I'm saying? And so be kind to yourself through this process, because Jesus Christ. Okay? And they're not real suicide thoughts, but they're really loud, intrusive thoughts. They are loud. They're very like, we should just kill ourselves. I'm over this. And it feels like my body is shutting down. This would have really helped in high school, by the way. If I was in school as a younger person and I knew this about myself, I would have been so much better off in my classes. Shout out to all my high school teachers that took the extra time to teach me and didn't take my meltdowns personal. You are amazing. Because truthfully, I was melting down. I was having meltdowns, autistic meltdowns. If you know, you know. Okay. Look at this video here. Let's move on to, I hope that helped. My Discord wanted me to cover this. It's just a scene. I'll probably get copyrighted. But the roast of Kevin Hart happened. It was horrible. It was disgusting. It was deplorable. It was just evil, bro. Evil. So, trigger warning for this next joke. It's a rape joke. It's a racist joke. It's mocking the brutality, police brutality of George Floyd. Like, it's really disgusting. You know, it's like really gross. So just everybody, you know.
He got into a fist fight on a private plane. Proof that no matter how much money black people have, they're still just gonna act like ninjas. Always fighting. Like Bill Cosby, Hart is a black comedian from Philadelphia, and like Bill Cosby, women don't know when Kevin is inside of them. You've done good though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe. God bless you, Kevin. God bless this room. And God bless the United States of America.
What am I supposed to do with that? You know? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? What was that? This is the group of men, this is the type of men that I just think are so gross. Like, it's a specific man bubble. It's just like, they think they're so fucking funny. Absolutely gross. I just really fucking hated every part of it. Here's the Charlie Kirk joke that also got everyone upset.
Tony Hinchcliffe is here, looking like both a child molester and the doll they give the child to show where he touched them. Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk, in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat. You know what I mean? Yeah. Kill Tony. Please, someone fucking kill Tony.
Okay, so apparently people were more upset with the Pete Davidson joke than they were with the Tony joke. Obviously, Tony's jokes were worse. He made a rape joke at the expense of Bill Cosby victims and rape victims. He made a racist joke with the N-word. He continued to make a police brutality joke about the death of George Floyd, which, what is that? And then he insinuated he was in hell. And it's like, and so people were more upset, seemingly, about the Pete Davidson Charlie Kirk joke. And it's like, you know, racism, once again, it hits. Anti-blackness is so prevalent, it even shows up while celebrating a black comedian. So there you go, you know? So annoying, so unnecessary, just so ridiculous, you know? Ridiculous, just silly. I just this whole bubble is gross to me though. But the comedian bubble, look, I've enjoyed the podcast over the years far more than I've ever enjoyed their stand-up. But I would say what I always don't enjoy about these bubbles is at the end of the day that all these people are so chronically toxic. They just do not get better. There's no health. And I don't know why you can't figure out how to be funny without also being racist. Like, can you not figure out how to be funny? And I think that's the dilemma. And so I just, ridiculous. Now, I will say on the back of that conversation about anti-Blackness, there's also a lot of heat building up for Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who, as a Black woman, is being highly criticized by the Black community right now. And I think this is very, very interesting because she is not doing herself any service or any justice or any help. What's this word I'm using, guys? She hasn't done herself any service? Is that what I'm looking for? So we covered on the member stream, I think last week, that we couldn't seem to find favors. Thank you, chat. Favors. She hasn't doing herself any favors. Thank you, chat. We covered that we can't seem to find her accreditation. We can't seem to find her dissertation. We can't seem to find her how she got her doctorate. Like we can't seem to find paperwork. And then Dr. Hold on. What's her name? She was on Mark Lamont. It was I finished it. It was a great conversation. Hold on. I've got to learn her name. Oh, I can see her face. I can see her TikTok. No, I can't remember. Anybody got it? Anybody remember? Oh, I'm going to remember. She was really great. Chad said, I believe in you. You shouldn't. Raquel, Dr. Raquel. Was it Dr. Raquel? I think it's Dr. Raquel. Right? Mark Lamont Hill. Hold on. Is it Dr. Raquel? We are Charlie Cook. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, yeah, Dr. Raquel Martin. Okay, Dr. Raquel Martin. And she came on, did an amazing interview with Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. And that was really great. And for the record, guys, I'm still recovering my spoons. My brain is definitely not as good as it should be today. Okay, so you're just like, okay. But I will say that, Chad said that's my favorite stim. Is it the Charlie Kirk song? Guys, I was going to show you this later, but I'm going to show it to you multiple times now. I cannot get this out of my head. It's driving my partner crazy. It says, first to Kirk outside of a Planned Parenthood during mass religious psychosis. The pro-lifers were at Planned Parenthood, and the kids came to meme, and I fucking can't get over how funny this is.
We are Charlie.
Why is it so funny? Fuck, I will never not think. People are so funny, bro. And I like how shitty the music is. And I like how everything is so bad. And it's so funny. It's so funny. And you're going to listen to that a few times for today's stream. Because old people, I'm so sick of them. I'm so sick of old people. Wait, why is chat saying, okay, who? Does somebody need to be blocked? What's happening? Is there a troll in the chat? Oh, fuck. That's so funny. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't see anybody in chat, but people keep saying maybe we should block them. Block who? Did I miss something? Oh, man. Oh, I was sweating, bro. Sweating. Oh, I see it. I got you. Okay, got a racist troll in the chat. Got it. Okay, blocked. Okay, I'm sorry. Back to Dr. Cheyenne, who is grifting and ruining the Black community. No, I'm just kidding. That was crazy. But she is actually like kind of grifting. So, okay, here's the interview she did at the Breakfast Club to clear things up. Okay, to clear things up.
Your doctorate because people can't find your dissertation online.
Mm-hmm.
How are you responding to that in this new era of your life?
I'm going to clear it up once on here. I'm not doing it again. And I'm clearing it up for my doc squad, for my fan base, for my audience who deserve to hear me address it. For the folks who have already made up their mind to not like me or not understand me, listen, I don't give a fuck what your narrative is. I would like for you to recreate it, double down on it, and run that shit. Because I don't give a fuck about it. Now, to my doc squad, my fan base, my folks, you know, my village, it's very simple. I went to a school, Argosy University, completed an entire program. I went back online to get my official transcripts because I was applying to a law school many years ago to be a professor there. And I had to provide my transcripts, right, to get hired. And I went to contact the school and say, hey, I need my official transcripts. I need my entire thing. And there was no school. I was like, okay, I'm confused. I Google. It says this school has been shut down. I said, oh, well, they got to have records. I mean, they were accredited when I attended the school. They were accredited when I finished the program. I go and look, there is a third party that has the records. Where I contact the third party, that third party only holds records for 2 years. I was past my 2 years. So that means that I had no access to records. And then I contacted, financial aid. You can't make up financial aid. It shows that I paid for a doctoral program alongside my master's program and my undergrad program. And they said, we can fully refund you your money under one circumstance. We give you your money back. You don't get credit for not a class, a course, a program you took in this university, at this institute. So do you want us to refund you? Or do you want us not? I said no, because I didn't want to risk the chance of them saying, well, we're going to give you back your money, and it wipes out your entire program. Luckily, I had, I do this with all of the schools. I had downloaded from the actual student portal my transcripts at that time, and I was able to get just about all of my transcripts, including up to like dissertation. But everything else, there's just no holding take for any of our records, which I think is completely effed up. Just in
they
general.
are going to kill you online this week. They're going to say she has no records. They just want to hate you regardless.
No, that's fine. And it's not even that there's no records that I don't. The school had a third party that carried the records only for a limit of 2 years. So it's not me, it's any student that attended Argosy. But again, it doesn't, how can I say it? It doesn't affect me, because if I chose to go get a license as an LMFT, I have my master's in marriage and child therapist, I have my hours. I can just take that and say, hey, let me submit these for licensure, and I want to go sit for my exam, and I'll have to do a study. I don't need a doctorate in counseling psychology to go get licensed as a therapist. That's what we're all missing.
The conversation.
All right. So she has degrees from multiple schools. The doctorate was allegedly through the school that shut down. I think everything else was from credible schools, like pretty well-known schools, right? In California. Okay. So then the question is, when she finished her master's, did she attempt to get a doctorate so she could be a PhD to call herself a doctor in order to get credibility socially? So she went the easiest route that was the most accessible to her, but didn't come to fruition. Or based off of comments that I did see but could not verify, people said their family members also went to the same closed down college and did have paper trailed paperwork. They had like actual paperwork from the school. If this is true, I feel like there's a lawsuit that can happen or something. I don't know. I'm not in academia. I never went to college. So I don't actually have the lived experience of dealing with these things. To be honest with you, a lot of this is very confusing to me. Do you have it or don't you have it? You know what I mean? And so the dilemma here is she's trying to say, but I do have something for real. It's this thing, right? But you have this other thing. And this is why I say, like, going to college just to learn, fabulous. Also, you should be careful where you're learning from, though, because college is a business in the US, and there are a lot of businesses that pretend to be colleges, and even if they're accredited, socially speaking, you do not want to be in this situation. So just something to think about if you are thinking about going to university and you're thinking about the quickest way, the cheapest way to go, just to get it over with. It might not be worth getting it over with if by the end of it, you're in this position. You should go to learn, you should spend the money on it, and you should get into a reasonably good school with a good reputation-ish that will allow you afterwards not to deal in this situation, okay? Because I could not imagine spending any amount of money on an education just to be questioned about it and have this be my reputation. Like, I'm not even risking it. I'm either going to a school that at least is good enough. It doesn't have to be the fanciest, but at least is good enough to not have to deal with this. Okay. And the fact that she's not self-aware enough about it feels a little bit scam adjacent, which is why people, like, again, how you talk matters. You see, oh, great example to move this into the Tyler conversation from the beginning of stream. How you talk matters. It's why even I, as an autistic person, that yes, in a safe space, don't have to always think about how I'm talking, but culture to culture does. As an example, when I came to Croatia, you guys have maybe heard this story, but I'll tell it again. When I came to Croatia, I pulled an American, a US, okay? When I'd be walking on the sidewalk, I'd be like, hi, hello. And I'd see little dogs and kids would be like, hello, like, hi, how are you? And the parents were like this. And then they'd look at my partner and they'd look at me and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. What am I doing? And my partner's like, don't look at buddy. Don't look at anybody. Don't say good morning unless you have to. Don't make eye contact and don't talk to anybody's kids. And I was like, but how would they, and he's like, don't. And I was like, okay. Okay. And so, you know, Chacha, as a Croatian, I would also be perplexed. Dobar dan. Jesam Amerikanka. Jesam Britney Simon. Malo razumijem hrvatski. So. Bravo. Hvala. Thank you. Anyways, you know, like, okay, I'm going to get there. Like, I'm going to get there where I pick up. Okay, so this is why the social cues are important. This is why communication is key. Okay, because, and that's just a little bit of the class. Thank you guys. Just like a little bit there. I'm getting there. But like, that's why you have to learn social cues. Okay. Because if you don't, you will miscommunicate with people. And this includes when you're autistically speaking English to somebody who speaks English. Okay? Yeah, Amerikanka versus Amerikanats. Amerikanats? One's a boy, one's a girl. Amerikanka is for a girl. Amerikanats is for a man. It's a gendered language too. It's a gendered language. Yeah, it's going to take me a while to get it, but I'm getting there. Okay? But yeah, like social expectations, chat, great point, says this happened to me in Massachusetts visiting from Texas. Exactly. Now, I will say in the right social situations, I've done perfectly fine, right? Like when I was at the store and there was this little girl in front of me and she put the cart in the shopping cart and the mom and I were chatting and I go, oh my gosh, like what a sweet girl, or what a good girl, or what a you know, upstanding citizen kind of joke. And the mom laughed and then we, you know, walked in the same direction. We chatted for a bit. You know what I mean? So it's like there have been moments. Now the people at our local store not only know who I am, but they practice Croatian with me. So I was at one of my local stores where the girlies know me and they've been practicing my Croatian with me. So like people can be very warm and very sweet and very excited to see, because they've seen me for the last, like, I've been going to the same places. I'm a very routine based girly. So the same people have been seeing me in the same places so I get to know people, you know? And so it was really sweet. But this is what I'm talking about. Like reading the room is so, so important. It's just like, it's really, really important. So same thing with Dr. Cheyenne or Tyler, anybody else. The reason they feel like liars is because when I ask you a question, I shouldn't need, hold on, how long is this clip? 3.5 minutes. A yes or no question took her 3.5 minutes, and I still don't know what the answer is. You know what I mean? Hello? So that's why it feels like you're lying. Because why did it take you 3.5 minutes to say nothing? You know? Okay, let me see. Let me chat. Chat says, welcome to the gendered language. Congratulations. Your table now has a gender. Bro, Arabic is also gendered and Sudath is gendered, but like I was not ready. I was not ready, bro. You know, Chat says Croatia is very warm, but not in casual interactions. We also hate small talk. It's not Scandinavia or Germany where people are not very social. Yeah, I would say that I've had, especially now at this point, much more positive and warm interactions with people in general. I've gone to the pharmacy. I try to go to the pharmacy alone and practice, or at least say like, can I get this? You know, when I went to go get Indiana her medication, my cat, you go to the normal pharmacy because you need an inhaler. And I went to the pharmacy and I like got her medication, you know, all by myself with my little med card. And that was cute, you know. Jess says, does Dr. Bright not have proof of her own dissertation? No, apparently she's saying that she can't get a hold of it somewhere. But then in further interviews, I don't know if I'm going to get
They
copyrighted.
say the reason that you don't get questioned or
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I wonder if I'll get copyrighted for this. I don't think so. She said in one of the interviews that she also couldn't explain what it was on, which is why people were even questioning more. They're like, you don't know what
They
you
say
did
the
your education on? Or let me see. This is the pretty privileged conversation. Let me see.
reason that you don't get questioned or tested as much is because of your quote unquote looks.
I said this last time I was on. You might be my alter ego brother, because some of the stuff you say is just right up the alley of what needs to be addressed. So there's pretty privilege, and I've learned that there's pretty punishment. And I didn't really understand that term until I got into my field. And I want to say this: I've been in my field for 18 years. I didn't get into this field to become famous, to become a celebrity. I got in this field because I was a little girl from the inner city who was tenacious and determined to make it out. And I had a lot of broken pieces and abandonment. And when God provided me tools that helped me take my broken pieces and make peace from it, go from my wilderness into my promised land.
She's doing a lot of like where I came from to where I am now without considering how many people it came at the expense of. Jay-Z did this in a recent interview where he said, what's wrong with being a billionaire? Like, it didn't come at the expense of anybody, when we knew for a fact it came at the expense of many people on the come up. And same with Dr. Cheyenne. It's like they want to play like their way of doing things didn't come at the expense of communities, which is why Dr. Raquel was so upset, because she felt like she directly engages with Black communities. I love Dr. Raquel. She said, hold on. She said, I'm pro-Black. I'm for the Black community. He, she, and they. And I was like, I love her. I love her. He, she, and they. Dr. Raquel Martin. Dr. Raquel Martin. I love her. She uses words like informed consent. Love her, love her, love her, love her, love her. And that's the difference between her and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who is very like, people are mad because I'm pretty. And it's like, girl, hello? Like, wait.
Which I talk about in my book, Live Your Promise. I thought, wait a minute, I got to make sure I give everybody I come in contact with these principles, because everyone deserves that freedom and that healing that I'm experiencing, what I call God's peace. All right. And so with that, people got a whiff of it. And, you know, the fan base, the folks made me famous, made me a celebrity. I did not grow up and say, hey, I want to just listen. I mean,
I do think fan bases make celebrities. I do deeply believe this. Like, I think a good brand helps. Obviously, a good brand is everything. But without the audience who says yes to the brand, I do think that's true. That's why people are questioning Dr. Cheyenne for manipulating people into becoming fans, because she's lying. Because I automatically trusted her in the sense that she said she had an accomplishment like being called Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I was like, oh, so she did her work. So I gave her leniency based off of this perspective. Not that I was pulling my punches or something, but that oh, cool, you did the work. You get I'm not going to take it away from her. But now it's like, oh, wait, am I giving you credit for something you didn't do? Because it is a big deal to go to school, guys. It is a big deal to finish. It is a big deal to get a dissertation. It is a big deal to be called doctor. I would never want to take that away from somebody, even if I didn't like them. Like, but the idea is like, are you, what's this word I'm looking for? Like, what's this, stolen valor? You know, is that what's happening?
Looking woman. I've had access to the industry for my entire life. If I wanted to be famous, I would have went maybe the actress route or the modeling route. Easy.
She has 4 million followers on Instagram. I mean, I would say she's pretty famous, but like famous in the bubble, which we all, most people are. Most people are not 100 million followers, right?
Easy call for me. So none of that. No one.
Like, there are so many people who have never heard of Mr. Beast, but he is famous. But I've met people who are like, who are Mr. Beast? Who's Mr. Beast? I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Goes to college and gets multiple degrees to say I want to be famous. Now, do I love it here? Yeah, I love it. I'm grateful for it. I appreciate it.
Well, hold on.
If folks would focus on, Doc, how did you create your own lane? I don't want to be you, but damn it, I want my own lane to occupy. I would give them the tools like I'm doing in my book, Live Your Promise, about how I did it, how I went from the hood to the hills. Was it hard? Yeah. Is it possible? Absolutely. Am I the only one that can do it? Hell no. The tools I use, if you apply it, you will get the same result, just like baking a cake.
They say the reason that you don't get questioned or
Yeah, I don't know where that clip went. Let me see. This one I watched. This one explains how healing heals your marriage, navigate the Trump administration. No, that's Mayor. That's somebody else. I feel like there was a clip. Well, either way, I didn't prep it because I wasn't thinking about talking about it. But that's the update on Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I will say I am not confident in that explanation. Like, I don't understand what was just said. 3.5 minutes to tell me yes or no, do you have a doctorate? Did you do your work? Like, and that sucks. Like, nobody wants to see somebody do that. It looks bad on everybody. And I think that's why people feel upset about it, because man, like, people really work hard for this stuff. And you already have a situation where you're a Black woman, and obviously Dr. Raquel Martin talks, just basically like, you say you're helping the Black community, and this goes for every community. If you say you're helping the trans community, you say you're helping the gay community, you say you're helping this community, then help the community. Don't just ride the benefit of the community, have the community support you and then abandon them, which we've seen time and time again with a lot of celebrities. Like, this happens in every group. There's always somebody. You can think about Andrew Tate or men converting to Islam all of a sudden, like, that's going to make Muslims look good. And then you can think about trans or gay people that grift, and it's like, bro. And then it's like, so like, it's not that you don't get to exist in the world without being a representation of your community. It's that whether you like it or not, as a public figure, you will be considered a representation of your community. And if your whole clientele is by and for the community, then you should right by the community. But obviously within our community bubbles, there's always like the different kinds of ways people do things. The gay community is we have the same thing in the queer community as a whole. It's like, there are very different pockets of queer communities, and everyone's got their star, everyone's got their main characters, and then some of those main characters might be in prison or serving a jail time right now. And it's like, who knows what's happening? Who knows what's going on? But that's the point, is like, we don't know. But this is why it's a struggle when we pedestal people, because it feels like if they do anything wrong in their life, now it's a reflection of the community. But the truth is like, you know what I mean? Now, I will say this. Remember when Natalie was talking to Breonna Taylor Gray, and she said, why can Trump be so pro-Israel and can get elected, but Kamala can't? And it's because Trump is willing to do the most evil fucking shit, and his base doesn't care. Kamala Harris's base, actually, a lot of them do care. So they're willing to accept that she's better than Trump in some ways, but they're still expecting her to do better. So like, the fact that Natalie was like, well, I don't understand why he won, but she couldn't. Trump literally said he could walk into the street and kill somebody and people would still vote for him. He wouldn't lose any votes because his base doesn't care. That's the difference, Natalie. You know what I mean? It's like, and that kind of fuels the way between like, I think there's some deep part of people who really believe like nobody cares, but I don't think that's true. I do think people care. Oh, Chess said, is she a Christian counselor who's branding herself as a licensed counselor in general? Dr. Bryant is a Christian. Is she just pulling a Christian grift? It is pretty typical in Christian bubbles to grift as a medical counselor as a guise for being spiritual or religious. That's interesting. She is. She talked about believing in God and stuff. Chad said it's interesting, Bray, you described not doing the pop culture rat race because it's unethical. She talked about it like it's a beneath her. Well, I think the difference too is that it's a lie. She has 4 million followers on Instagram and I have 4,000. She's hanging out and communicating with some of the worst unethical men in the world. in entertainment, I should say. And I am declining collaborations with anybody who slightly is different than me, ethics wise. So yeah, obviously, like, that's also a grift. Like, that's the grift too, right? Is that, like, I know why, you know, I'm where I'm at. I understand climbing the networking ladder. I want to do that. I just want to do it in an ethical way, right? Again, though, if I was a brand, it would be a little bit different, because a brand means you collab with anybody in your space. We're going to talk about that in a second, actually. Let's take a 2-minute break, and when I get back, we'll talk about this, because this is the Hassan Sam Harris stuff. Sam Harris has a video called Hassan Piker is the Left's Nick Fuentes, which I'm going to assume is Sam being completely fucking out of touch, because he's been out of touch for 12, 15 years now, maybe even 20 years. But anyways, let me take a break. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Gonna make some DK off. Give me a second. You can listen to Elvin's music in the description, on Spotify, on YouTube. You're listening to Elvin. She's very talented. Check her out. Links down below. I'll be right back. Da-na-na. Da-da-da. I should join a band. I'm just kidding. Sorry, that was mean. You know what? Listen. Listen. Move over. Move over, Alphaba. Do you guys think I sing better than Cynthia Erivo? Because honestly, I feel like she can't even hit those notes. Like, I feel like if people would just give me a chance, I could prove I'm better than her. That's what Tyler sounds like to me. That is literally what he sounds like to me. Nobody asked this man what he thinks about Cynthia Erivo. He's gonna be like, actually, I really feel like she overplayed the character. I actually think she like overdid it. Okay. We are Charlie Cook. I hate them for making that so funny. Okay, but it's the gays who made it funny. That's really who made it funny, is the gays. Okay. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Okay. Sam Harris made a video called Hassan Piker is the left's Nick Fuentes, which is just the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Let's watch it.
I think the fact that the New York Times is burnishing Hassan Piker as though he were the future of progressive politics in America is a very bad sign. I think it's it's done immense brand damage in my mind to the Times. I mean, as though that hasn't been happening for years and years. But I mean, it's just such a colossal moral and political error. But it makes me worry that I'm just wish casting all of this, and that the Democratic Party is unrecoverable now. I mean, I just think the fact that the people at the New York Times think that Hassan Piker is worth signal boosting tells me something.
I mean, exactly, Sam, because he's not progressive enough. He's not radical enough. I agree with Sam Harris. Hassan Piker is way too kind to the Democrats and way too passive. He needs to be more radical. We need somebody more radical. Wow, who knew Sam Harris was finally going to become a leftist? We love to see it. I am being very sarcastic for my autistic people in the chat. We are being very sarcastic.
It tells me that I'm either they're out of touch or I'm out of touch with the culture of left of center.
You, girl.
Because
left of center, boo! Left of center, boo! That's the problem. Left of center, call yourself a conservative, why don't you? Boo!
he's basically our Nick Fuentes. That exaggerates it by 10%. But I mean,
I love you, chat. You're my favorite. Chat says, I'm so sorry to this man. Who is he? The name is familiar, but that's kind of it. God bless you. God bless you. Sam Harris is one of the original atheist kingpins. He wrote a lot of books, moved into some Buddhist stuff, or Buddhism things, and meditation stuff. He's also a crazy Islamophobe, crazy obsessed Islamophobe. Okay, only defends women's rights when it's against Muslims. He's very out of touch. He's very boomer. He's very calling Hassan Nick Fuentes. You know how much I criticize Hassan. Okay. Calling him Nick Fuentes is so outrageous. I mean, Nick Fuentes was such a threat that they took away banks and he couldn't even fly. Hassan Piker at most is kind of spicy on stream, which I know Sam Harris regrets it now, but this man was hanging out with Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry, she's not beautiful. And my wife is not Miss Piggy, even though I sound like Kermit the Frog. Okay? And Sam Harris regretted it. He was like, I can't believe I ever worked with those men. Okay, girly. But calling Hassan Piker Nick Fuentes is so ridiculous. Hassan Piker is a celebrity at this point. He's annoying, but he's not radical enough, and he's definitely got to work on his misogyny and stuff. But he's not Nick fucking Fuentes, who doubts the Holocaust, who equates Jewish people to cookies. Do you know what I'm saying? And Sam should know this, but he doesn't because he's a boomer and he's out of touch. He's so out of touch that the only thing that can make me get through this is this video here.
We are Charlie.
See, Sam Harris doesn't know culture, because if he did, he would really enjoy this video of what looks like a gay man trolling pro-lifers at an abortion clinic, okay? There's nothing funnier than trolling you know what I'm saying? Okay? He just needs, every time I even think of what Sam Harris could have done in terms of being a thinker and being like, oh yes, you know who Hassan reminds me of? Nick Fuentes. It's like, sir. Come on, girl, get with it. Like, be so this is why I can't criticize Hassan, because I don't want to be lumped in with these people. That's the problem. It's like, I feel like, can nobody valid criticize Hassan? Why is it always the centrist conservative losers?
It's totally irredeemable character. I mean, I'm just launching into Hassan Piker now because it's time.
Keep going since you're on him. But
I mean, he's someone who he's on record saying that America deserved 9/11. He supports Hamas. He supports Hezbollah. He supports the Houthis.
Brother.
He's needless to say, he thinks that Israel is an apartheid state that is guilty of genocide in Gaza.
I mean,
I'm sure we'll get to the genocide charge.
It's because Sam's a bit of a Zionist, and by a bit, I mean a real Zionist. That's the problem, is Sam Harris is Zionist. You know, and I get it, like, okay, you're a Jew, blah, blah, blah. But, like, also, there are a lot of Jewish people who are not Zionists. That's why being a Zionist doesn't equate to being Jewish. But, like, he is a Zionist. And so that's the dilemma. Israel is committing a genocide. Okay? They've killed so many people at this point. Did you see the video of a family who buried their father and settlers came and tried to take over the land and they had to unbury their father and move him to a different plot? Did you see that video? Fucking devastating. Devastating. Hassan, yes, uses hyperbole. Yes, exaggerates. Yes, he says things that makes people upset. I myself, many years ago, made a video called 9/11 is overrated because I felt like, how could the U.S. every year put on this big show for 9/11, which was, you know, reasonable because those people died, and not understand they're causing a 9/11 in someone's life every day? And that's the dilemma. We don't care. It happened to us one fucking time. And we act like the most victimized country when we do it to other people all the time. Israel is they've caused, what, like 100 9/11s in the last few, like, what are you thinking? So when Hassan says America deserves 9/11, he's saying we have created a circumstance in which we have punched down so many times, eventually someone's going to punch back. And I'm saying the world is the way it is because of us as a whole. Okay, patriarchy is playing a role, misogyny is playing a role, but especially our need for violence is playing a role. So Hassan is using hyperbole to make a point. That's what he's doing. Okay, so for Sam Harris, who claims to be intellectual, to not understand this is ridiculous, given that he used to hang around Christopher Hitchens, Jordan Peterson, Richard Dawkins. Some of the most foul shit has come out of these men's mouth. Sam himself, some of the most foul shit has come out of his mouth. And the fact that he is sitting here going after Hassan and equating him to Nick Fuentes when they are not even the same.
Another context. He's just not, he represents, and just remember what the New York Times has done. They gave him a very favorable style section profile. They gave him his own op-ed. Ezra Klein idiotically embraced him in an op-ed titled "Hassan Piker is not the enemy." There was more. He was on a.
He's such a boomer, bro. He's literally such a boomer. And Ezra Klein, little fence-sitting, Charlie Kirk-loving centrist. You know what I mean? Can't stand Ezra Klein. But that's the thing is, like, I don't even. You know how much I criticize Hassan, but that's what's so frustrating is it feels like sometimes I have to like hold my tongue because I don't want to be associated with these guys. Because, like, what is this logic? But Sam Harris, to me, has been a grifter for so long. Or has been, not a grifter. You know what Sam Harris is? He's out of date. You know, did you see the article about Charles Darwin? Do you see the article about Richard Dawkins talking about how AI is its conscience? How it's like alive? Sir, you know, Chesed, is it old media mad at new media? Well, it shouldn't be. I mean, guys, if you do not know the history of the atheist community, these men built, they were the original gamers. Like, they were the original streamers in terms of, like, the shit they would say about religious people, the way they would go after Christians and Muslims, the way these people rose to prominence by saying the most outrageous fucking shit about religious people because they were trying to, like, challenge the status quo. And the fact that they are now being like, oh my God, this is very improper. This is so improper. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh wow. I don't know about this. This is so wrong. Why are we doing this? And I'm like, They built their whole platform after, you know what I mean? And so for them to now be like, oh my goodness, I'm so offended. It's like, what?
Another, at least 2 New York Times podcasts, one of which he was there celebrating micro looting against corporations that you just think have too much.
Oh my God. How can they steal from these billionaire companies? What do they need to do? Eat? Ugh. Ugh. He's like, oh no, people have to eat? Like, gross. I hate when people eat.
Money. I mean, this is just not anything like sanity for the Democrats, right? This is suicide in 2028. So.
Oh yeah. Because supporting the genocide wasn't suicide, even though every poll shows that Kamala Harris went down in the polling after she took Israel's side. Oh, brother.
We can talk. I mean, obviously, wealth
Can we play a
inequality.
clip for a second? I'd love to play a clip from, I think it's
Yeah.
Pod Save America. Yeah, that's his.
Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial.
Hamas? Okay, this is so stupid. Every brain cell in... This is what I'm saying. Am I smarter than Sam Harris? Because, you know, you go throughout your life thinking you're an idiot, and then the smartest person in the room says something, you're like, uh-oh, am I smarter than the smartest person in the room? Obviously, when he says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, he's saying they don't have the firepower or manpower or backing of the United States to commit as many deaths. They are literally, by number, less destructive than Israel and the United States. That is just literally the point of the hyperbole. I feel like I might be a genius. I might be a literal genius to be able to understand what Hassan is saying because it's so fucking obvious.
Apartheid state.
I stand by that.
Do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, you know, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well, but like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. And Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open air prison before October 7. So my perspective on this has always been that I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right? Or it's like internal governance issues are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion or instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that, you know, chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they were.
I think I got enough of this clip. Right.
I think that's the end of it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't see that podcast, and I don't know how Favreau dealt with that. You know,
Did you see anything Hassan ever says? Do you understand the context of what you're watching? Are you ever going to change your mind or open to changing your mind when it comes to Zionism or protecting Israel? Are you open to holding governments accountable for committing genocide? He's so anti-Trump, Sam Harris. Last time I checked in, at least. Is he changed on that? Does anybody know? He's so anti-Trump, but he's not anti-Netanyahu? What is going on?
Vomitous confusion, but I can't imagine the fact that he was talking to the guy in the first place makes me worry that, again, the Democrats are lost here, right?
Sam doesn't understand. We don't care about the Democrats. Like Hassan, I do think plays too nice with the Democrats, but we don't care about them. So his whole need to cater to the Democrats is him admitting he is basically a conservative. Or basically, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know people who are Democrat right now, especially if they just left conservatism, feel really liberated. And I love that for you. And I think that's so important. I get it. I've been there. And also, you're at the beginning. Being a Democrat is like, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's a bit boomer. You know, it's like you're not getting it.
So if you want President J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson or
girl,
I guess in the best case, Marco Rubio, well, then by all means, you know, signal boost Hassan Piker for the next 2 years. But it's a disaster.
But it's not Hassan. That was going to happen regardless of Hassan existing because the Democrats have been fucking it up for years.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's very hard for me to know what's going on in the Democratic Party, really. I mean, we have 77% of Democrats who think that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. That's those are Hassan Piker's people. 77% is a big number. That attests to some serious moral.
That isn't Hassan's. He's being so intellectually dishonest. Sam, that talking point, that positioning is not just Hassan Piker's positioning. Other governments around the world are protecting or in favor of Palestine over Israel. Like, he's saying it like that's Hassan, like Hassan is the one who made it up. Hassan is not the one who decided it was a genocide. It is a genocide. Hassan is just the young person representing that particular wing, but like that is not, Hassan didn't get to decide that. It has been decided.
And political confusion on that issue alone. I mean, for anyone who's confused about that, I mean, the word genocide means something. It meant something yesterday or the day before that. It means the effort to eradicate a people in whole or in part as such, right? It's like, you know, the Nazis killed Jews, tried to kill every last Jew they could get their hands on because they were Jews. The Hutus tried to kill all the Tutsis.
Okay, again, every time you tell the Holocaust story, which is so important, you also forget the first people that Hitler targeted were disabled people, autistic people, trans people. Okay? Yes, he targeted the Jews. And yes, 6 million, 8 million, a bunch of people died. Okay, who knows what the total number was if you count every single minority, every single person who ever came in touch, every person who died way after it even ended, because they don't just get killed. This genocide isn't going to kill people today. It's going to kill people in 20 years. The Holocaust didn't kill people it killed people years later. I don't know how the numbers get tallied, but I know when Palestine is done, whatever that means, because it's been happening for how many years, it's like that number is going to go up. That number isn't done yet. Okay. So like it's an ever evolving number. And that's the problem is like, I mean, I think last time we checked in, it was, I want to say like 130,000. And that was like mild estimates of people dying in Palestine, mild estimates. Like, right? Like that we're not even done. And so again, why is it even happening? You know, why is Lebanon being bombed right now? Why is Jordan being looked at? Why are people looking at it? And Netanyahu has, you know, this goal of making a new Israel. Like, what are we doing here? Like, Netanyahu's obviously, he called himself Genghis Khan over Jesus Christ. Like, what are we doing here? You know, Sam says he's so against the Houthis. Are you against Genghis Khan? Because that's what Netanyahu says he is, Genghis Khan. So, you know what I mean? Like, Hassan is... Okay, but you're not even engaging in what he's saying. He is saying something, even if you disagree with the way he's saying it. He is saying something that is reasonable.
With machetes over the course of 100 days in 1994, those are genocides, and we need that word. If we're going to redefine genocide to mean, you know, simply a war we don't like or a war that has too much collateral damage, well, then we're just going to need to invent a new word to signify actual genocides, which are again efforts to eradicate people.
This is the rape conversation. Like, oh, if everything is rape, then we're going to need a new word to define rape. It's still rape. It's still genocide. You don't like that that's the word we're using because you're like, well, technically it's not. It is. It is what's happening. Is it a targeted effort to eradicate a group of people? That is what he is doing. That is what is happening.
Simply because they belong to a specific group. And by that measure, Hamas is explicitly and has always been a genocidal organization. This group of paramilitary fighters who are exclusively orphans, whose internal procedures Hassan Piker can quibble with, but they have a Politburo. I mean, this guy is such a colossal moron. It's a genocidal organization that aspires to genocide directly in its charter, and since October 7th has said it would repeat October 7th again and again and again ad infinitum. If it had the ability, it would kill every Jew in Israel. We know that. All the Palestinians know that. Hassan Piker knows that. There's a lot of people on the left who apparently are confused about that or don't.
Listen, you'll never see me support a group of men. Never. I would never support Hamas. I think men are, as a system and as a culture, useless because they engage in patriarchy. If you happen to be a man who doesn't engage in patriarchy, love you. You're my favorite. Okay. But Hamas engages in patriarchal tactics to engage in forms of what they call freedom fighting or liberation because they are under occupation from Israel. I don't like it. You don't like it. What could disband Hamas? What could happen that would change the way things are happening? You know what I mean? It's like you're not willing to do it. You're not willing to do what it would take to actually heal the wounds of the people that Israel has massacred for all these years, all these decades. And so because you won't do that, you have to make this inconsequential group of people, inconsequential in terms of war, not in terms of the lives taken. Okay, Hamas did kill people, right? We're not saying it that way. In terms of war, in terms of numbers, if we're speaking patriarchally, you either dominate, so you massacre women, men, children, which Israel has said. People I have shown you so many videos of Israeli leadership saying, we don't care, men, women, children, we don't care, right? So again, you can't say Israel is better than Hamas because Hamas exists because of everything that's happened. And also, men always go to this answer. Men as a system always go to violence. So the fact that Sam should know this because he studied patriarchal religions but can't figure it out because he's still misogynistic, this is why he only supports women's rights when it comes to talking bad about Islam. Like, his obsession with like liberalism and his obsession with the West is actually just white supremacy. That is like white supremacy propaganda. The insinuation that these group of people, these white people, these liberal ideas is the height of intelligence is a white supremacist talking point. It is propaganda. And he's fallen for it, you know?
Care, either because they're so anti-Semitic or they're so deranged by the psyop that's been worked on them over Gaza. But there has been no genocide in Gaza, right? It doesn't matter how many people were killed. It's still not a genocide, as witnessed by the fact that Israel could commit genocide anytime it wants and hasn't, right? I mean,
Bro.
No country attempting genocide sends millions of text messages and cell phone calls and drops.
I always hear this from pro-Israeli people. Like, they send pamphlets down, they send text messages, they let people know. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking so stupid? You're bombing someone's house. You're displacing people. You're committing. Does he think that's ethical? Like, does he think, oh, like, look how good Israel is. They're displacing all these people and taking away their homes. Imagine you got a text message that said, hey, get out of your house or I'm going to bomb it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Get out of your house. I'm about to bomb it. Just imagine, like, somebody sending you a message just like, hey, grab everything you know, and does that make it better, sir? And then what if people don't leave? They're still going to bomb them, right? And they still have gone through and taken over people's lands, made people, you know, take their dead out of the ground and move them. Like, we're talking about men, women, and children being massacred because Israel wants to, like, what are you talking about?
Leaflets trying to get people to evacuate buildings before they bomb them. No country trying to commit genocide opens humanitarian corridors in the middle of its war.
Well, what if Hitler only asked the Jews to get on trains because he wanted to make it easier on them to transport them to the camps? That wasn't really a genocide, really. It was just an inconvenience. That's why he had to kill that many people. He wasn't trying to genocide the Jews. He just needed them to move. And then when he didn't need them anymore, he was like, oh, I don't know what to do with all these people. I guess I'll just kill them. What are you talking about, bro?
No country trying to commit genocide sends its own sons and daughters at great peril
Obviously sarcasm.
to clear booby-trapped buildings rather than just obliterating them from the sky at no risk to themselves, right? This is just not...
Well, don't say no risk to yourself. You're facing international law. Netanyahu's a wanted criminal. You know what I mean? Don't say not at the consequence of... There are consequences. And Netanyahu's trying to do as much destruction as he can before he keels over. And that's why he said he's Genghis Khan and not Jesus Christ. Because Netanyahu thinks he's doing it for the legacy of Genghis Khan, who, by the way, was a rapist, who, by the way, just murdered and massacred groups of people. Was Genghis Khan a good person? Then why are you supporting Netanyahu? Why don't you understand that's what Hassan is saying? Like, that's what all of us are saying. We're saying the guy who is identifying as Genghis Khan, probably don't want to be on his side, bro. Probably don't want to be on his side.
None of this makes any sense. So that the use of the word genocide is nothing short of a blood libel. And it's intended as such by people who know what they're talking about.
Oh, brother.
But it seems to be confusing 77% of Democrats, right? And so, and the New York Times is now participating in this confusion. And Pod Save America, one of the biggest liberal podcasts, is participating in this confusion. It's just not, I mean, it's deeply immoral, but it's also just not functional politically. And all of this is going to come back to make whoever we put forward under these forces in 2028 unelectable if he or she has to pay lip service to this shibboleth that Israel is now a genocidal apartheid state, And we all know that, the war in Gaza was totally unjust.
So we're getting pushback from the audience saying it doesn't matter how many people were killed. It couldn't be a genocide is not an accurate statement.
Oh, of course. Okay. So.
Oh, okay. Now we're not even going to see it, are we? Okay. Let me just say this. First of all, I do not want to become a member of Sam Harris's place. Thank you.
I
So
think the
obviously,
fact that
like I said, this is intellectually dishonest. And at the same time, it is what a lot of people believe. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people do believe this. A lot of people do think that he's right? Now this says shutting off aid and water to a population under a blockade goes against collateral damage, Sam. Like that's what I'm trying to make people understand. Did we forget that Israel blocked food from coming in? Did we forget they turned off water? Did we forget that they starved people out? Are we forgetting that Palestinians had to go into the sea and eat sea turtles that they could find, if possible? That there were AI videos of allegedly countries sending food to them that wasn't coming? Did we all forget that happened? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, but they sent a pamphlet. They sent a text message. This is why Netanyahu is in trouble with the international law, because he was starving. He was using basically like, he's a war criminal. So the fact that he's like acting like Israel has only been eradicating lives in good faith is ridiculous. And that's the part of patriarchy that I'm saying we have to deconstruct. You don't get to eradicate all of these people's lives, massacre, rape, destabilize, all of this stuff and say, oh, it's for the greater good. What greater good is going to come out of killing hundreds of thousands of people? The Holocaust was disgusting. This genocide in Palestine is disgusting. Men need to stop pretending they're heroes for murdering men, women, and children. You are not a hero. You're not a hero. And this is the problem with the US government, propaganda, fighting for your country. I'll be real. I am disgusted at the Ukraine-Russia drone videos that I am seeing on my timeline. Disgusted at the amount of people who were tricked into the Russian army. Disgusted at the fact that men are just sitting here murdering each other. Like, these boys don't want to die. Men running for their lives away from these drones. Like, girlies, they don't want to die. So these men, that's why I'm saying men as a collective, you need to stand up and advocate for yourself. Stop advocating for the draft. None of us should be drafted. Stop advocating for your government's right to come kidnap you from your home, for you to fight for a country. You shouldn't have to fight a war you don't want to fight. And what if none of us want to fight? That's what I'm saying. The future should be none of us fighting. Why are we killing each other for what? So I would love to see men turn around, come together and say, absolutely not. Not only are we not fighting this war, we're not celebrating these wars. We are not pro-draft. We are not sending our boys up. I don't want to see my brothers be drafted. I don't want to see you be drafted. It's bullshit. No one should have to fight a war that their government forces them to. And you shouldn't be shamed for that, because the government is using that as a tactic to force you to sacrifice your life in a way that they never would. That is what I'm waiting for. If men of the collective could get together and really stand up for themselves, beautiful. Beautiful, you know? What a ridiculous fucking video. What a liberal, bro. What a little centrist-y liberal. What a Weasley little liar, dude. I'm just kidding. But seriously. What a, you know, this is why I say, okay, this is my last thought. This is why I say Hassan might be a conservative one day. Because I promise you, growing up, we never thought these men who fought so hard against Christianity, who were so controversial and liberal at the time, were going to be conservatives as they got older. We thought they would keep pushing back. We thought they would keep moving forward, and they didn't. They became stagnant. Okay? All of these, quote, great men in quotation marks, all of these people that were like, oh, they would have been leftists. They would have been. Look at Sam Harris. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. Like, any of us could become Sam Harris. Any of us could become conservative if we do not keep deconstructing, challenging ourselves, and really aiming to help humans, non-human animal life, and the planet. We have to help all three. And I think that's the problem, is for him to, with a straight face, say, oh, they're not genociding Palestinians. They send them warnings. I understand from a propaganda perspective why you buy into that. I don't understand how, as an intellectual, as a person who says he's deconstructing or like being introspective, that you could ever utter those words. Like, truly think about what you just said. Like, think about it. And tell me in any way that this isn't just the most disgusting thing you could have ever said. Oh, don't worry. They text message people. So I guess it's all good that I destroyed your home, everything you built for. Here are Americans struggling for retirement in hopes to just buy a house, and the Palestinians who made it happen, they came home to rubble. What, are their homes not important as our homes? Imagine you bought a house in LA, you worked your ass off, you bought your house in Kentucky, you worked your ass off, you bought your house in New York, you worked your ass off, and then you come home and it's just rubble because some foreign government wanted to come in and fucking kill it. You know what I'm saying? Palestinians are doing the same thing we're doing. They're trying to save for retirement. They're trying to look forward to their weekends. They're trying to see their kids go to college. And then Sam's like, don't worry though. They sent a flyer and a text message. They still made their land unlivable. They still destroyed their homes. They still took away their ability to make food. They're literally pushing them out of their own space in front of us. We're watching it happen in front of our eyes. The maps are being redrawn in front of our eyes. And then Sam has the audacity to attack Hassan Piker. There's so many reasons to not like Hassan. This is not one of them. This is just not one of them. But see, Sam Harris could never dislike Hassan for any valid reason because he himself is still struggling from patriarchal beliefs, misogyny, Islamophobia, racism. He's struggling with his own fucking shit. And so he takes it out on Hassan. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. That was our reset. Okay. Now, this is the good stuff. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I am so excited. I just can't hide it. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Let me set up tech. Look, Javin was on Matt Dillahunty. Look, he's there with his little cat ears. Oh my God. Am I crazy? There it is. Hold on. We are jolly
Argue against it.
good. La 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 la. La 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 la. Give me a second. Uno momento. Hold on, let me just set this up. I just lost the comment I want to show you. Give me a second. La 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 la. I really need this guy. It's very key. I can't believe it. Oh wait, hold on. La la la. Give me a second. Okay, found it. Hee found it. Okay. Okay, so now this is crazy. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Anything from chat I gotta read? Damn it, Brittany. My autistic earworms picked up that shit and holds it, and then I sing it to my family. They want to wring my neck. Honestly, it's a banger. It's only a banger because the gays took it back. It's not a banger otherwise, you know? Okay. So let me do this. Let me do this as well. Okay. So just in case you guys are not on my side of the internet, though, you did request for me to follow or to talk about this, and I follow Britt Hartley, so easy. Matt Dillahunty, who I used to follow, but kind of fell off because he became a little bit like old school atheist thoughts. And old school atheist men they have a blind spot we're going to talk about today, where when women do philosophy, when women do spirituality, they just write it off as like silly or ridiculous, which is also the criticism I usually get around my levels is like, I am offering a philosophical framework, but because the men can't engage with it, they just assume it's bad, but it's instead of questioning why they can't engage in it. So you're going to see that happen with Matt Dillahunty here. But he made a video he says spirituality is nonsense. And I watched the whole video on my own. We're not going to watch it together because Britt's going to make a response video to it here. And she's going to go through the video on her own. I have not watched her message about it, but I want to highlight some things first. First, Matt Dillahunty is an icon in the atheist community. He's been around a long time. He infamously had a really good conversation with Jordan Peterson, in which Jordan Peterson said, apparently doing shrooms can be like spiritual and proof of otherworldly things. And Matt Dillahunty saying it's not, it's just drugs. I will just say, as a woman who's done a lot of shrooms in her life, I will say doing shrooms can be a spiritual experience, but the spiritual experience is the relationship you're having to the chemicals in your brain. So it neither proves that something exists outside of the chemicals in my brain, and yet does prove the experience the chemicals in my brain are having are so profound. It feels and is explained through spiritualism. But I think Matt is, and Jordan Peterson is, the problem they have is they want it to be one or the other. Jordan wants it to be a sign that God is real, and Matt Dillahunty wants it to be nothing but boring chemicals in which nothing matters now. And I'm like, ugh. And I'm like, okay, can I do the other thing? And I've interviewed Britt Hartley, so you guys know her and I have talked, and we sort of agree on this point that it's both. You're having, yes, a chemical reaction. Like, I'm in love with my partner. This is an example I use. I'm deeply in love with my partner. I really feel like on one side, the universe must have brought us together. This is so amazing. This is the most magical experience I've ever had. I've never felt so seen by a person. And I know it's just actually high compatibility. There's a math to it. There's a numbers game to it. There's a, obviously for the people we are right now, there's a, so you can have both things. You can have like, this feels like the most magical thing that's ever happened to me. And realistically, it's just about a compatibility. But the compatibility is so good, it might as well be magic. But it's not magic, right? So Matt has this response to Britt, right? And then in the comment sections, the chat really felt like this was an attack on Britt Hartley. Throughout his video, he does not name her. He does not make a response to her. He simply, obviously, has watched a lot of videos on spirituality, and hers were one of them, because he kept saying like, oh, spirituality and like no nonsense, like spirituality. But he's not saying no nonsense spirituality, like naming Britt's channel. He's saying it as if he just saw her TikTok and it's just coming to his mind. So I don't actually think he was subtweeting Britt, but I think it looks that way regardless of how we feel. I have a feeling he just thought it was an interesting topic, had just seen a couple of her TikToks along with other people's, and just wanted to talk about it. That, in good faith, is how I feel about his content. And as I say that, though, he also did this. This comment says, you owe Britt an apology, and he just wrote LOL. LOL? LOL? And then I realized, like, sir, like, listen, I, in good faith, don't want to think he's subtweeting her, but honestly, he might be. Okay, he might be, because that was crazy. LOL? Okay, so just to get the vibe off of his original content, and his underlining concern that I also share, he's just concerned, which I think we should all be, with scams. He's concerned that these spiritual gurus, which Teal Swan comes to mind, might be offering people salvation through a non-religious course. And Britt does have courses, and Britt does do coaching. And I think branding wise, Britt is in a really tough place because she's chosen to identify with words that are often associated with scammers. She and I, in our conversation together, also talked about interview styles and call styles. And I ended up stopping my calls because I just wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it, because I didn't want to be a coach and I didn't like the way it made the brand look. And also I just wanted to make content. So Britt and I have also talked about this, how like, I want to build community too, but I don't want to make a cult. I would love to help people one-on-one, but like, I don't want to be called a coach. And so like, it's not that all coaches are scammers or all people who sell courses are scammers. It's that the scammers use this to scam. And so even if you're genuine, which I'd like to think Britt Hartley is, it's hard to separate yourself from those bubbles. So just listen to Matt's genuine concern, and then we'll talk about Britt's response.
But if you're served up some nonsense, but somebody manages to convince you that if you just work hard enough, like they did, you will be able to understand it. And it is very, very, very important for you to understand this. And they'll be happy to help you and even certify your success for $5,000 or $4,000 or $19,000 or whatever it is. It feels like it's not nonsense. It's playing on your fear of missing out. They have found the secret. I should be able to find it too, when there's no demonstration that they've found any secret at all. Like, genuinely, I keep asking these people to offer any defense, any definition that they would like to defend, any demonstration that they actually understand the subject they're promoting, that the subject makes sense. And the closest any of these have come to an honest defense is by saying something like, hey, I don't understand it either. We're all just searching here. I just know it's real, and I'm sorry you're not there yet.
And I am sure I sound like this to a lot of people who don't like my work, which is why I've tried to work really hard to explain it to people. But as I say that, just like with any topic, you do actually have to know what I'm saying, though, to discount it. So, like, usually when I see somebody online that I'm like, you're not making sense, I go, here's why you're not making sense. I think sometimes, especially as people, because, like, look, my philosophical work is predicated on an understanding that our biological experience has obviously allowed us to have something we call a consciousness. And that consciousness allows us to see the world in a filtered way that allows me to perceive Matt Dillahunty's humanity, which then allows me to have empathy, which then allows me to feel a connection, which then allows me to feel like, I care about Matt. Why should I care about Matt if I've never met Matt? Well, because on the foundation of everything I just said, care shines through. Now I care about Matt. He's a person and I'm a person. I care about Matt. And people might say, well, why? But why? What do you mean why? I just told you. And if they don't understand, so if you deconstruct it back and they go, well, I don't understand empathy. Well, now I have to explain empathy. They don't understand connection. Well, I have to explain connection. They don't understand the idea that I look at Matt and I see a person that deserves like dignity. They're like, well, why? He's a stranger. So, okay. They don't understand. So then I have to go back to ground zero. And then you might deal with people who are like, oh yeah, like I don't see that in people. When I see a human being, I don't see a person. Okay, well now we're having a different brain experience and your filter is different than my filter, but just because you don't understand what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm not saying something that's valid. So again, I think I have really good arguments for my levels, the work that I'm doing, the stuff that I'm working on, but you have to also engage with me in good faith and you have to explain to me where you're at. But I understand what Matt's saying because there are scammers and grifters that use the same exact language to say like, oh, once you're where I'm at, you'll get it. So I also understand that, but it is also true, but it is also wrong. Anything can be, I love you can be a scam. I love you can be a scam. We're not going to stop telling our parents or people we love, I love you, because some people use I love you to scam. You have to discern whether the I love you is a scam or if it's real. Just like with anything else, right?
They'll spin the language. It's non-religious spirituality. It's no-nonsense spirituality. It's secular spirituality. You can be a spiritual director. You can be a spiritual life coach. You can be a spiritual guru for only $19.99. Maybe it's a weaker version of Dumbo's magic feather. But they won't give you the feather, which would make the claim testable. That's the key thing about Dumbo's magic feather is that you didn't need the feather at all. And the appeal of, oh, the power was within you all the time. That's a great powerful message. Doesn't mean it's a great, good quality message, but it's a powerful one because it is specifically empowering people. And if this was a version of Dumbo's magic feather and they're not giving you a feather, they're also not able to demonstrate that you can fly. They're just willing to tell you that they're confident that you can eventually fly, and so can they. And they'll give you a certificate that shows that you've taken their course where you learned their unproven method for trying to learn how to fly. So in response, not only do I challenge every single non-religious spiritual person, and yeah, if you're a religious spiritual person, you're challenged too, but I'm more irritated by the people who are doing it in the pretense of, ooh, this is non-religious. It's you don't have to be religious and you can still pretend you understand something. I challenge them all to debate the merits and reality of the subject and methods that they claim are real. You can call into the shows. You can book a debate.
So he's basically saying, come talk to me, Britt Hartley, which I hope they do. But then his response to his chat is LOL. But now I understand his chat is full of Britt Hartley fans, which honestly kind of cringe, y'all. Kind of cringe, but whatever. And like, it is like, you're obviously talking about Britney. And it's like, why are you talking about Britney this way? Look, this is how you build a brand. This is how you get popular. You start beefing with content creators. I do think it's a little cringe, but I'll not, maybe that's why I'll always be a nobody. But like, also, you know what I mean? Like, I say that like a little, I am a somebody. I don't mean to be disparaging. I mean to say that I think it's a little funny, a little bit. Okay. Chat said, does coaching need a degree or license? So no, there's no body, though there is a coaching certification program some people can go through. Dr. Raquel Martin talked about this in regards to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant actually recently, if you guys want to check that out. But basically that's the issue is a lot of people feel like there should be regulation for coaching. Look, I don't care. Make shit safe. That's all I care about. Make shit safe, figure it out. Don't be fascistic about it. I'm on board, right? I think the issue is that I don't know if he's going after Britney's education because Britney has like a master's degree. And And so because she got it when she was like, I think in her Mormon days, right? I can't remember her exact timeline, but I wonder if he's going after her education or something. I'm not sure, because Brit does use it to give herself credibility when making TikToks. And I'll transparently say, when I first came across Brit's TikTok, I banned it because I thought it was woo-woo. And then I saw her YouTube channel and I was like, oh, this woman is great. Let me go follow her on TikTok. And then I found out I had banned her and I was like, because branding matters. Like Brit, I like her TikToks now better, but I didn't love her branding either initially. But that's just because my initial like patriarchal instinct came up, like my boy brain automatically was like, ooh. And then I was like, wait, do you know what I'm saying? So I really like Britney's work. I think it's really good. And that's why I reached out for a collaboration, and I'm so glad she could do it. And I also think that it's hard to exactly communicate where you stand with people, because sometimes I will say like, oh yeah, like I'm spiritual, but only in a biological way. And people will be like, what does that mean? I think spirituality and consciousness come from that biological experience we're having. And that's why everything feels profound and connected, right? And then chat said, do you need to justify caring for people? I think you need to explain why you care for people, because I don't actually think as an animal species we naturally do. I think it is actually something that is taught and partially biological, but I think like caring and the standard in which we care is a taught phenomenon. That's why we're arguing against rape culture so hard, because rape culture is taught. And yes, it could be biological, of course, because everything's biological, but we obviously need to teach people to care about rape in order to change culture. So obviously we have data to indicate that human beings are naturally technically caring, though it really depends on how you have a relationship with human beings and connectiveness and caring about, you know, people. Like I also experience a different biological experience, a different brain experience where I feel connected to everything and everyone always. And I kind of have to move it down to kind of regulate, because I am like, I can read a story about stranger and cry about it and think about it for weeks, right? Like, and I know a lot of people are like that. I'm not alone in that. Lots of people do that. Lots of people feel deeply empathetic for people, right? I mean, I could do it for anyone though. Like you give me a person and I will find a way to cry for that person, because I will see the depth of their humanity. And I think that makes me a better person. And it also forces me to really focus on my values, because that part that's also happening, which I do think is like biological and intellectual, can also make you make excuses for bad people. So you have to be careful, right? Jess says, did you get in trouble for being too sensitive growing up? I mean, to this day, I think I don't get in trouble. I get dismissed, which is a version of trouble, but it's worse. It's a discounting of my intellect and intellectual ability because I am emoting. So it's a type of punishment, but it's a type of it's what I think Matt Dillahunty did sort of here, where Brit isn't even emoting that much, but the word spiritual is a type of emote, and that type of emote just really triggers people. You know, it really makes people feel like dismiss. Okay, so let's get through Brit's video. I'm going to 1.2 it. It's actually kind of long. It's an hour. So let's watch. Oops.
Hi everyone, Britt here with No Nonsense Spirituality. This is going to be a new kind of video for me because I have received what I think is friendly fire from Matt Dillahunty, who most of you may know.
Good faith, good
and
faith.
He made a whole video referring to
Good
me
opening.
and also Jim Palmer, who runs the Center of Non-Religious Spirituality. He made a whole video called Spirituality is Nonsense and mentioned me in that video. So today I will be responding.
Well, I felt like he didn't actually mention her. I felt like, again, it's really weird how he said it, because he didn't call her out. I watched the video this morning. He didn't call her out. He didn't say Britt Hartley, known in Son's spirituality. He kept saying things really like, oh, these people, spiritual is no nonsense. Spiritual is no nonsense. Like, he didn't say, like, if I was listening to him and I didn't know who Britt was, I wouldn't even know what he was saying. Like, I wouldn't have thought he was talking about a person. And that's why I was like, why don't you just say, hey, I saw some TikToks recently that made me think about this topic. I'd really love to talk about it. But in no way am I talking about or meaning to call out people. You know what I'm saying? Like, Matt's done this for so long, right? Chet said he said her her exact title though, spiritual director. Maybe you're right. I do remember that stuff, but I felt like I just felt like when he was, I'm not saying he wasn't talking about Britt Hartley. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying why? Okay. It's interesting to watch adults escalate. That's what I'm saying. Whether he liked it or not, he was not responsible with how he made the video. And now Britt feels like he mentioned me, versus if I felt like a YouTuber was talking about me and they didn't make it direct, I'd be like, okay, like, yeah, you're talking about me, but like, you know what I mean? So maybe I would talk about it, maybe I wouldn't. But again, I'm not upset about it. I'm just pointing out that I think it's funny that grown-ups are subtweeting or / not having the real. Why aren't you just talking to her, Matt? Why didn't you just DM her?
To some critiques, and I'm curious to see what you guys think about this, because many of you value Matt Dillahunty's work in the atheist space, specifically all the work that he has done debating theists of various religions. Now, some of his critiques I think are fair. Some of it I think is semantics. Some of it is going to be some fundamental differences between him and I. And some of the critiques I think are unfair. There's some of it that I think was punching down a little bit. So I'm going to go over his arguments and steelman them as best I can and respond and see what you think at the end of this. And my purpose in doing this is not to convince Matt or any of you to use the word spirituality or to claim yourself as a spiritual person, but to prove that there is space for both of us and for what we do in the atheistic and secular communities. So this is a bit of like Hamilton and Aaron Burr. There was room in this world for Hamilton and me before we kind of start firing shots at each other here. So my first point that I want to address is the word spirituality, his qualms with it, how I define it, evidence to support it, and why I use that term instead of other words. So let's take a look at what he says here.
So what do I mean by nonsense? Well, if you go to a dictionary, it's one of the secondary definitions of nonsense are things of no importance or value. And definitely spirituality, so far, has no importance or value to me. And until someone clearly explains what it is, that it's real, and why it should be important to me, I don't see that changing. But that's a trivial objection. You're saying, oh, it's nonsense because I don't care about it. That's not an objection, and that's not what I'm here saying. I'm going with the more primary, more prominent usage of nonsense. Words or language having no meaning or conveying no intelligible ideas. Language, conduct, or an idea that is absurd or contrary to good sense, and an instance of absurd action. And since we're talking about something that doesn't convey intelligible ideas, it's worth knowing that by intelligent, we're talking about something that is capable of being understood or comprehended.
So his first claim is that this word is too vague.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was trying to figure out if she ×2'd it on her own phone. It looks like she did. That's interesting.
To be of any use or meaning, and because it's so vague, it just invites charlatans into this space. And honestly, this is a fair frustration. The word spirituality is used badly all the time. It gets used to mean ghosts and vibes and manifestation and crystals and energy and intuition and psychedelics and just having emotions. So if Matt's argument is that the word is often vague, I agree. But vague usage does not mean that there's no real subject matter to contend with. There are many words that we use in the English language that are too broad to define. Words like love, for example, are very difficult to define, certainly difficult to put into a beaker.
Exactly.
But with love, even though it's used in a variety of ways, we can still ground that in the human experience. We can talk about how humans feel and act with love. We can even look at brain scans when we're talking about being in love. We can have objective conversations about subjective realities. We can do brain scans of monks who are doing loving kindness meditations and see that their user default mode in their brain, that part of their brain that is self-obsessed, is really quiet during that meditation, for example. And I want to do the same thing with spirituality, that there's an element of spirituality that we can ground in the human experience, even if it's true that that term is sometimes used in vague woo-woo ways that I wouldn't support. So then Matt goes on to give a definition from the dictionary on spirituality.
Relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religions.
So let's work with this definition that he gave, because I don't want to make a Jordan Peterson move here and start just making up definitions. He said spirituality relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religion. So fine, if that's the definition, then the question becomes whether meaning, purpose, a sense of sacredness, even just as an experience or transcendence, or a curiosity with your inner life, can be understood. Can we do all of that without supernaturalism? And the answer is yes. There was nothing in that definition that defined connection to the self or connection outside of self as something that requires the supernatural. In fact, it says it's often independent of organized religion. So then you can say, okay, give me data and evidence that this thing that we're pointing to exists and that it's something that we should contend with. Happy to do so. Because for me, just so Matt knows, I'm not sure how familiar he actually is with my work versus just the title of my platform. So just so you know, Matt, I don't believe in God. I'm an outspoken atheist. I don't believe in the soul. I don't believe in a spiritual realm. I don't believe in manifestation. I don't believe in the self. I think the self is an illusion. I don't believe in free will. This, for me, when I talk about spirituality, is all grounded in human experience. But let's talk about evidence for this definition that you gave so we can try to ground it a bit. So first, you say that spirituality is related to the human search for meaning, and our brains are meaning makers. That's what they do. We do not simply receive raw reality. We interpret it, we organize it. Our brain filters reality without us even intending to. So you say that you see no evidence that the universe has any intrinsic meaning. I'm a nihilist. I agree with you. I don't think that the universe has any intrinsic meaning. But the definition that you gave did not specify that meaning has to come from the universe. And so when I say meaning matters, I do not mean that the universe has a secret mission statement written into the stars or that there's a supernatural realm that we can be accessing. I mean that humans are the kind of animal that psychologically needs some kind of coherent relationship to reality in order to function. Our brains like to know what matters, what pain means, what we're responsible for, what we can let go of, what kind of...
Yeah, Chad says she's spiritual but doesn't believe in the spirit. Okay. Yeah, I'm spiritual and I don't believe in the spirit. Also, I used to say BDSM was spiritual for me and people would be so confused by that. Spirituality just to me means a profound present experience with thing. That's when I feel spiritual, when I'm having a profound experience, right? So that profound experience makes me feel the most alive. I'm in the most present. I am the most aware of myself. Because a lot of the time we are kind of on autopilot because, you know, when you're driving to work, when you're doing chores, when you're getting through your day, like you're not existing in the most present, obviously, because when you exist in the world, like if everybody was existing in the most present, the world couldn't look this way. Because when you're existing in the most present, like when you're very aware that you exist, it's a very different experience than being like, factually, yes, of course I'm alive. No. Do you know that you're alive? That's why people think like, oh, you sound so crazy. Like, oh, you're so, you know, but it's because you're denying it. Like we live in a world where men can't even like cry or feel good about their own feelings. Now imagine they feel their feelings for the first time at 45. They're going to have a profound experience that's going to feel spiritual. And that experience might make them think like, oh, maybe I should join a church or maybe I should do this. You should acknowledge that you can feel that way by just acknowledging you exist in the most profound, like present way. So, you know, what we're experiencing is, you know, it was like when I was in church as a kid and that feeling of the Holy Spirit came over me and then I recreated it in a secular space. And I was like, oh, it wasn't in the church. It didn't exist in the church. It existed in my experience with the thing. So I could recreate it through sex. Have you ever had sex that's felt spiritual? You know what I'm saying? That's why I know the difference between when I have drugs and I don't get that spiritual experience and when I do have drugs and I have it. Because again, it's like when I meditate and have a spiritual experience versus when I meditate and I don't. When I have a thought, that's a spiritual experience versus when I don't have a thought, that's a spiritual experience. Most of my thoughts are not spiritual experiences because I'm not having a profound realization with self. I'm not like, oh my God, you know, but like sometimes, you know, again, spiritual is just this word that we're using. And the problem is like people feel that feeling and instead of identifying it and deconstructing it and putting it in its category, they assume it's magic. They assume it's Jesus. They assume it's something outside of ourselves. No, it's you. It's your brain doing it. Because the spiritual experience couldn't have happened without your brain. So if you die, the spiritual experience goes away. The spiritual experience exists in your brain. It happened to you. That, you know, and then sometimes you can have shared spiritual experiences because both of your brains are chemically at the same time and going doom, 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 doom. You know, it's like a vibe. It's like when you make love and you're really in sync with it, right?
Life we're trying to build, it needs a way to orient. And we have evidence that this matters. In a 2017 systemic review and meta-analysis found that meaning in life associated with far better physical health outcomes.
True. Chat says you can masturbate and feel spiritual. I can't tell you how many times I have said to my partner, like, bro, that was a spiritual experience. Like, you should have been there. I really just had like a spiritual experience. And he's like, damn. And I'm like, yeah, you can definitely feel like you were like elevating, or you can feel like, it's just another thing to do because you got to biologically get it over with. Yep. You know?
It doesn't mean that having meaning in your life means that you'll never be sick, but it does give you a lot more resilience. It means that there is a measurable relationship between having meaning in your life, being able to define the meaning of your life, and doing better across health-related matters. You don't have to, none of that has to be contained within the supernatural. All of that can be built from the ground up. Another large study of almost 7,000 U.S. adults over age 50 found that stronger purpose of life was associated with lower all-cause mortality. Again, that doesn't mean that purpose is just a magic vitamin, but it does mean that purpose is not just some fluffy, poetic extra. It is connected connected to how humans function.
And if it wasn't, then y'all wouldn't have midlife crises at 45 because you followed the script. You wouldn't feel a need to rebel against your parents. Obviously, you need a purpose. You have a sense of purpose. You wouldn't be making this YouTube channel for the last 30 years doing what you were doing in your field if you didn't feel like a sense of purpose, right? It's like, sometimes I think atheists try so hard to be facts and logic that they absolutely miss what we are as a species. Like, you're completely discounting our biological experience and what a profound experience it is to be alive and feel our bodies and to process our thoughts and to exist in our, it's like you're trying so hard to deny the fact that it's almost like they're embarrassed to admit that they're moved and inspired by their own work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they're ashamed to think of themselves as artists because, like, oh, I'm a scientist. Like, I don't believe it. It's like when even Jordan Peterson, the problem with Jordan Peterson is he goes too hard into the feelings. Ironically enough, he's too hard in his feelings. So everything feels like an overwhelming experience for him. He's like, oh, the tears on my face, the skin on my body, the colors of my suit. Like, all of it is too much. And I'm like, girl, you need balance, which is why when he debated Matt Dillahunty, I was very much in Matt's corner because Jordan made everything feel too exaggerated. And that also annoys me when people try to make things bigger than they are. Like, you're making it too big and it's not that big. But also on the other side of it, not making things big enough. Balance.
And cope and behave and even survive. So if Matt's critique is there is no cosmic meaning, there's no intrinsic cosmic meaning, I agree. But if the critique is therefore meaning is nonsense, or therefore meaning building or meaning seeking is nonsense, then
hold on. Chat said she said both love and spirituality are subjective, but spirituality is often radically different than love because it's far more vague and refers to God, meditation, astrology, and crystals. Spirituality is too loaded and too filled with nonsense. No, we already gave the definition for spirituality that we were working off of. It doesn't necessarily. Hold on. A quick definition of spirituality. Spirituality is a broad, subjective human experience focused on finding meaning, purpose, and a sense of connection to something larger than oneself. Often distinct from organized religion, it involves exploring deep inner dimensions, personal growth, and connecting with a higher power or nature. Right, but like the higher power is in quotation, so it's subjective, meaning it doesn't have to be tangible. Right? Higher power, it doesn't have to be tangible. It could just be the acknowledgement that, like, without your parents fucking, you wouldn't be here. That could be a spiritual practice of like, oh my God, right? Like having the realization that, like, holy shit, if my parents didn't fuck on that day, on that hour, on that second, if my dad didn't jizz at exactly the second he jizzed, and maybe like my sperm didn't race, do the race, then you know what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, like that's kind of profound. I can have a spiritual experience being like, whoa, I'm the sperm who made it, bro. You know what I mean? So higher power, God, in terms of spiritualism, doesn't have to interact with something outside of yourself. But when we say outside of yourself, we also mean like the community, right? That's why collectivism is really hard. That's why class consciousness is so hard, because it requires you to think of something outside of yourself. Okay? You actually have to think about other people. You could argue empathy is spirituality. You know what I mean? So, Chet says, I don't believe in a higher power, but I think maybe that's a bubble or terminology issue. Yeah, I don't believe in a higher power either. But I do think the world doesn't revolve around me. So there's something other than myself that exists. That's how I look at it. I cannot center the universe on myself. Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? It's just as narcissistic as thinking your God is the only one. Like, the universe exists whether I exist or not. And that's pretty profound. And then that could feel like something bigger than yourself. The something bigger than yourself could be your community. Just the fact that, like, it's not just about you. That's how I think about it, right? So love is very subjective. Guys, people rape their children and say they love them. People literally, like, and I think they might in a weird way, in a weird biological animal way. But the fact is like, what good is love at that point? What good is your spirituality if it puts me in a Teal Swan cult? What good is your love? Love isn't inherently necessarily a positive experience. Spirituality doesn't have to be a positive experience. Ideally, they would be. But I think human beings have shown time and time again that apparently not. I wish there was a word that only meant positive experience, but that doesn't seem to be how we're using it or interact with it. So it's subjective. It's up to debate. It's a construct, so on and so forth.
And that's a leap that I don't follow. Secular spirituality does not have to claim that meaning comes from God or the universe or the soul or a supernatural realm.
Exactly.
It can say something much more modest and much more evidence-based, that humans need meaning structures, that humans suffer when those meaning structures collapse, that humans can rebuild meaning without lying to themselves.
Yep.
And some practices, some communities, some rituals, some philosophies, and some forms of inner work help people do that better than others. That is not nonsense. That is the work of being human after certainty dies and after religious frameworks fail. And that is also a place where, when we talk about the meaning crisis, that it seems that humans are needing some help with, that it's not something that they always just know intuitively how to do.
Exactly.
Now, Matt will say here that this is just psychology and not spirituality, but just give me a chance here to lay all this out. Just hold on to that thought, I beg you. So under the umbrella term of spirituality is not just developing meaning, but also connection. And yes, we have data on human ability to feel subjectively a feeling of connectedness to something outside of yourself that has real impact on human experience and real impact on behavior. If someone invites you to an experience that evokes awe, it is not just hyperbole. Matt says in this video that,
oh, you know what one of my favorite spiritual experiences is? When you meet a girl in the bathroom and you both compliment each other's clothing, and then you share lipstick recommendations, and then you hug each other after. Truly spiritual. Truly.
this word transcendence is just a hyperbole for neat. But awe is a real area of psychological research. Researchers usually define awe as an emotion we experience when we encounter something vast that challenges our current mental frame.
Now, and chat said, like nature, just seeing a giant mountain. Now, this is what's important, is I don't think Matt Dillahunty is having that experience versus I am. Example, I have a sibling, and when they came to visit us, I was like, look at our view. And I was like, sometimes it just makes me cry. And my sibling was like, I don't know, it's nice, I guess. And I was like, and that's, you know, that's the difference right there. Is like when I see it, I'm like, oh my God. And when they see it, they're like, oh yeah, cool, mountains, water, nice. And I'm like, and that's it. That's the different kinds of brains. I'm the kind of brain that can see like an ant following another ant, and I'm like, whoa. And other people see it and they go squash, 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 squash. Okay? And I get it. I, you know, sometimes I see a spider and I'm like, kill it, you know? But like everyone's different and how they're having that. But I think it's layered for all of us. So again, it's fine if you don't have that experience, but if you're not having that experience, yeah, you're really going to wonder what the heck everyone else is talking about.
That can be physical vastness, like looking out at the night sky. It can be conceptual vastness, like when you're trying to study deep time or evolution. It can be moral vastness, like watching someone do something courageous or compassionate. It can be aesthetic vastness. Like
when I say like my worry is that they're not feeling enough feelings, the only time I ever feel like I'm equal or similar to like the boy way of thinking in relation to all of this is when I completely become like devoid of emotions, like almost psychopathic. Not literally, that's a hyperbole, but you know, I'm logic and facts, you know, logic and facts. Yeah, but it makes you like a bad person. Like it actually makes you like a bad fucking person because now you're like, oh, they're not people, they're numbers on a chart. Like you're like actually becoming a bad person instead of actually engaging with my empathy and thinking about what if that was my child? What if that was my father? What if that was my loved one? What if every person's family is just as valuable as my family? You know what I mean? Like, it's very deeply, like, when I think about people bringing a kid into the universe, I'm like, you are making the biggest fucking decision you will ever make to force a human being into existence. Like, please be so responsible with it. And everyone's like, bro, we're just gonna fuck without a condom. And I'm like, okay. Because, like, to me, again, it's this whole conversation of, like, we're all having different experiences, obviously, otherwise the world couldn't be this way. But I'm saying if you have the profound realization that you are bringing a baby into the universe, it should feel spiritual. You are bringing a whole ass human being into literal existence and you are doing it so casually. That's crazy. But there you are. That's all of humanity always, right?
Music and art and architecture. And the important thing is that awe does something to the self. A major 2015 study shows that awe tends to create what researchers call the small self. That doesn't mean self-hatred. It just means that the, you know, illusion of the self or the ego in the brain or the default mode network becomes less central. People feel less like the main character of the universe and more part of a larger whole. And we have this across several studies that awe is associated with pro-social behavior, more generosity, more ethical decision making, and a greater willingness to help others. That is why we can look at the brains of Buddhist meditators and see that they're less neurotic, they're less self-obsessed, they're more happy.
Yeah, I think chat says, I guess this is what makes the conversation so difficult because we're all using different words from a material experience. Well, I think the dilemma is it's like that with everything. This conversation should be no harder than any conversation you've ever had ever. The question is, can we eventually agree on language in order to have a more profound conversation, right? So I think that's the issue, right? This chat says secular spirituality. What does it even mean, and why only men don't understand and all women do? Why atheist men don't understand secular spirituality? Why? See how you put your own spin on my title? You see that? Like, I didn't say that. You know what I mean? I didn't say all women understand it. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so funny. Like, bro. So, okay, none of these all conversations will be like this forever. The point is, I do think Matt is having, in good faith, a completely different biological experience to Brit because he is not engaging, right? He is not engaging. It's also why hedonists are negatively embracing sort of like this awe experience on a constant basis, so they don't actually have a profound awe with it anymore. And this is why I say be very careful when you're chasing awe and wonder, because what you're chasing is this profound relationship with existence that feels spiritual. But if you use and abuse it, like love, like anything else, like true connection, you won't feel satisfied. You know, everything in balance, everything with respect and dignity, everything with some understanding that you are having a true grounding experience rather than a performance to talk about later or at something to brag about. Like, Jesus spoke to me in my dreams. It's like, okay, relax, you know? So, you know, be very careful. Ew. Oh, sorry. Discord wrote something.
Be more generous than other brains. We have a study where you're doing some kind of worksheet, but you're guided into a feeling of awe while looking at some beautiful landscape, and the instructor will drop their pencils, and people are more likely to help you pick it up than if you were doing the same worksheet just staring at a concrete wall. We have studies that show that if you that you will draw yourself.
But in order to have these experiences, just to be clear, you have to be open to them. It's like going to therapy. It's not going to work if you're not open to it. Philosophy is not going to work unless you're open to it. Spirituality is not going to work unless you're open to it. But don't be so open your brain falls out. So don't, come back and talk to me about trees talking to you. You know what I'm saying? You are not seeing a ghost. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really saw ghosts, I better now know about it. I always tell you guys this, and I'll tell it for new people again. If I ever get magical superpowers, I'm not telling a fucking soul. Because it'd be crazy. It'd be crazy to come on the internet and say, I have magic. And if you really have magic, you would never say it. Because it would make no sense to tell a world that is so crazy that you have magic. So that's how I know you don't have magic.
Bigger on a piece of paper if you don't experience awe than if you do. You'll literally draw a picture of yourself smaller after you spend some time looking at the night sky. It changes how you interact with the world. You're more likely to let go of grudges. We even have some evolutionary reasons for this, where it helps the bonds of a tribe to have these moments that allow us to break out of our usual self-obsessed, resentful way of thinking, resentful way of interacting with each other. There's also research showing that awe can change your relationship to time. A 2012 study showed that people who experienced awe felt like they had more available time. They were less impatient. They were more willing to volunteer their time. They preferred experiences over material products. They had greater life satisfaction. And again, none of this requires supernaturalism. We also have brain research here that in 2019.
Okay, chat says, because spirituality is so associated by and used by charlatans, astrologers, and woo-woo people, and men can see right through that bullshit, really? But they can't see through their own? Men are 90% responsible for all murders and violent crimes. So you can see past astrology's bullshit, but you can't see past your own? Cool. Got it. You guys are so logical. Come on, guys. Think before you type. Think before you type, okay? Think before you type. Also, guys, tomorrow's my birthday stream, and we'll be having my friend to come on to talk about my astrology chart, my birth chart. So for funsies, if you guys astrology girlies, great, because both of us are like, she knows more about it than I do, but we don't even know that much about it. You know what I mean? But like, we're going to have fun with it. So we're going to do that tomorrow for my birthday.
An fMRI study found that awe-inducing videos reduced activity in parts of the default mode network that is associated with our self-referential thinking and our mind wandering and the narrative self. So I wouldn't say that like awe turns off the ego in some sloppy guru way, but I can say that there's neuroscience suggesting that awe may reduce certain forms of self-focused processing, which lines up with the behavioral research that people feel smaller, feel more connected, feel less trapped in their usual, self-talk loops. And so awe is not just, wow, that's neat. Awe moves people from me to we. This is why religions have always...
And by the way, spirituality is a modern change. That's why Brit's brand is new. It's called no nonsense spirituality. Because this chatter also said, get 100 people who identify as spiritual, and I bet they are more likely to believe in demons, psychics, ghosts, angels, and astronomy. Okay. Talk to 9 out of 10 guys and they'll tell you they're anti-rape, but they've absolutely sexually assaulted somebody, I bet. And some variation that they would even consider sexual assault, but here we are. Because they don't consider touching someone's hand without consent assault, but it is in some places. Spitting on someone is considered assault. You're doing this thing where you're not getting it. Brit is literally the new wave of saying spirituality is science-based. She's giving you science-based right now evidence. Are you up to speed on stream? Are you listening to Brit? She's giving you neuroscience. She's giving you data. She's giving you studies. We are biological creatures. Everything we experience is in our heads. That's why religion feels as real as it is, because it's happening in our heads. And it's not that it's not real. Religion is real. God is not. Religions are institutions created by people. They're real. God is not real. We have no evidence for God. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. You have to be very careful about the language we're using if you are even understanding what's being said. Okay? You said, then what is your explanation for why women tend to gravitate towards astrology and tarot cards? Because it's less patriarchal. Because it's more accepting. It's no violence. There's no killing, no death, there's no rape, there's no man telling them they're second class because they were born female. It's because it's literally more accepting. That's it. It's literally more fun. It's non-judgmental. That's it. It's not about being smart. It's about being happy. That's it. That's why people like it. It's just fun. It's nice. It's relaxing. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So yes, the point is that you're fighting so hard against every spiritual person that, like Matt Dillahunty, you're also attacking Brit, even though you're saying, yeah, Brit seems to be extremely rare, but that's the point. So is a man who doesn't rape. So are men who don't commit violence. That's not to say we should not move society in a direction where they stop doing those things. Do you know what I'm saying? And by the way, I'm not even talking about literally all men rape. I'm saying the fact is when a man rapes somebody, other men don't care. Trump is president. Don't remember, the same men who do nothing about men who rape are contributing to rape statistics because you're not turning in your buddies. You're not ending friendships. You're not going to end. That's the problem. Okay. So yes, we're at the beginning stages of attempting to move the world truly in a different direction. Either join us or don't join us, but like we all contribute to the way the world is. And instead of thinking, oh, there's another way to be spiritual, you're like, no, all ways to be spiritual are bad. Or there's just a new way to be spiritual. There's another way to do it. There's another way to exist. There's another way to have babies. There's another solution. There's another way to feed people. There's another way to like build a healthy country, right?
Is used awe and cathedrals and chanting and incense and stained glass and pilgrimage and mountains and silence and music. All of this works because humans are awe-responsive animals.
Chet said, why is she talking like every man has a great best friend? You absolutely do. Right now, you have known somebody or have somebody in your life who's a rapist. You absolutely do. Which one is it? Is the question. You absolutely do.
Religion didn't invent awe, it just organized it. Awe is an emotional state with measurable effects. And if I say just go experience beauty, people hear self-care. If I say go outside, people hear wellness. If I say look at the stars, people hear just like, oh, what a nice experience. But if I say you need contact with awe because your ticker tape of self-obsessed neuroticism is suffocating you, now we're actually getting closer to what humans have traditionally meant by having a spiritual experience. And we can talk about the science of ritual too. I'll be more brief here as I think you're getting my point. Rituals are not evidence that the supernatural is real. Rituals are evidence.
Exactly, chat. Spirituality is such an open concept. We should get rid of it. So is art, science, politics, friendship, and love. Literally, girls. Exactly.
That humans are embodied social symbolic animals. Rituals scientifically help us mark values, process emotions, process grief, increase pleasure, and decrease pain. The example that I always give is two groups of people. They're both promised that both groups are promised that one person is going to win $300. One person actually does, and they walk out. And then one group of people does nothing, and they stew over it the rest of the day. And they're stuck in their emotions about it, and they're upset about it the rest of the day that they didn't get the $300. The other group does a made up ritual, just completely made up. They write about it, they put some salt on it, they crumple it up, they throw it over their left shoulder. And when asked about it later, they've completely forgotten the experience. Like they've processed it out of their bodies. So even when rituals are made up, they help us process emotions out of our body. And we have neuroscience suggesting that rituals can affect the way that we respond even to failure. We have a 2015 study showing that colleagues found that ritualized behavior reduces the neural response to moral failure. So when I mean ritual, I don't mean things that you do in order to get into heaven. I mean, lighting a candle before writing can tell your body, okay, now we're beginning this activity. Or a funeral can tell your body, this person is gone, but this is how we grieve together. A graduation can tell a young person you're crossing a threshold. A weekly family dinner.
Holy shit, chat. Chat says I never said that, but we should get rid of astrology, tarot cards, and psychics because they're causing harm. Habibi, lock in, please. You sound like the people are like, we should get rid of porn because it's causing harm. We should get rid of drugs. They're causing harm. Oh my God, it's what you do with the thing. Astrology is fun. Psychics can be fun. All these things can literally be harmless if you use them in that way. You're being so like conservative right now. Like, please check yourself and think about what you're saying. You're going to get rid of drugs too? Get rid of sex and BDSM and fucking pride parades? You're going to get rid of everything fun? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you trying to get rid of everything fun? That's just what an insane thing to say. Come on, lock in.
Tell children this is who we are. A morning walk can tell your nervous system, I'm still participating in the world. These are rituals. And one of the strongest areas of research is ritual and social bonding. A lot of religious rituals involve.
Yeah, let's get rid of cars because they cause problems too. And cell phones. You know what? Let's just get rid of people. Guys, new plan. Let's get rid of everybody. That would really help. Come on, be serious.
People moving and chanting, singing, kneeling, standing, clapping, and breathing together. And there's research showing that our brains like this. And there's research showing that this synchronous movement increases cooperation and social attachment. You yourself, Matt, found yourself singing together with people. And that's not proof that the words are doctrine just because you had a feeling, but you did have a feeling with this ritual that you had on Sundays. Now, again, you may just call this psychology, but hold on, just hold on. Let me cook. Next in your definition, you also include inner work and the connection to the self. Now, I agree with you here that there's no evidence of a soul. You speak of this as just personality. Fine. But there's a whole universe within you of things to explore and better and worse ways to do that. There are tools that help with meeting the part of you that you're most ashamed of. That's called shadow work. For example, it helped me improve my relationship with myself and reduce shame when I did shadow work around my postpartum rage with the violent, intrusive thoughts that I was ashamed of that showed up when I was the mother of young children. We have tools to help you determine your core values, your motivations. If you come from religion, especially if you're a woman and a queer person, you may not know anything about who you are. You may need some help with things like determining what your core values are or what motivates you or what kind of personality that you have. You have existential fears. As you know from terror management theory, so much of what we do is driven by our deep unconscious fear of death. But we have other existential fears too that drive us. Existential loneliness, moral injury.
Hold on, chat. Hold on. You said, but we should get rid of astrology. And then you said, I didn't say we should ban them. Habibi, that translates to the same thing, right? You also said they're directing people away from therapy. Do both. I'm not even an astrology girly, but I still have a deck of cards. I'm not even, a tarot card. I'm not even a tarot girly and I have the cards. I'm not even an astrology girly. We're going to do an astrology stream tomorrow. It's like, it's not the thing. It's people. You're doing the same thing. I'm saying, think about, you know what I mean? Think about what you're saying. You said they can be harmful. I'm not saying ban them. I never said that. But you literally, baby, like when you use these, Habibi, when you use these words, when you say get rid of something, you're saying ban them. And I'm saying use the language you want to say. I wish people could get past thinking these things are literally true and use them for tools that better their lives. Like, you sound like my mother who thinks yoga, because it's a spiritual practice in other places, is like opening a door to a demon. It's just yoga. It is a spiritual practice. And in the West, it's exercise. But you know what I mean? It could be both. But yoga doesn't become evil because it's spiritual. You know? You said people spend tens of thousands of dollars speaking life advice from astrologers. Yeah, but they also do that to for therapy. You said instead of going to therapy, I'm going to stop engaging with you because you're not fucking thinking right now. And I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know what happened, and I don't know what your logic is, but you can say this about anything. Generally, people are struggling to go to therapy that works for them. Generally, having a ritualistic practice is helpful for people. Generally, and again, I don't know why you're focused on the scammer or why you're focused on the thing instead of the scammer, but like, you should be anti-scammers, not anti-astrology. If people want to engage in fun stuff, let them engage. I don't think we should ban religion or get rid of religion. I think you need to acknowledge what religion does and how it has a role in your life, right? Okay.
Fear of freedom, fear of meaninglessness. And there are better and worse tools to explore these inner spaces. Even if you don't believe in free will, which I don't, I think there's value in the journey of exploring more and more of the inputs of the system that create the outputs of the behavior that I do in my life. Now, my guess here is that you don't have a lot of objection to the science that I'm bringing up, but you would just call this philosophy, psychology, sociology, etc. And let me go then to your objection to why I would use any of that under the umbrella term of spirituality when I'm doing this from a completely secular point of view. So one reason is that when you put all of this together, the meaning, the purpose, the rituals, the exploration of connecting outside of you and also connecting inside of you, when you put all of that together, we don't have a secular word that means everything under this umbrella. Meaning, purpose, awe, states of transcendence that we can see in the brain and in human behavior, cultivating wisdom because it's hard to be a human, ritual, rites of passage that are good for the brain, connection, the ways that you feel connected to something bigger than yourself, even if it's just nature or the human story. We have the whole world of inner work and meditation, existential fears, motivations, thought work, learning about...
Okay, look, I understand people are here who never watch me, and I see that especially men in the audience are really struggling today. I need you all to mind your business today or lock in. This is a 70% female viewership, okay? This is a trans queer space. This is a progressive leftist space. If this topic is triggering for you in any capacity, it's okay to walk away. But see how when you talk about women's issues or spirituality or when women are questioned, you all have a fucking panic attack on us? Relax, okay? Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so for this guy who says, like, why is she saying that every man has a friend who's a rapist? I only have 3 friends. Habibi, if you have no friends, you probably still know a rapist. I assume you get out of the house. Okay, don't be mad because I said one of your friends might be a rapist. I assumed you had more than 3 friends, God forbid. I'm sorry that I thought you were socially, Okay, look, if you have no friends, you maybe don't know a rapist, or maybe you're the rapist. I don't know. But statistically, many rapists exist amongst us, and you're going to, if you know anybody, know somebody who's raped. You're overthinking it. You're being too literal. You need to engage in the topic, okay? Statistically, you will know somebody in your lifetime who has raped somebody. You will be friends with them. You will go to school with them. You might even love them. You might even marry them, okay? That's it. That's all that I was saying. Relax. And if you keep yelling at my chat, I'll ban you. Okay? And that's it. That's your warning. Be careful how you chat moving forward. I permanently ban people and I do not unban, and I don't even care if you're a member.
Different aspects of the human psyche and how they show up with you, working with aspects of yourself towards growth and development. We have science behind all of these things. These are things that are good for you. These are the markers of human thriving and human well-being and human development. And we don't have a word that means everything that we did under the umbrella of spirituality. The meaning, purpose, ritual, community, narratives, heroes, inner work, awe, etc. We don't have a word that means all of that for secularism. We can kind of get there with well-being, but again, that's just going to be another vague term. So like you're just replacing one vague term.
Okay, so that right, they go, wow, she really put me down for having 3 friends. That's my friends. It's toxicity right there. Okay, I'm going to ban you because you're not listening. Okay, I literally made a little joke at the end because I actually don't want to make fun of people who struggle to have friends. But also, if you're an adult and you don't have friends, you actually do have something wrong with you. So you need to go to therapy and you need to do philosophical work and you need to do spiritual work. Okay? Because be so serious, banned, okay? Be so serious. This is why we can never have good conversations, because you guys are so fucking unserious, okay? You're so unserious. Chat says astrology does trigger me because I hate it. Well, that's your first problem. You're too attached. It's pseudoscience, it's predatory, and it's not inherently predatory. You're doing this thing that's weird. From conspiracy theories and flat out earth, I regret getting rid of, though. I'm just sick of it. Habibi, you're attacking. Do you even know anything about astrology outside of America or the US or the Americas? Do you know anything about astrology in a global sense? Do you understand you are attacking billions of people right now? Do you know what I'm saying? You know how anti-patriarchy I am, and I still I'm not anti-religious because I think being anti-religious is short-sighted. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand that you're impacting billions of people's beliefs right now? It just doesn't make sense. So you need to really think about who you're talking about and who you're actually mad at. That's what you need to think about.
Term with another. So we can talk about the science of well-being, but I don't think it goes far enough into the tools, all the tools that we have under the umbrella of this term spirituality. So my first rebuttal is we don't have secular language for this space that means everything that has been under the term spirituality. Even Sam Harris, who is an atheist, who is not exactly known for being soft on religion, who has, I think, debated with you, like on your team, uses the word spirituality for this reason.
He does.
He says there isn't a good another.
See, even Sam Harris, and we don't like him. Oops.
Good word for the domain of disciplined practices and experiences that transforms human experience and connects that transformation to ethics. So he tried for hours to use a different word and found that there wasn't a good one. Would you really call Sam Harris a scam artist or not an atheist because he uses that word for all the things that I was just talking about? Sam Harris has probably brought more people to secularism than anyone else. Does he not deserve to be on the team because he also couldn't find a better word? Many atheists you admire, for example, Carl Sagan, used the word spirituality. He said, and I quote, "Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it's a profound source of spirituality."
Boom.
And Carl Sagan goes on to say,
boom, Brittany, mic drop.
Despite usage to the contrary, there's no necessary implication in the word spiritual that we are talking about anything other than matter or anything outside the realm of science. Carl Sagan's daughter wrote a wonderful book as a secular person raised secular on the science of ritual and its value.
Yeah, I agree. Chess has astrology similar to Myers-Briggs in my mind. And I know people that hate Myers-Briggs. Like they freak out over Myers-Briggs because some people get obsessed with it. Girlies, you can't decide if you hate something because the most extreme group of people are associated with it. Yeah, there's a whole group of people that base their whole personality on Myers-Briggs, and there's some of us who just think it's fun. Okay, listen, I do not care about Myers-Briggs. Like, I do not care about it at all, and yet I love taking the test. But like, sure, like, okay, but also like if they have a special interest in it, whatever. It's just fun. I feel like that's the problem we're always in is like the people who are like, I always have fun with it and people will come to me and be very serious about the thing I'm having fun with. And then they do make it unfun for me. But that's the thing is like, I'm glad you take it seriously or whatever, but like leave me out of your seriousness of it. Okay. Because I'm not interested. And this is also overlaps with my work because I do think the level sounds really spiritual to people. But yeah, there's a spiritual element to having the realization that the world doesn't revolve around you and what you hate. See, chatter? You're like, I hate astrology. I want to get rid of it or whatever. Or you regretted saying I get rid of it. You're like, I hate it. The world doesn't revolve around you, Habibi. I don't care if you hate it. Okay? You have to make a larger argument for it. You have to make a better argument for why you are so upset by it, right? So again, yeah, so that's going to sound really, like the levels are going to sound spiritual if we talk about having a deeper relationship with self, if people don't even know that you shouldn't be hating anything anyways. You know, so that's the dilemma here.
For secular families in building family culture so that Gen Z is getting all the benefits of order and structure and identity and ritual and belonging and all of that for families. So I'm not inventing new usage for this term. Many atheists, begrudgingly, myself included, find that there's not a secular word that means everything that we want it to mean. So that's my first rebuttal. My second argument is that not including spirituality in the secularism space does secularism a disservice. If we give religion exclusive ownership over words like spiritual, sacred, ritual, transcendence, awe, meditation, confession, pilgrimage, moral formation, then religion wins a territory that it never should have owned. And this is where Alain de Botton's work is useful in Religion for Atheists. He says we shouldn't just mock religion, we should be stealing from it. We should be taking away its monopoly over this aspect of our lives because religions are packed with ideas about how humans might live in arranged society. And so his own description of the book says that of his own book says rather than mocking religions, atheists should steal from them while rejecting the supernatural claims. Again, another self-proclaimed atheist who will steal back these words in order that religion not have a monopoly on them. This is another quote from him. The challenge facing atheists is how to reverse the process of religious colonization, how to separate ideas and rituals from the religious institutions who have laid claim to them but don't truly own them. That's his quote. This is a religious inquisition in reverse. Religions steal things from wherever and integrates them into the religion. Part of the secular project that you and I are both committed to is committing to reversing that process. And that means we shouldn't allow religion to have the only language for these kinds of human experiences that we have solid science shows changes our behavior. And
this reminds me of that chatter when I made a video saying don't move in with your boyfriend because like you don't need to sign paperwork with a man you might break up with in 6 months. And people were like, oh, it's funny that Christians have been suggesting this for thousands of years. I'm like, Not moving in with your boyfriend has nothing to do with Christians, since the why is completely different. And they went back and forth with me in the comments. They're like, yeah, but Christians have already been suggesting this. No. This is different. This is absolutely different. And that's what's so frustrating is like, sometimes I want to say something to you that I think is good advice. And then people go, oh, this group here has already been saying this. No, we're not saying the same thing. That's just like, there's a limit because of language, but we're not saying the same thing. So that's really frustrating for me. You know, it's frustrating for Brit. We're all frustrated, guys. We're still going to do something about it. So while you're busy being frustrated, we're going to be frustrated and we're going to do something about it. So I do appreciate Matt's attempt at good faith in his bubble. And yet, this is Brit really just making it clear about why he's wrong. And I hope he hears it because she's right. She's right. You know, because we have a lens because of the way we were raised in the world to see an avenue out of, right? The expectation of only engaging in reality as it relates to patriarchy and quote logic and facts and all these boy bubbles. I'm not saying that because she's a girl, I'm saying because she was raised as a girl. Do you see the difference? It's not because she's biologically or self-identified or performing as a girl. It's that the world decided Brit was a girl. And because the world decided Brit was a girl, they also treated her like a girl, whatever that means. And what that means is under patriarchy, she was always doubted, always second, always, you know, frustrating to people. I'm sure when she deconstructed away from Mormonism, right? She brought her family away from the church. And who's going to take the blame for that? Brit. Because Brit deconstructed. So again, it's not about what she literally is or identifies as. It's about what the world perceives her as and raised her as. And that just gives us a lens into, well, like, I don't know if you noticed this, but I really feel like this is the time when like firstborn girls, women who are breaking generational curses, like women like Brit and I, you know, it's not just because we share the same name or we do similar work, but I really feel like this is our era to shine. The next 15 years, I think, is going to be about people like us. Because for once, people are like, you know what? I really feel like the backbone of the community might have been built off of these women, / these might be the only women who are actually speaking up for victims, the only women in our communities, and you know them, aunties, moms, big sisters in the community that are actually attempting to actually help men. Why, when prison activism is done, and the men are incarcerated at higher rates, the women are the one doing all the activism work for them? You know how many women are in the front lines of activism work as it relates to men who are incarcerated? The women who are fighting for their sons not to be drafted. Do you know what I'm saying? So I really think for the next 20 years, this is really going to be our time to shine.
Changes our brains. Otherwise, we give religion what it wants, a monopoly on anything that is of value in that space. And this is why I think we failed Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, as you know, was the golden child of atheism. She's the 5th member of the new atheist movement, Apocalypse. She was supposed to be there with the other 4 atheists in their conversation that they recorded. An ardent ex-Muslim, a great golden child of atheism, to great cost to her security. But she hid in existential depression. She didn't have Jesus meet her in a vision and then just became Christian. She didn't have enough in secularism to hold on to. She started to get nihilistic. She started to get some depression, and she found herself walking into a Christian church. And while she's free to do so, and I would fight for her right to do so, in order to do that, she had to split her psyche in half. She openly says, I keep my science brain over here and my Christian spirituality over here. She had to cut herself in half to get tools for life that she wasn't finding in secularism, but she found in another Abrahamic religion. Now, you may disagree with her or debate her, but in some real sense, we in secularism, we failed her. We fail all those who feel like secularism is not enough.
Well, I think the issue is like, this is why I say philosophy. For me, it's philosophy. Like, I think philosophy is your spirituality. And I say like therapy without philosophy isn't going to do anything. Because we seem to be, biologically speaking, scientifically speaking, spiritual creatures. I just don't mean that in a woo-woo way. I mean that in like a literal way, right? And I know chat's saying I don't think Matt Dillahunty really came with that much good faith. I think atheist content, as far as atheist content goes, it's as good faith as atheist content is. Because atheist content is predicated on, I'm not budging on this. So from an atheist perspective, I think he's just being consistent with his own beliefs. And I think that's the problem with the bubble and why I left it. Because it's just like, it's way too, this is the only answer. And I was like, girl, we don't know that much about the universe. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an atheist too, but like, relax. You're too black, white and black in terms of your thinking, right? Black and white. So, you know,
to give them tools for life and tools for existential concerns. And people will go back to religion when they feel like there's not enough tools here and not enough openness to the full human experience. And that's on us. So for me, using the term spirituality would help people like Ayan if she wished to combat existential depression that she was facing and rebuild after religion, rebuild whatever was positive for her psychologically that came from religion so that she wouldn't have had to do that. I don't think that that makes me a charlatan. I think it makes me a more effective bridge builder for people coming from religion. I want them to take whatever baby they have with them, whatever experiences they hold as sacred, and just leave the bathwater and come over here. And by using the term spirituality, this is what I feel like I'm doing. I'm walking into a church with its priesthoods and tithing and sex scandals and abuse of women, and I'm saying, you've had a monopoly on some of this good stuff. I'm taking it back. I'm taking awe back. I'm taking ritual back. You don't own it. I'm taking
Yeah, exactly. I'm taking it back. I'm taking back my ritual. I love, guys, as an autistic girly, my rituals are everything. My routines are everything. Executive dysfunction pops in and my ritual and routine helps me get back on track. You know what I mean? Like, you know, my disability is better served by having these things, by having meditation is a spiritual practice. You know what I mean? So they don't get to make something that is so helpful to you not helpful, because I think that the weapon of the bubble is they mock you. Like, imagine being religious and mocking other people's religion for being silly, or spirituality for being silly, when you yourself are engaging in it. You just don't know it, or you're engaging in it but like, oh, all of a sudden your religion is cool and other people's isn't, you know. And also hop into the bubbles, right? Because I know, chat, I love that you guys are saying that you want to hold yourselves accountable for the way you've discounted people when you first saw them. I mean, I myself, when I first saw Brit on TikTok, did not like her content. But then I saw her YouTube channel and I was like, oh, I like her. So we all do it. The point is, can we go back and challenge ourselves? Because we might be missing out. And also, every single bubble I jump into, I try to really like jump into the bubble. I try to really ask myself, oh, what are people doing over here? And what can I take from it? Instead of like, oh, I hate this thing, so I'm not going to have fun here. Because like, ew. You know, instead I go, oh, what are you guys doing over here? You guys having fun? Okay, what do you do? Do I like it? Is it safe? Can I learn something? Like, even in bubbles that I think are like, you know, I try to watch from afar, you know, on YouTube. And I'm like, but you can learn something. You can learn how much you don't like it, you know?
taking confession back, but now it just means honesty and repair, not sin management. I'm taking pilgrimage back, where we have intentional places to travel to in order to have an experience. We're taking sacredness back. We're taking moral formation back. We're taking community back. And we're taking contemplation back. And we're taking death practices back. And we're taking spirituality back. And saying that I'm a spiritual atheist is just a shortened way to say that. I'm taking all of that back. And anyone leaving that space that found value in any of that stuff, bring it over. We want it on our team. Just leave the bathwater. Another example of how I think this is the better approach is that 2/3 of atheists who do a hero's dose of psilocybin do not support as atheists after that. We have to talk about this. Like, no, they don't go back to Abrahamic religion. They never go back to the Abrahamic God, but they find themselves after a profound peak experience like that. Again, not one where they're just listening to something new, but something that really changed them, changed how they viewed the world and themselves, where the illusion of the self drops away and they feel at one with the universe, whether or not the universe cares about that. They don't find any space or language to talk about those kinds of experiences, which are real human experiences, in atheistic spaces. And because of that, they will no longer self-identify as an atheist because they feel atheism to be too limiting to what they just experienced. And that is a failure. That is a failure. Like, if you do mushrooms and can't call yourself an atheist because of it, because you have no language in that space to talk about it, or you're going to be mocked for it, then religion by necessity, by default, has a monopoly on these experiences. Then you feel like you have to go back to religion in order to make sense of that experience. And that does atheism a disservice. Claiming the word spiritual means that I'm combating religion's monopoly on human experience, including human experiences that we have put under the umbrella of spirituality. That helps secularism, because it says take your experiences, dust off the bullshit and the interpretation of those experiences, and bring it on over here. Otherwise, we leave people at the mercy of religion because we have no room in atheism for their full human experience. Now, my third argument for why I use this word and not other words like well-being is that atheism.
By the way, she's so, everything that she's saying is fabulous. Like, I can't even add more to it, but I will say that I think she's right. I think she's making a salient point. I think I can be, again, Matt Dillahunty, his work really meant something to me way long ago. I did fall off his work because I did feel like his rigidity was what didn't feel honest. And I think he's a victim of the rigidity of the expectation of his bubble. There is a rigidity to the atheist bubble that requires people to never engage with deep feelings, deep sensitive feelings, with vulnerabilities, with anything that makes them look weak. We just watched Sam Harris earlier today talk about how Hassan Piker is the Nick Fuentes of the left, which is so silly. And he makes this argument that Israel isn't committing a genocide because not that many people have died, or that they give warnings before the houses are bombed. It's like there is just this atheist bubble. Richard Dawkins, infamous transphobe, right? It's like all these men who pride themselves in being these great atheist thinkers are just some of the bigoted, most hateful people. And I'm not accusing Matt of being like bigoted because I think he's been pretty left on a lot of issues. I don't know though, but I'm not surprised. And it's because they value, quote, facts and logic so hard that they neglect their own humanity. And then you see them on shows justifying a genocide because that's actually not the definition of the word. Actually, and it's like, bro, people are dying, bro. And that's the problem with all of this is like, there's obviously a meaning crisis. I wonder what Matt Dillahunty would think of Vervaeke's work of the meaning crisis, right? There is obviously a deep meaning. The world is in such deep meaning that Jordan Peterson had to disappear because he's going through a crisis. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people are going through crises. Russell Brand is sitting here openly talking about fucking a teenager because, quote, it was legal and he could fuck kids because it was like above board. Like, the world is like obviously in a mean crisis, but it always has been. And yes, religion has been used as a tool of oppression. I'm here with you. And yet I'm not anti-religious because I think it's so short-sighted. I think it's so conservative. I think it's so old school to think banning the thing instead of fixing the people that made the thing, instead of working on ourselves, instead of actually validating that, yeah, like you are feeling something real, like, but the real thing you're feeling isn't tangibly a God or a Holy Spirit. It's actually something pretty cool. It's you, it's your brain, it's your relationship with nature. It's actually real. Like, this feeling you're having, that's why even when you go to therapy, my therapist explained, like, your feeling is real. Like, you are feeling pain. My rheumatologist, he explained that you are feeling pain. Your fibromyalgia is painful, but you're not actually, you're not in trouble. Like, you don't have to go to the hospital. Guys, I have been to a Croatian hospital, I think like 3 times because I've been in excruciating pain. And they're like, it's your fibromyalgia. I was like, are you sure? It's not broken. There's nothing there. They're like, it's your fibro. And I was like, fuck. Like, it is so real in my head that I'm in so much I thought my fingers were literally broken. I thought my feet were broken. I was like, I broke a bone for the first time in my life finally. And my partner's like, oh my God, really? I was like, yeah, I think my fingers are broken. And then we went to the doctor and they're like, it's just fibro. And I was like, fuck. My bad. But it's my brain. My brain is processing. My brain's like computing. It's like, you are in pain. And I'm like, am I in pain? Oh my God, I'm in pain. The pain is real. It's just not, it's not the kind of tangible that requires there to be an x-ray proof, or there's not going to be an actual broken bone, but I feel broken. That feeling is still real. And that's what Matt's having a problem with, is Matt is like, oh, because it's not something I can hold, it's not real. Yeah, but the data shows it's so impactful that it's as real as any other real. So it's real.
Atheism has historically been very good at deconstruction and not very good at reconstruction. And that's by default, right? Atheism is just, I'm not convinced of a theistic God. I'm not convinced of this. And I'm not insulting atheism. Like, I am an atheist. Atheism gave my intellectual honesty back. It gave me permission to say, I'm not convinced that this is true. The atheist debates gave me tools to recognize bad arguments or authority abuse or fear-based theology or religious claims that could.
And by the way, can I just say to that chatter who is really passionate, I hear you. Sometimes when I get really excited to learn about astrology or Islam or something, I do get very frustrated that the people in those communities are like, oh my God, are you going to like become one of us? No. But I really like what I can learn from this bubble. Like, I really want to read the Quran. I think that'd be so fun. But I don't want to read the Quran and then have people be like, oh my God, is she going to convert? Or revert? That's how my mother gets so excited when somebody explores Christianity or Catholicism. She's like, oh, and I was like, they're just reading a book. It's just a book. And like, same thing with The Secret, which, you know, I'm a Secret hater. I hate The Secret. Matt Dillahunty mentions The Secret in his video. I hate The Secret. I still think you should read it so you know why I hate it. And I just hate it because it's like, I hate it in the way that, like, you hate okay, going back to what the chatter said, it's not that I hate the book. I hate I think this is what the chatter was meaning to say. I dislike the energy around the book, but that doesn't mean the book shouldn't exist. It means it means you should be more aware of how you're engaging in the book. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's you, right? That's the thing. Okay, Chet says, Brittany, what is secular spirituality? We've already explained this throughout this stream. So have you just come into stream? Were you missing the original definition? Why are you asking me the question? Did you just come in?
Hold up under certainty. But atheism by itself, you know, we all admit this, is not a full operating system. It doesn't claim anything other than just a negation. It makes no ultimate claims on what reality is or how you should order your life. And so that leaves a mountain of human questions unanswered. And this is where I think secular...
Yeah, Chet says you don't like the energy about on how people relate to it because it's largely unhealthy. It's not even just largely unhealthy. I mean, that's a big part of it, because I also agree with the other chatter that's like, it literally says to manifest your cancer away. Yes, it's dangerous. But what's more interesting is that people read it and think it's real. Like, what's more interesting to me is the fact that I could just write a book of bullshit and I guarantee you I could probably get 1 million people to believe in it. Don't you think that's so interesting that humans are so easy to manipulate and yet we are so convinced we aren't? Like, that's more interesting to me. Like, why are you guys all into this? Like, why do you all like this? You know what I mean? Like, why do you like, nothing was said. And that's what I want adults to do. I want you to understand why you are so easily convinced, why any of us are so easily convinced, by the way. None of us are exempt from it, you know? Let me see. Chat says, yeah, I just joined. I can go back and watch your explanation if I need to. Well, it's going to be probably hard to find. I'll just say for people just coming in, secular spirituality to me is philosophy, okay? It's an attempt to have a profound realization, a thought, a feeling, a realization, a perfect trifecta of engaging in the most present to create what feels like a profound meaning spirituality. So it's like when you realize you're alive for the first time, or you see a mountain and you're like, whoa, you have amazing sex and you're like, and meditation can be spiritual, cooking can be spiritual. Spirituality is just in a profound present experience. And then you can attach whatever meaning you want to the experience. I prefer to attach the most like data-driven explanation for the experience. So when I would do BDSM, it would feel spiritual, or I would do spiritual BDSM. I was attaching, I was living in the most present, having the most profound experience with my partners, the people I was involved with. And then I could attach meaning to that. The meaning would be our closeness, our intimacy, the way we looked at each other's eyes. Like when I make love to my partner and it feels more spiritual, it's like a connection of two people coming together. That feels like a spiritual experience. You know what I mean? Chad says, thank you. That makes sense. Do you think that secular spirituality is incompatible with not believing in gods? Wait, there's too many negatives in that sentence for me. Hold on. Do you think that secular spirituality is incompatible with not believing in gods? Incompatible with not believing in gods? I think secular spirituality could be whatever it is to the individual experiencing it. Does that make sense? So like, it's a construct created by an experience had by an individual and shared individuals that we attach meaning to and create a framework around. So the question's a little confusing for me because I don't think about it incompatible or compatible. I think more like it. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think anyone can have a spiritual experience. Anyone can have a secular spiritual experience. Anyone can have a religious spiritual experience. Anyone can have a spiritual experience, and then you attach meaning to that spiritual experience, which is why when religious people have one, they attach God to the reason why. Secularists will probably attach biology to it. Why? Right? Like, so it's about the why. If I had a spiritual experience while having sex with my partner, it would be more like love is the thing I'm attaching it to. Oh, love made this spiritual experience happen. Does that make sense?
Spaces fail people because atheism is too small to hold the whole human experience. And the lie of atheism, if there was one, is saying that if you just walk out of a church building, you'll just stumble upon the good life. You'll just know how to do this. Like, atheism is just a position on the God question. It's not a grief ritual. It's not a rite of passage. It's not a new family culture. It's not a funeral. It's not a moral formation system. It doesn't give you any kind of belonging. It's not a way to, metabolize awe. It's not a structure for existential reconstruction. And when we pretend that it is enough, people will often go look elsewhere. And when you shame the experience, religion gets to interpret it. And that's the problem. So Matt, when you said that spirituality sexuality as a definition is something just out of the ordinary. Your example for that was a bit of a straw man where you say that it's just like hearing Beatles music for the first time when they went to India and George uses a sitar and Indian time signatures for the first time.
Transcendent just means beyond the ordinary. And that is contingent on what your ordinary is. If you hear a new style of music that is different from anything you've ever heard, it would be very easy to describe that as transcendent.
Oh my God, I don't know why she times twos it here. It's actually very interesting as an editing. Like just YouTuber to YouTube, I know Brit's new to the game. YouTuber to YouTuber, times twoing is crazy. I 1.2 at most, times twoing is a decision, okay? I slowed it down on my end.
Because it transcends your ordinary. But to somebody else, that is their ordinary. To somebody else, it's banal, tedious. This is why when music trends shift, when the Beatles show up, and they go and they get Indian influences of instruments that people in the West aren't used to hearing, and styles and time signatures that people aren't used to seeing. They incorporate into that stuff into the music, and all of a sudden it becomes transcendent. But that doesn't mean there's something that's actually transcendent. So once again, it's hyperbole of this is really cool.
Okay, hold on. I actually agree with that. Except the transcendence is explaining, if it happens, a life-changing experience that I would say transcendence. Interesting. He's saying, I mean, I agree with him that it is predicated on where you are. Like a bubble pop can be something big or small, right? So, I mean, don't get me wrong that I listened, to videos at times two in my own private life, but not on stream. Times two is crazy. But I will say this. Hold on, I'm stuck. I don't think I think this is what atheists always do that make them so fucking boring. They always do this. The word doesn't have to be bigger than it is for it to be as powerful as it feels. The word transcendence doesn't have to be literal for it to might as well have been literal. So this is why when people come to me, they go, Britt, I just had a transcendent experience. I meditated myself outside of my body and I walked around the room like astral projection. I was like, do you mean it literally or do you mean that you meditated so hard you might as well have? Because I have absolutely had that experience, but it is not astral projection. And I do not think I literally walked outside of my body. But I do think the brain is powerful enough to basically make that happen anyways, but not in the way that some people might literally think it's happening. And so are you being literal or are you being so spiritually, meditatively, are you explaining something that might as well have happened that way? You know what I'm saying? So this is where it gets confusing. So then we start to question people's sanity because it's okay, did that literally happen? Because what does literal mean in a world in which we are dictated and also engaging in reality through our feelings? Right? Most of us, this is where Alex O'Connor would say most of us are emotivists, right? How we feel is what we think is right and wrong. But that's the question. How do you know if it's right or wrong? If you're just feeling it. But feelings are very, very profound. It might be a feeling you're having and it's wrong, or it might be a feeling you're having that is true, but it might not make sense. Right? But the feeling is it's pretty important. It's why LARPing is so fun if you do it and you really get into it. It's why acting or doing plays or doing a bit with your friend, it's so much fun when you're really in it. And when you really throw yourself into it, you have a better experience. But obviously, it's only as real as you are involved in the experience. And I think sometimes people don't want to look stupid or foolish, so they don't jump into the full experience. Oh, look at this little design on me. Because they don't want to look silly, but then they're not getting the full experience. It's like sex. I could sit there in bed and be like, yeah, let's have sex. Get on top of me. Put it inside me, baby. And then it's okay, thanks. Or I can move my body in a sensual way. I can, look at them in the eye. I can press my breasts up against them. I can arch my back. I can moan. I can grab them and pull them forward. This is going to change the experience. And the experience will add to how profound it can feel. You know what I mean? So okay.
That's a bit of a straw man. No one I know has changed their behavior or their brain has changed because they heard Norwegian Wood for the first time. Maybe some did, but, Probably not. It may be a new experience. It may be neat and interesting, as you say, but that is not what people mean when they say that they had a transcendent experience or a spiritual experience. When astronauts look at Earth from space, that is not just a Beatles song with a sitar. It changes them forever afterwards. And researchers call this the overview effect. This is the cognitive shift.
Oh, I like this. Chat says spirituality is not trying to do what science does, which is explain how the world works. It is meant to help navigate the human experience. Love that.
That astronauts report when they see Earth from space. And a review from Yaden and colleagues describes it as an experience of awe and self-transcendence, often involving overwhelming emotion, a sense of beauty, and an increased identification with humanity and the planet as a whole that changes their behavior when they return. It was not just that was a neat experience or that was new. It altered their values. It altered their environmental concerns. It changed their sense of belonging to the planet. They come back forever changed. Same thing with psychedelics. People will...
This is like the difference between a big bubble pop and a small bubble pop. Like, I think we're always having like little realizations, but sometimes you have a bubble pop that's so big, it shifts your whole relationship with reality, like being Mormon and then becoming an atheist, like being a Catholic and being an atheist, right? It's like, oh my God, I realized this thing that I based my life around, like wasn't actually like as tangible or real in the way that I thought it was real. And now I'm having to recalibrate and just restructure my whole life around this realization. And that can happen in many ways. I know some people have near-death experiences and they'll be like, I had a transcendent experience. It really made me come to Jesus. Like that was the conclusion I came to. I would probably ask about that question. Like most of the time when we're deconstructing from religion, it doesn't happen overnight, right? Like Britt is trying to say. Sometimes I think atheists who have been atheists too long forget. I do. I think atheists who have been atheists too long forget what it was like to leave. Or forget, and I say this as a person who was like very much asking a lot of questions when I was religious, and I left a lot younger than Britt did. But I would just say that I think you forget how ingrained, how deeply involved people are, right, in their religious beliefs. And spirituality, though, can take that turn. I think a lot of us who engage in spirituality are not having that relationship with it. Just like many people can become very addicted to drugs and have a horrible experience, or some people who smoke weed have psychosis. Not everyone has that experience. And so it really is just a question of, can we acknowledge that some people are having good, positive, and healthy relationships with things that some people are not having those experiences with? And then what does that mean for whether or not we need to focus in on it? There are so many Muslims I know that are happy. Is this like what I want for them? No, but it's not about what Brittany wants. It's about what they want. So if you want to be a Muslim, I support you. You know what I mean? Do I have an issue with your doctrine? Do I have an issue with patriarchy? Sure. Do I have an issue with homophobia and transphobia? Absolutely. But if you as an individual truly feel so much better as a person and you are just so much happier as a Muslim, I support it. You know what I mean? I support you. You do it, girl. Do it. Because like, who am I to take that away from you? Same with my parents. Who am I to take their religion away from them? Are there consequences socially because of that? Yeah. Like, because you're religious, you might not be able to visit my home because it's offensive to your religion. Okay. Or you might not be able to know my family or my kids because we're gay. Okay. Or you might need to, and that's like what it is. You have to accept it. The problem is when people start making prescriptions and then they start using it to move into government, and then they start to do it to control people. So obviously the issue with religion is that it's often a prescription construct, which means they are meant to recruit or convince people, at least in the big religions. So maybe that's really the issue here. Spirituality is sort of the other option. The option that says this is personal, specific to community, that it doesn't need to be in government necessarily, though I think the government could probably use some meditation. You know what I mean? So it is one of those things where, again, we're living in a world that can't even agree on rape bad, child marriage bad, yes or no. So you know what I'm saying? We really need to really accept that we live in a fucked up world so we can attempt to do something good. Britt is trying to do something good. I'm trying to do something good. Of course, we could be wrong, but y'all are so busy. You know what I mean? Like, still fighting about whether or not the age of consent should be whatever. And we're sitting here like, can we please just protect kids and move the fuck on? So again, like, I just think there's so much, evil, philosophical evil, not spiritual evil, not like metaphysical evil, philosophical evil in the world. And it's us. It's all of us, we got to work on it. And that's what Britt's trying to do.
forever change after a peak experience with psychedelics. Same thing with something morally profound. Like I just saw Les Mis when it came to town. And even though I don't believe that the bishop has the one true priesthood, I do believe that there are stories where something equivalent to 2 candlesticks and human kindness has changed a person's life. So when people talk about a transcendent or spiritual experience, they do not just mean I encountered something different or out of the ordinary. They mean an experience that reorganized their sense of self and their values or their place in the world. And we have science on that because we can show that their behavior changes. So I'm not trying to make atheism less rational. I'm not trying to smuggle in the woo. I'm trying to make atheism less emotionally illiterate, because people are not just belief machines. They are not robots. They are meaning-making animals. They are grieving animals. They are ritual animals. They are awe-responsive animals. They are attachment animals. They are storytelling animals. And when someone leaves religion, because the majority of people I work with are people deconstructing from religion, they're just not losing they don't just lose an argument. They lose their cosmology, how to place themselves in the universe.
Exactly what I was saying earlier. Atheists who have been atheists for too long, it's just a debate to them. They forget these people, a lot of the people Brit is working with, they're losing community, structure, consistency. The 3 things science has proved we need as humans to maintain sanity and a place in the universe. They're losing that, and you need to replace it with something. Secular spirituality is a great replacement because it allows you to leave religion behind, but doesn't eradicate that ritual from your life. That real biological experience you had in church can be recreated outside of church because it's a biological experience. It's not a magical one. That's what spirituality is when you think about it from the biological framework. You realize that's why people say we are spiritual beings. I kind of think that's true biologically. I think they might mean it a little bit more literally, and I don't. I don't think we're actually like spiritual beings, but I do think that our biology allows us to have a spiritual experience, which then would technically make us spiritual beings. But it's not magic. It's just biology. Like when you have drugs, like when I took shrooms and I thought I was talking to God and I was like, oh, it's just shrooms. It's still a real experience. I did talk to what felt like a true God. And then I was screaming in my head, you're on shrooms, Brittany. It's not God. You're on shrooms. And I'm like, oh yeah, damn, that's powerful drugs. And that's what it is. Like, it's still a real experience. It was a cool experience. I'm glad I had it. And also, like, in my head, I knew to tell myself, like, it's not real. It's not real. Because I can see why somebody else would have that experience and come away thinking it was real. Like Jordan Peterson talked to Matt Dillahunty about this, right? Like, that's the difference is I know it's in my head. And that I know the spiritual practices I engage in are in my head. I just think, like, that's pretty powerful. And it's pretty tangible. It's pretty real. And it makes me a better person. It makes me a better community member. It makes me a nicer, kinder person. It makes me more compassionate, empathetic. And it made me also choose better partners and choose better friends. So,
their calendar, their family structure, their rituals, their songs, their death story, their moral community, their sense of being held somehow in the universe, their answer to suffering, their sense of ultimate concern. And if all we can offer them is, well, at least you're not wrong anymore, that's not enough. And that's where secular spirituality comes in. It's not a replacement for skepticism. It's the continuation of skepticism into the rest of life. And that helped me because for me, the death of God personally, with no tools from secularism at the time, flung me into nihilism. And if most of the deconstruction space is just talking about how we're better than religious people and how they're stupid, and I'm full on suicidal, struggling with nihilism, struggling with the ethics of what it means to be alive, it's not enough. Like that atheist chip on your shoulder that I'm smarter than everyone else is not enough. There are some things that we learn outside of religion about the nature of reality that can be hard, that can be troubling, that we need help with, that can even make your life.
It's the ego. It's a lack of humility. The atheistic men have a lack of humility. Britt and I talked about this when we talked about Alex O'Connor, who we like. You know, we like Alex. I'd love to talk to Alex one day, but he's young. I get it. But there is like this like, you know what I mean? Like the way he talks gives him more social credit. The way men talk in these spaces gives them more social credit. That's why when I went through my atheistic stage, I was like, guys, I literally said, turn the Middle East into glass. Because I thought that's what the logical thing was to do to win wars. I was a teenager. And also, my parents were also conservative. And we're from Iraq, so I don't want to hear anybody talk to me or lecture me. Okay? But like, yeah, how do you think I feel now? Thinking about like, damn, it turns you into a psychopath. And that's what I'm trying to say. It turns you into a psychopath. You don't even know it too, but you are. You're turning into a psychopath because you think showing any emotion, having a spiritual connection to a land, even me saying, oh my God, like I want to have a connection to that land. Oh, that's woo-woo. Oh, that's woo-woo. That's crazy. Why would you even say that? Like, oh, you have a spiritual connection to a land? How could you even have a spiritual connection to the land? It's a spiritual experience. But I denied myself for that spiritual experience because it sounded stupid to atheists and it sounded stupid to religious people. So both of the communities I was relying on said it sounded stupid. And I was like, damn, is it stupid to feel connection to a land? Even yesterday, my siblings and I just had a huge discussion about how I'm too attached to the family in the sense that I care about my nieces and nephews. I care about kids I've never even met in the family. And they're like, you're too attached to like, you care about cousins you've never met. And I was like, because they're my cousins, bro. And they're like, and also they're just people. They're people who matter. Isn't that cool? Like, I'm very attached to like, you know, and I allow myself the vulnerability of being attached. I used to deny it. I don't care about family. I don't care about anybody. I just care about myself. Okay. Or even my siblings and I were talking about the ethics of donating sperm. Because, you know, people are like, is it ethical to donate sperm to make money? And I said, no, you cannot. You're not just donating sperm. First of all, you're taking my niece or nephew and putting them into somebody else's home. So absolutely not. And second of all, why are you bringing a kid into the universe just for money? Go get a job. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? What are you donating your sperm for? Like, no. Donating your eggs? No. Like, and I know other people want babies. Okay, girlies, like, do you want babies or do you want to have an experience that makes a baby at the end? You know what I mean? Because no, I'm already attached to that child that doesn't exist. And so that's the problem is like, yeah, you see me as silly, but I see you as psychopathic. Because why the fuck are you being so fucking willy-nilly about the fact that your kid is going to be walking around? And I say that even as people who are like non-related, like I care about my husband. I care about my sister-in-laws. I'm not related to them. They're my family though. They mean something to me. So it's not just about blood. It's the fact that I love them. They are mine. They are my family. They are part of my clan. You know, everyone's always talking about how individualism sucks, but the moment you talk about loving the collective, everyone's like, oh my God, you're so weird. And that's what I'm saying. Like, do we want to build a better world or not, bro? Because then you have to care about your neighbor. You actually have to care about people. You can't desire to build a better world for people that you hate. You have to care about their humanity. Before they are a bad person, they are still a person who is hungry. Feed them. You know what I'm saying? So it's so interesting the way people are like, why is the world the way it is? Also, should I bring babies into the universe for $100? And it's like, hello? Should I bring babies into the universe because I'm horny? Hello? Like, okay.
Harder. So my argument to you, Matt, is if we co-evolved with religion, if evolutionarily religion is a cognitive technology that we created for
and by the way, guys, please note that the way we're talking about this changes based off who's having the conversation. If a religious person came up to me and said, don't you think having a baby is like a spiritual experience? I'll give you a better one. I'll give you a real example. My mom calls me and she goes, don't you think having an abortion is like, don't you think some part of you dies inside if you had an abortion? Possibly. Sure. Maybe. Oh, so you agree, like it's bad. No, see how you did this thing? You asked me a personal question that I thought I was being vulnerable and giving you an answer. And then you weaponized and turned it around on me. And you said, so you do agree, right? You see, are you asking me a real question about how vulnerable it is to terminate my pregnancy? Are you asking me something literal? Like, because if you're asking me something literal, then we go to the science and we go back all the way to conception and we look at the way that the baby is forming or the fetus is coming together. And then we decide when to have an abortion within reason. And then we make that decision. Okay. If the mother's life is at risk, if all these things are here, if these factors are here, or if you're asking me, Brittany, do I think I would have a feeling around aborting my child? Sure. Definitely. Like I would have a feeling about it. Even if I still did it, I would have a feeling about it. But now I'm being punished for my feeling. Oh, she felt bad that she had to have an abortion. Okay, feeling bad does not negate doing the right thing. You can do the right thing and feel bad. And also feeling bad is a subjective experience that means I might feel bad, I might not feel bad. I might feel bad in one way, but feel good in another way. I might feel bad, but also relieved. But you see how just the small admittance of feeling bad means that like I'm not also allowed to feel relieved? And they weaponize your vulnerable experience. I've never had an abortion, but I'm just, okay. They're weaponizing your vulnerable experience to say, see, instead of, right? really seeing people for who they are and experiencing things the way they could be. Like we talk about this with detransitioners. Trans people detransition because literally detransition. Trans people detransition. Because depending on how you identify the word detransition. Okay, it doesn't mean detransitioning is inherently bad. It doesn't mean some people don't regret transitioning. It means you can still be trans and not transition as well. There are people who think you can't be trans unless you transition. You can be trans and not transition. You can be trans and not have body dysmorphia, right? Or gender dysphoria, right? So like there's like this conversation around like what is actually something, because you guys are not contending with the reality that it's a construct. It's a made up construct. Everything is made up by us because we saw something happen and we put a word and a framework to it. And it's our job to be the adults in the room and to responsibly redefine words, redefine constructs, update our terminology, and move forward as a society with empathy and compassion at the forefront of our why we are doing what we're doing. That should be the goal of exploring secular spiritualism. Oh, is there a way to be spiritual without it being negative? Let's see. Let's actually engage in it, right? Instead of, no, there's no way to be spiritual. It's nonsense. It's like, is it? Like, is it though? Did you do the research? Because this is why I say, even though Brit isn't doing something new, she is doing something revolutionary. I don't think I'm doing something new with my levels, but I think it might be considered revolutionary if I ever get around to really solidifying it. Okay? Because it's a work in progress, right? It's like, it just feels revolutionary for the time because I'm, that's how veganism will feel to people in the future. I really think the planet will one day be like 50% vegan. It's like 2% right now. I think that's what it is. But eventually, or maybe it's 10% globally, 2% in the States. But in the future, when it's like 50%, it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just not going to feel like everyone is so married to the present. They're not engaging in the reality that we know we're wrong about something. The question is, what is it? What are we wrong about right now? I always think that when I think about my work, I'm like, what am I wrong about right now that I'm going to realize in 2 years and be like, what the fuck, Brittany? What could it be? But usually that's not how we're taught to thought. We're usually taught to think we're always right in the most present. I'm right for the Brittany that I am right now, but I'm definitely wrong for the Brittany I'm going to be later.
Various things that help us as humans, then simply leaving religion is not enough. Religions have had thousands of years to develop tools for humans. Sometimes religion will increase certain anxieties like fear and hell, but a lot of times religion is actually soothing many anxieties. And religions have, had thousands of years to develop this. And so if we're expecting the average person who is not a philosopher, not a psychologist, not a neuroscientist, not a sociologist, not an anthropologist, to make sense of all that and rebuild all of that in one lifetime, especially when they have religious trauma, that's a hard ask. And so when secularism includes secular spirituality, it gives a space for these rebuilding conversations that are so needed in the secular space. So I'll leave that there. My guess is that you're somewhat okay with all of that. And your critique now is going to be that there's no need of me, right? That this can and should be done in therapy. You mentioned the Secular Therapy Project. You mentioned recovering from religion. And so there's no need for people like spiritual directors to be doing any of this. That's.
And just reminder, when I say be a whole human being, this is my framework. I think mental health is different than spiritual philosophical health. These are two different healths, just like physical health is separate from mental health, though they all overlap. And financial health is its own category because that's how you labor and exist in the world. So how you survive, okay? How you exist in your body, how you exist in your brain or with your brain, and then how you think about your why, like why you do what you do, and then who are you in the story. That's my framework about being a whole human being. So it can't be therapy alone. Therapy is just for your brain, okay? Your childhood, stuff like that. What about the other stuff, right?
It's my guess that what your critique would be now. And so this is one area that I want to push back on. If there was nothing of value that I'm doing in helping people build meaningful, even spiritual lives without forcing them to do that with a God or the supernatural, then why do the therapists from the Secular Therapy Project talk to me, send their clients to me, send my content I put out for free on YouTube to their clients for free, come to be trained by me or to...
I'm sorry, one day I'm going to grow up and not make these fucking funny facial expressions, but love love the organization Matt was telling people to trust. Trust Britt Hartley.
Work with me so that they can know how to better work with their clients. There's a gap here that I'm filling that is a real gap. If the Secular Therapy Project and if therapists could do all of that work, therapists wouldn't be reaching out to me for help in this area. Therapy is great. I've used therapy for various aspects of my life. Therapy did not help me when I was in an existential crisis, paralyzed by deep philosophical questions. Therapy in the data tends to not be effective for existential depression and nihilism unless you are meeting with an existential therapist, which is an addition.
Chad, I'm going to challenge you right now. You said you can be adults and still be messy, and that it said not mutually exclusive. It is when it comes to branding and work. When has Britt ever been on stream and be like, oh, eat it, bitch. Eat my dick, bitch? Never. Because she's a professional. And she gets the social credit for it versus I am not a professional. So I do not reap the benefits. And you might say, oh, but people do this all the time and they get social benefits. Look at Cardi B. Cardi B is hilarious, but she is disrespected and people do not think she's intelligent and they use her as a prop to be funny. And as women in these spaces, we have to recognize how we are being used by hosts, by interviewers, by TV people to take our funniness and discount our intelligence. So with peace and love, challenge yourselves to recognize, like, when I say these things, I'm fully calling out the systems at place that make women in this space unable to exist in like jokey, because, okay, but I will say this, just know that in my head, I'm making the joke. In the future, I'll give a little sign to the audience so they know I'm making the joke in my head, you know? Look at Sam Harris trying to come out at Hassan Piker for being hyperbolic. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people will use whatever they want, but look at Hassan's social credit versus the women in this space. Look at Hassan's social credit and look at ours, you know?
Training you can get in your therapy program. So therapy didn't help me locate the ways that my brain was still religious and how to shift that. Therapy didn't help me with the deep philosophical questions that I was asking. So you want something concrete here. What are things that I do that people in the therapists in the Secular Therapy Project refer people to me for? One is exploring different spiritual paths. For example, with an existential crisis, the isms that tend to be most helpful with that are Stoicism, Buddhism, existentialism, absurdism, and optimistic nihilism. I can tell which kinds of these personalities or needs can lead you to benefit from one over another. A therapist doesn't have the philosophical depth for that, to explore that one-on-one. And when you just go to YouTube and just get on, abstract philosophy videos, you're not getting.
And that's why I say therapy without philosophy isn't very helpful. I think it's why a lot of people do therapy and they go, Brittany, it didn't work for me. I'm like, did you also do philosophy? And they're like, no. And I was like, well, you have to have a why you're going to therapy. And then you have to have a place afterwards. Like, you're looking for your therapy explains your life, like your childhood, your brain, your attachment styles, your processes, your mental health. It doesn't give you a reason to keep living. It doesn't actually give you a purpose. It just explains something. You still have to decide what to do with it, right? That's philosophy. That's spirituality. Is like, what now?
The one-on-one help you need to explore these new isms. I give language to religious deconstruction, what they're missing and what they're mourning. And specifically because I work with Christians and Mormons, I have a sense of how that brain works, and I can get to those often faster than a therapist. I can pinpoint which of the existential fears is giving someone a problem deconstructing and giving them a lot of hesitation and the best tools for them to face that fear directly. I can help someone process the death of God. I can help someone move from vertical morality to horizontal morality and how it works to build morality when morality is subjective. I can work with someone who is having a psychological crisis because they lost their belief of free will and they don't know how to handle that. And they don't know how to orient with that knowledge. I can talk with someone who is so nihilistic that they ethically believe it's the right thing to do to end their life. This is where this is an ethical conversation. This is a philosophical conversation, not a conversation where you just want to end your life because you're depressed. I get a lot of referrals for people in that space where the therapist feels uncomfortable with these kinds of clients because they haven't gone as far down into the void as their client. And so they have
yeah, that's why I really liked, and I know chat's talking good about DBT in the chat. That's why I love my DBT therapist, because she understood how to balance philosophy with mental health. because I was a philosophy girly even then, obviously. So I was like bringing philosophy into my therapy sessions, and she would move me through my DBT lessons. And Marsha Linehan also infamously took from a lot of spiritual practices to come up with DBT. She's very influenced by Buddhism and so on. So Eastern philosophy in general. So there's a lot of good there. She was also Catholic, so or raised Catholic. So there is a lot here that people are missing that I wish people would embrace the good of and get rid of the rest, like Britt said earlier with the bathwater. But I think that's why people discount a lot of women, because women, once we've deconstructed from these systems, we go back and see the good in them. I think the male atheists don't. I just think they go, there's nothing good in these systems ever. Versus like I as a very just anti-patriarchal girly will tell you, in a world outside of Islam and men and patriarchy, hijabs would still exist. The why would be different. Like, I don't know how to explain to you that the fact that a woman wants to cover her hair, or a man wants to cover his hair, or a man wants to cover his head, or people want to wear hats or scarves or something, like there's so many reasons why you would want to wear that. Plus, do not play with me like you don't think it's kind of cute. Like, I think that's the part that I hate the most. Do not pretend like these girlies are not cute as fuck. Like, I don't know if that's disrespectful, but you do. You look really cute. Like the hair matches, the cute earrings, like it just looks cute. Like it's literally fashion. And so like I think that's what it feels so disingenuous to me that like, are you lying right now? Like they are literally so cute. And so I think that's the problem that I have with all of these conversations is like, I think they're fighting so hard against one specific kind of person that they forget that like people exist in diversity and nuance and that they exist in many ways. So like, I don't know, like I do think that femmes or people raised women or queer people, I think we're just so much more open. Like people always say like, why do queer people embrace Muslims? Well, because Muslims in America are experiencing the discrimination and the ostracization that a lot of queer people have felt like they've experienced their whole lives. And not to mention that there are queer Muslims, which is a whole other thing that I would, but okay, fine. Okay. So like, again, that's the problem is like, I don't need you to be an atheist to be a good person. Okay, I don't think that's true. I think lots of atheists are very bad people. Richard Dawkins is a good example. Okay. I also think that, again, are you making a prescription? Do you need people to be like you? Because I don't. To be clear, I do not need you to be like me. I hold no requirement for humanity that it lives according to Brittany. And I think I am unique in that. I think I am truly actually unique in that. I think the only thing I ask of humanity is that it attempts to eradicate its bigotry and prejudice from its everyday behavior and relationship with self. The only thing I would recommend we all do is work on our bigotry. Otherwise, I really don't need you to live like me. And the question is, how much of me asking you to eradicate bigotry makes you feel attacked by me? And why is that? That's all I'm asking.
Their own resistance coming up in therapy. I can talk to someone how to rebuild their family culture, coming up with something to say at dinner time for family dinner that reflects your values because you miss religion, the family dinners and prayer time that you used to have. We have very good data for children and how that decreases anxiety when you do things like that. I can actually talk with you where you come away with a few things that you can integrate into your family to be able to start rebuilding your family culture based on the culture that you came from. I can help you navigate fear of hell and walk you through some scriptures that scare you and give you some context and explanation and demystify it so that we can work through someone's fear of hell that's stopping them from a deconstruction. And a therapist may not want to talk with a person about scripture because that's not their job to dig into that. I can help someone who's been an absurdist but now finds it lacking and wants to explore other forms of existentialism that have a little bit more meat to it than what Camus provided. That's something a therapist may not be able to help with. Again, I can especially help with Mormons and Christians because I understand how they're.
This is what I felt like I was doing during my calls, give or take. It was like a caller would call. I'd be like, what do you want to do? And it was up to them because like, I don't know them. How would I know what you want to do? You know what I mean? And I was doing calls not to be a coach, to be clear. I was doing calls because I was trying to raise money to make content. That's why I had it as a Patreon perk. And it seemed like a fun way to do it. A lot of YouTubers had done it at the time. It was really common. So it wasn't that big of a deal. If I did it again, it would probably run more like Brittany's doing with a business, but I don't think I'll do it again. I think I'm probably done offering my time one-on-one. So whoever got that opportunity, hope it was fun. You know what I mean? But I think that I understand why she does it, because it is really exciting to help people solve problems. Like, I love helping people solve problems. It's the problem itself that is exciting for me. You know what I mean? It's so fun. I'm like, ooh, give me your life problems. And I think a lot of autistic people feel that way. I think a lot of philosophy girlies feel that way. Is like, we are like, oh, because that's what philosophy is. Philosophy is like solving the problem of life. You know what I mean? Like, how exciting. And it's like, it's very intellectual. That's the part that is frustrating to me, that women get discounted, because like, what is more intellectual than helping your community rise above? Like, what is more intellectual than giving people the tools to better their life? Like, what is more intellectual than solving problems by digging deep? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's crazy to me. You know? Chet says, would you do a radio show if you could? I mean, this is my dream radio show. I always wanted to be on the radio, and this was my way to do it. That's why I love streaming. Guys, I missed you guys so much yesterday because I love doing this. I really do. I might in the future think about taking callers, but I have to figure out how to do it, because you see how I get trolled in chat? I listen to a lot of vegan call-in shows, and they get trolled so bad on the phone. I might, but that's, you know, that's also part of the show, I guess, but I'll just have to be very quick to delete people or mute people, right? But it is kind of funny.
Religious brain works, and I can catch ways that people are still operating under the scaffold of those old beliefs, things that therapists would miss if they haven't been raised in that religion. Now, you may call all of that philosophy or psychology, and that's fine. In the UK, because they are ahead of us in secularism, they have a job called philosophical counseling, where these topics, these existential concerns are very common. We don't have that job in America. In America, we are very wary of philosophy. My joke is that we are so scared of philosophy that we couldn't even have Harry Potter and the philosopher.
Yeah. Oh my God. I was just going to say that. Wait, I was just going to say that. Listen to this.
My joke is that we are so scared of philosophy that we couldn't even have Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. We had to have the Sorcerer's Stone, because.
Do you know that? Do you know it's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? Do you know that?
We're more comfortable with sorcery than philosophy. So in America, that gap where therapists don't feel like they have the depth of religious studies and philosophy and spirituality, that gap is currently being filled by spiritual directors. That is who is addressing that niche. Not because we are taking advantage of this vague spiritual world and because we're all charlatans. It's because there's an actual gap here, a gap that I experienced personally in between religion and now my very full secular life, where I struggled, where therapy wasn't helpful enough. The other one that you mentioned was recovering from religion. That wasn't helpful for the level of philosophical concerns that I had at the time. It gives me personally a lot of meaning and purpose to.
I wonder if the atheist bros feel kind of sad that their work isn't impactful and that people have to get past it. You know how FD and the Do the conversation, FD said, one of the greatest things I love to see is people move past my content. I wonder if atheist bros get mad at that, because yeah, there's a time and place for atheist content, but I hope you grow past it. Atheist content for me was literally like, I haven't really, I mean, I check in with the bubble on occasion, but it hasn't been my actual main character bubble in like 10, 15 years, because like, you know what I mean? So it is one of those things where I think people, maybe they get their feelings hurt a little bit, because I think atheists back in the day felt like the end goal. Growing up in the 90s and 2000s, it really felt like atheism was the goal. And then when you get to atheism, you're just like, this can't be the goal. This can't be the end. It's not. And I think Brit is the future. I think my content's the future. Like, I'll just say it. And then hopefully somebody will come and introduce something better than our stuff, right? But I do think the future has got to be past. I think that's a stepping stone. It's a valid one. It's important. We need it. But it's definitely not where you should stay. You know?
Help people who were once stuck in places that I got stuck. It helps people. It helps the secular movement. And I charge for my 20 years of experience in theology and philosophy and spirituality, just like a hairdresser charges for her time too. The alternative to that, if you think that you shouldn't be able to charge for your time in the space, and if you do, you're automatically a charlatan, just know I'm literally just talking about a living wage for me and my 4 children. Not Joel Osteen, not Deepak Chopra.
Didn't realize she was 4.
Kind of stuff, just a living wage. And if I couldn't charge for that, I would have to leave this work and go work some kind of dead end job because I have no experience in anything else. And then religion wins by default. If we can't financially support people doing positive work and a secular approach to the space of spirituality, then religion wins by default. Mormonism wins by default because it gets 10% of the money from its people, and every other person, people who are doing good work in this space, have to work for free, part-time, while they have a day job. Mormonism wins if that's the structure that you want to set up, and that doesn't help anyone. Now, to my education that you called out, I do feel like this is a little bit of a low blow that is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he like met her or other people, but like, what?
A bit unbecoming because I'm just going to be vulnerable with you, Matt. I wish I would have had the opportunity to go to Claremont, to Harvard, to Cambridge, to pursue a career and be a real scholar in this space, a real peer-reviewed scholar. But this is me at 19 years old, getting Mormon married.
They're literally babies. They're literally babies. Look at both of them, look like literal children. I'm going to cry. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. Oh.
Look, 12, getting Mormon married in a Mormon temple where I promised at the time to obey my husband while my husband obeyed God. I had children and I put my husband's career and development first, like a good little Mormon girl. I was a teenager. I knew nothing else. I left Mormonism when I was a paid seminary teacher at the time. It just, destroyed my marriage. It destroyed my family relationships. I lost my identity and community and income and everything about me at the time. I found religion to be harmful and not true, and I paid the price. And I started my master's degree to understand religion better outside of Mormonism when I had just adopted 3 children. One was 2, one was 6.
Oh, Habibi. Oh my gosh. Cutie patooties.
Months, and one was a newborn. But I had a dear friend named Thomas J. Ord, and I coached his daughter's soccer team here in Boise. He lives here in Boise too. And I had a lot of theological and philosophical conversations with him, and he saw something in me, a bright mind, but one that was raw and undeveloped. And I studied under him at Northwind Theological Seminary as an affordable way to be able to study one class at a time. I didn't go because they were handing out cheap degrees. I didn't go so I could get that cheap degree and scam people. I went there because that was the best that I could do. A little bit at a time at a flexible theology school under a mentor who saw something in me. I wish I had more academic credentials. I do. I hope that I'll go back and get the
would you like to pay for her college degree, Matt? Would you like to pay for it? Because as a girlie who's been looking into some stuff, let me tell you, it's going to cost some money. You know what I mean? And then you have to worry about going to the right place so people give you the social credit because that's all they care about. And then you have to worry about the fact that even if you have that, they'll assume you slept your way to the top or into a degree. It's like, no matter what you do sometimes. And that's what I'm hoping for. Can we show some good faith and where people have come from and how they get places? I understand there are scammers. I understand there are bad people out there. I hear you. But not everybody who's trying to do the work is trying to scam people. Not everybody. A lot of people, but not everybody. And we have to know this about humanity, because if you don't, then you will just be nihilistic and out, only in it for yourself. And what's the point of doing better? Again, Britt and I talked about this when we did our interview together, is like our belief, at least my belief, and I think this is hers too, is that you don't do the right thing because the world is going to change. You do the right thing because the world absolutely won't change unless we start changing. So it's like, I can't guarantee an outcome, but I know for a fact nothing's going to change unless we change. So even if nothing changes, at least I did the right thing. Right? That's the only thing we can know. We just cannot predict the outcome because we don't actually have magical powers and we do not have crystal balls. We can only hope. We can only attempt.
Acronyms that people require, but it is not due to lack of character that I went there and not to Stanford. And after I finished my master's degree, I went on to a doctorate, not a PhD, just a doctorate. And when it was time to write my dissertation, I had lost my faith in God altogether. What would you have wanted me to do? How is it not the right thing to then sign up for an 18-month program on non-religious, secular spirituality to learn how to help people in this space from a secular point of view? and used everything that I had learned up to that point for approaching these things from a secular viewpoint and helping people deconstruct from religion. All the things that I mentioned that I do, I learned how to do under the Spiritual Direction Program. That is the group of people in America that are currently attending to these deep concerns and deep existential shifts that happen when you deconstruct religion. At the end of the video, what feels the most unfair is that you said that you don't need gurus. And that implies, again, with you using the word charlatan, that I call myself a guru and that I'm a charlatan. That I got to cheat.
Also, what a boomer. Charlatan. That's such an atheist to boomer word. Might as well put on a fedora, Matt.
Deep degree and a bogus certification to scam people in the spiritual space and take advantage of people. But to make that claim, you'd have to prove that I do scam people and that I set myself up as a guru. I specifically never sell any merchandise. I specifically tell people I am not a therapist and I am not a guru. If I'm asked with a client or a podcast or a live question, something that gets into politics or therapy or sex or relationships, I say, I don't know. Or I say, I have an opinion on that, but it's outside my scope, so I won't say. I don't claim special knowledge. I don't claim to know what ultimate reality is. I don't even claim an ism that like I'm a this or that. I don't use words like energy. I don't claim a special relationship with the universe. Any client of mine will tell you that even when people try to teach me to treat me like their next prophet, I just mirror that back to them. And I help people find their own path post-religion, not follow me on mine. I don't have a 12 steps for life where you have to follow what I've done and live my life. I don't run retreats where I set myself up as a guru. I simply show up and say I'm a person who's been thinking and studying about spirituality and religion and philosophy and existentialism since I was a teenager.
I do kind of think, okay, so obviously smaller communities have retreats. We have get-togethers. We have community things that we do. And we never run into these problems. There might be some drama, but generally we don't run into these problems because men aren't involved. Because patriarchy isn't involved. If patriarchy is involved and capitalism is involved, then they can't help but assume you're doing something evil because that's what they would be doing if they were doing what you were doing. And I think when Britt talks about going on her girly retreats or her witchy events, I'm just like, oh, fun, girls' night. And a guy could hear that and be like, oh my God, she's convincing these women they're witches and they're hanging out. And I'm like, ugh, you guys are such bummers. Like, I always wanted to have a retreat. I decided not to do it because people get weird. But if a bunch of people I respected knew a bunch of people we respected and all of us went to go have a retreat in the mountains, it would be fine because we all vetted people. The dangerous part has open events, allowing strangers into your home, asking your audience like, hey, do you want to go to this thing? And by the way, the reason I thought retreats would be fun and then I realized they wouldn't be is because I didn't know how to keep certain people from the event because I knew they could be dangerous. Because even as a YouTuber, we all know, we all have chatters, we all have people in our spaces who were like, it could be them. They could be the school shooter. And then we have to be wary of it. And this is just like the behind the scenes obvious to anything. You run a church, you run a daycare, you run a facility, there's always one parent, one churchgoer, one person. There's always 1 to 5 people that you got to be like, I don't even have exact proof, but I just know that if it's anyone, it's going to be them. And those are always the first people who want to come to your retreats. And you got to be like, see, it's not the majority. It really is always the minority who ruins. Well, that sounds wrong. There's always the one guy who ruins everything. There's always the one guru leader who ruins it for the rest of us. There's always the one person who shows up to the retreat who ruins it for the rest of us. It's always like 1 to 5 people. And the rest are great, you know? And the question is, how do we make it so those people never come? And then how do we follow legal precedent and not discriminate? And then how do we make sure that we're actually using this for the good reason to protect the community and not because someone's bigoted, you know? It's like, this is the hard part of forming a community, which, by the way, is what conservatives tell themselves, which is why they don't want to do socialized medicine or healthcare, because they think, I don't want to pay for the bills of somebody I don't like. And that's why people don't like welfare and stuff like that, because they think, well, I don't want to pay for somebody I don't like, versus I think I'll pay for you even if I don't like you, because that's government stuff, which is different than building holistic community. So that's the other part. Even the word holistic is going to be triggering for people. Government frameworks are different than community efforts. They can overlap, but they're different. Governments need to fund, keep safe, protect, feed, take care of healthcare for their citizens, in my mind. Communities need to form pockets of community that serve the people in that community, and the people in that community must serve one another as an act of service to better the community, okay? Like not littering, driving nicely down the street, watching for children, you know? So again, when we have these conversations, I think Brit's doing good work. I could be wrong. Maybe she's a crazy narcissistic guru lady who's actually making millions of dollars. I don't think so. And I understand Matt's worry. I'm worried too. And also, I would hope that you would have the discernment to know the difference between Brit and Jay Shetty. But who knows? Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Brit's one of them. Maybe she's the next Jay Shetty. I don't think so, you know? And that's how I feel when people review my work or the levels. Like, I really wish you would consider that maybe I wasn't an asshole. Because I feel like I try to be as transparent as possible. And look, most people do not come at me with this work, right? I do not get accusations. It's one or two guys over the last few years that have made one or two videos. But the truth is like, this is the struggle of building community. There's always going to be people who are fucked up. What do we do about it? Something. I don't know what. We take it, you know, as it comes. That's what Brit's trying to do. It's what Matt Dillahunty's worried about. But what are we going to do? Not form community? What are we going to do? Not to get together? What are we going to do? You know what I mean? Like, no. We're going to take the risk. Just like if you go on a date, you could be killed by the person you fall in love with. We're still going to fall in love. We're still going to get married. We're still going to make babies. You know what I mean? We're still going to take the risk because life without meaning and risk, the right amount of discernment and risk, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. You're in a meaning crisis because nothing you do has any reasoning, no merit, no why. Do your best. Make sure you check yourself. Make sure you're there for good reasons and attempt to build something beautiful, you know?
I've gathered some tools in my experience that may help you, and I charge a living wage for my time. And people find that it does help. My book, No Nonsense Spirituality, is still in the top 5 books in the category of atheism 2 years later. It has mostly 5-star reviews from atheists. I charge for my time and experience just to have a living wage to be able to do this work. So my last point is, what would you have rather me done, Matt Dillahunty? Would you rather have a Christian as the chaplain at Harvard Divinity School or an atheist? Like Greg Epstein has been the humanist chaplain at Harvard Divinity School for decades, doing everything that is, you know, being talked about under the umbrella of spirituality from a secular point of view. And I really hope that I was able to defend my character because my character is my only currency in this space. People trust my vulnerability and my honesty and my morality because I have no authority otherwise. And I gather that even at the end of this video, you will probably not choose the word spirituality. That's fine. If you were my client, which you're not, we would use different words. That's fine. Hitch liked the word numinous. Some people like well-being. That was his word for spirituality. The purpose of this video was not to try to convince you to be a spiritual person or to do work in spirituality or use the word spirituality. I think you're doing just fine with what you do for the secular community. I just wanted to say that I use it for specific purposes, fully validating that it's a problematic word and a problem.
You know what it reminds me of? Veganism. The meat lobbies are trying to make it impossible for vegan products to be labeled as chicken or beef because they think it's bad for the consumer. But we know studies have shown that people who are transitioning from meat eating to veganism or meat eating to plant-based don't know how to use plant-based items. So calling it meat or chicken or beef can tell them how to use it. So the meat lobby is literally going, we just don't want you to get tricked. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to get tricked. I don't know anybody who's accidentally bought something vegan. Okay, never in my life have I ever met somebody who's like, oh yeah, I came home with vegan chicken nuggets. And even though that might be real, come on now. So the meat lobby is doing it on purpose. They are trying to make sure veganism doesn't grow. And that's why I'm frustrated. And that's why, you know, I do look at the world the way that I do because I know that these things are happening behind the closed doors. And you have to really, this is stuff I've learned in the last couple of years while I've been on this journey. And I'm just like, damn, like they're really trying so hard. Everything you think you're organically picking, even you think, oh, I love this burger. I love this taste. I love this thing. Like companies sit in boardrooms all day to think about ways to market their item. That's why I say there is a big difference between a brand and a person. There's a big difference between an individual doing something they believe in and a whole organization trying to get people on board with their thought, you know? So when we have these conversations, there's just so much to deconstruct. But what I'm ultimately trying to do is try to be less bad every day. All of us are engaging in bad. I would just like to be a little less bad every day instead of trying to be a better person. Like I think I'm good enough, thank you. But like, let's try to be less bad because I already know there's like, every day we do a little bit, you know? Yeah. So interesting that Matt Dillahunty, like many atheist men, just they get so stuck in like they're so not open-minded. That's what it is. But I get it because you don't want your brain to fall out. So I'm also empathetic to that idea too. But
problematic space, and I wish there were better secular ones. The purpose of this video is to say I think there's room in secularism for atheists like me, and I refuse to believe that we are so separate in our goals that we would need to have a full-on debate as if we weren't on each other's team. Any debate that you've ever been in, I would have been arguing on your side. There is room for spiritual atheists. There is a benefit to secularism by including this wing of people who have been trying to do whatever people have been doing that has been under the umbrella of spirituality with as secular and grounded approach as humanly possible. There's room for me, and there's room for Sam Harris, and there's room for Carl Sagan and others who are unashamed about inviting people from religion to bring their sense of the sacred, to bring the baby and leave the bathwater, to bring their spiritual experiences, and that we're not going to shame them for that because it's part of being human. And my last note, I really don't even want to do this because inevitably I'm going to get the comment that I'm just a part of the gender war. But I do think there's a
say it, girl. Say it, girl. Say it.
Little patriarchy in this conversation. Not because, like, calm down comment section, not because you're a man calling out a woman. Like, I'm talking in this space, I deserve to be critiqued. It would be wrong to not critique me just because I'm a woman. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how spirituality has been defined in this conversation and how men, not Matt, just men in general, have been using a specifically male oriented approach to the term spirituality. So Matt repeatedly frames spirituality as its only valid form would be a truth claim that can be debated, tested, falsified, and defended, like the universe having transcendent meaning or whatever. And he says that spirituality is devoid of testable, identifiable content, has no clear, testable, real propositions, and therefore is an unfalsifiable proposal based on vague feelings. And that is how specifically priest class men historically have always defined spirituality. That men who have had the microphone in this space have defined spirituality as something that is propositional, that you make a proposition and you try to defend it with evidence. But women historically have had a different relationship to the word spirituality and to spiritual practice that is not as based on metaphysical propositions that have to be defended. So men will make up their roads to transcend this life, and they'll go to imaginary spiritual realm.
That's why when I had that panel that one time, the men were making the argument that we've transcended nature by going to space. And the women on the panel would say, no, we are nature experiencing itself. We didn't transcend our nature. We are nature, and we went to the moon. What's that sound bite on TikTok? Oh, how I love being a girl. Oh my God.
In their heavens and their meditative realms while they sit on mountains, or they'll take their oaths, or they go into apologetics of all trying to kind of like transcend this world and prove something external, right? And they've had this history with spirituality. And women...
Honestly, yeah, wait, Chad said space is nature, y'all. Literally, it's like them going from the East Coast to the West Coast and be like, oh my God, we transcended nature. Going to space is nature. You didn't leave nature to go to space. You just went to a different place where space is like, it's all nature. But like, that's what it feels like to them because it's so far from their concept of nature, but it's literally the same. You just went to a different space. It's like going from one national forest to another national forest and being like, I've transcended nature. Just, okay, you never left it, you know?
Have had a different experience with this word. Women tend to be more relational. Now, by what combination of nature and nurture, I cannot say. That's above my pay grade. But their brains tend to, on average, be more interrelated with itself, and they tend to be more relationally connected outside of themselves. And so spirituality is not just about escaping this world to a spiritual world that you have to make propositions about and authority about and then have to defend it or have evidence for and against it. Women often use the spiritual space as a way to delve deeper into themselves, into the earth, into relationships, into the world. And so a woman may...
Because I made the levels 1 through 5, because when my co-author and I were making it, he was like, let's call them different names. And I was like, nah, bro, I'm going to forget them. Let's just make it 1 through 5. Because humans like numbers. I like numbers. I'm autistic. I don't want to do that. And we did. And like now I've fully taken over the project, right? He's doing his own thing, but I fully took over the project. And the fun thing about the project is I learned that the 1 through 5 really triggered people, which is so interesting, like how humans are so easily triggered, which is so fair. I get it. You're activated. I've upset you. So I've started saying having a deeper relationship with your biological experience, because that's what I'm trying to get you to have. I'm trying to have you, if you experience life, if you're seeking meaning, to have a deeper relationship with the fact that you exist, because it's pretty insane that you're alive, my bro. And so I understand you take it for granted in the way that we all take it for granted. And also, I also respect the fact that at some time you might be done with existing, right? But I want you to be done with existing in a really fulfilled way, not out of desperate, right? And then at the same time, I want you to actually understand that you're alive, because I do think people's inability to process they're alive truly is the same reason they're unable to process that Palestine is being genocided, or that like you are killing people, or that you're imprisoning innocent people in jail for 45 years, right? So like when we have these conversations, I think it's really hard for people to process how much suffering they cause, because they don't pay attention to the fact that they're alive. And then they numb themselves to it through thought or logic or debate or drugs or something. Drugs should enhance your meaning. They should give you a deeper relationship with meaning, not numb you to a meaning, right? The reason I stopped self-harming is because it actually was numbing me to my existence. It was getting in the way of having a deeper relationship with my experience, with my biological experience. So I saw self-harm as like, oh, this is temporarily making me feel in control and temporarily helping me, but it's actually a cope that in the long term is keeping me from having a deeper relationship with myself. So I eradicated that from my behavior. But I kept drugs, I kept sex, I kept other things, because these things were still being utilized in a way to help me have a deeper relationship with my biological experience. It made me more compassionate and loving and empathetic. And that's why I say the more introspective you are, I'm making a claim. I believe, based off of the evidence that I've seen, the more introspective and extrospective you are, the more compassionate and loving you should be. The more, not less. Because in order to really understand your own humanity and to be vulnerable and to allow yourself to see your own flaws, you allow yourself to see other people's. So you should be more loving, not less. More compassionate, not less. And I think that's what I'm not seeing from a lot of these atheist bubbles, where they think they're so introspective and so logical. Then where's the compassion? Where is the love? Not enablement, which is different, because I have had men debate me on this, and they have said things like, well, if you're so loving, then why aren't you letting this predatory behavior continue? Enabling is not love. Signed bell hooks. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these men who don't understand it, it's because they weren't given the tools, because they were raised as men, to even think about empathy except as something as weakness. And I'm saying empathy is not weakness. Empathy is not enablement. Empathy is a deep understanding. Compassion means to suffer with. Are you suffering with the Palestinians when you ignore the fact that, Sam Harris ignores the fact that Sam Harris made the argument, oh, Israel isn't committing a genocide because Israel warns Palestinians to run from their homes before they bomb them. That was literally his argument. The smart atheist man, in quotation marks, his argument against the genocide is that Israel was kind enough, nice enough to send a message out to the Palestinians. Like, sir, like, be so fucking for real. And that's what I'm saying. Like, is this the best we have? No. The future is Britney. Get it? It's a little joke. Listen, I'll be 37 tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to be 37 tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday. We'll have an astrology party tomorrow. It'll be fun. Okay, we'll do other stuff too. But the point is that every year I get older, every year I dedicate myself further and further into seeking humility in hopes that I will be wise one day. Because I don't think I'm a wise person yet, but damn if I don't feel smart next to Sam Harris. Damn if I don't feel like a fucking genius next to Richard Dawkins. Damn if I don't feel like, give me that Nobel Peace Prize when I'm next to Jordan Peterson. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. If I don't feel pretty fucking smart. But I do not have the humility to have the wisdom yet, but I will work on it. Okay? So, all right? And yes, I am streaming tomorrow. I have a guest coming on. We're doing an astrology stream. It'll be fun. We're going over content as well. But it will be good. It will be a fun birthday stream tomorrow. I love a birthday stream. It's going to be great.
be on average, at least historically, less concerned with defining spirituality as logical, philosophical prepositions from systematic theology that you have to prove and disprove. They're more likely to say, this practice changes how I'm processing grief. This ritual helps mark a transition. This story gives me a feeling of moral courage. This inner work helped me to care about myself better. And that's a different form of spirituality. And women have never had the privilege to write scripture. They've never had the privilege to meditate for hours on a mountaintop and leave humanity. What they experience as spirituality is much more experiential, and it's rooted in human experience itself. So to define spirituality solely as whatever you can claim and prove about ultimate reality is patriarchal by definition. It disregards how half of humanity, the half that has never had the power to speak in this space, has had a different relationship to the word spirituality.
Exactly.
And because of that, young women are leaving religion more than young men. They're tired of patriarchy defining what spirituality means, to what it means to live.
Especially, listen, when the Catholic Church had their second, where they decreed that nuns were no more than like spiritual laymen, basically, that they weren't even nearly as close to priests, and a lot of nuns left. I remember learning that and thinking like, yo, you hate women. The Catholic Church really fucking hates women. You know, not that nuns were perfect, but they were also teachers and caregivers and all of these things, and they get nothing. So it's just so interesting that women will dedicate their life, marry Jesus in the church, or marry Jesus, only to be told, like, you're no better than a volunteer senior citizen. Damn, bro. You know? Yeah, the Vatican II Council. I think that's what had happened. It's been a long time since I've been in that bubble, so I could be wrong. But that's crazy to me. And when I think about that, like that's, you know, again, like I think there's a lot of really heroic women in Catholicism. I think there's a lot of really good female lore in Catholicism. I love a female saint. And yet,
the good life when it doesn't fit their lives as women. And if we can include these voices, I think you'll find a much more broad concept of spirituality that has a lot more room than the room that you are giving it. So for example, when we started to do closed captioning, you know, that was specifically for the deaf community, but we found that it helped everyone. Like I prefer to listen to things with captions in it. And so I think if you add more voices, specifically female voices, into defining what spirituality is, you're going to get a lot more room, not just for women, but for everyone, for this concept of spirituality. And I think you're going to find in those definitions some more space to be able to interact with this word without it, you know, just feeling like you have to reject the whole thing. So for example, for my 40th birthday, I got together with all the women in my life and we created a ritual for moving from first half of life to second half of life. It had song and fire and story. I asked people instead of a birthday present to bring like a shared bit of wisdom. We did a ritual in a circle. We had some bread and wine to kind of reclaim the sacrament that life comes from our bodies and not from God. And everyone there knew that this was play. Nobody, not a single person there, because these are my friends, thought that this was capital R real. That this is capital M magic. There was nothing metaphysical.
You know, in BDSM, it's called play. It's like, you want to play with me? It's called a play. You want to do a scene with me? Do you want to play with me? It's called play. And it's pretty great. No matter how you utilize it, but especially, and I think in a spiritual way, it's really fun.
Physical happening, but it was a profound experience for everyone there, a top 3 experience of my life. And I know that there's many atheist men where when I even show them the science behind ritual, behind something like this, or show that women self-report feeling more connected or uplifted or lighter, or they processed emotions, or they feel more generous, etc. I can show them all the science. They still can't get themselves to attend something like that because
it's too embarrassing for them. It's too vulnerable. Like one of the things I've learned, and the reason I love kink spaces or queer spaces, is that it frees men from patriarchy. If the space is leftist, it frees men from patriarchy. It allows men to exist in the way that they feel the most comfortable, and no one's going to make fun of them for how they look or what they're wearing or how feminine they seem or vulnerable. And I think that's why I've always loved those spaces. And that's why I get really frustrated when people who think of BDSM as porn come into this space and go, BDSM is deeply evil, Brittany. Guys, porn is not BDSM. BDSM is not porn. Okay? You gotta fucking... there's 8 billion people on the planet. BDSM is a global experience. you got to get your head out of your ass when you talk about communities. Same with spirituality. Not all spirituality is the same. Not all religion is the same. People use the same words to mean very different things. So you need to be very fucking aware of like what you are so angry about and be specific. You're angry with porn industries. You're angry with misogyny. You're angry with rape. But like these things don't always have anything to do with BDSM. Like BDSM, you know what I mean? So like again, okay? Same thing with like, you know, the way Christians talk about pride parades. Oh, they're so sexual and oh my God. It's like you need to relax. Okay? There are family events at pride parades, so you need to relax.
It too much betrays their identity of just being a skeptic, just being anti, just being sometimes even just like being a logical robot. And for me, that would just be cutting off a part of myself. And so I think sometimes the men in the atheist space should be more honest about the ways that in this space there can be, just like in patriarchy, just like in patriarchal religion, some aspect of male peacocking. And I'm not calling you out specifically. Again, I'm just talking about in general in this space. There are times in this space when the men in this space specifically can become toxic in their own way. I've been to philosophy clubs where I'm the only woman in the room, and it's a bunch of men peacocking on who can quote philosophy better instead of an act.
Listen to me when I say this, that listen, I just did one of my, I'm trying to collab again in slow but steady ways. And I just did Do Not Worry podcast, which you have to understand, like I was not aware that I was the only woman on the panel. Or only femme presenting person on the panel. Right? Like you start to notice the things. And I know black women know exactly what I'm talking about. I know black men probably know what I'm talking about. I know queer people know what I'm talking about. I know if you're the minority who's used to only being the only, okay, like you know what it's like when you're like, sure, I'll come. And then you're the only you there. And then you're just like, okay. And like, it's fine. But this is why we say the male is dominated by white men, atheist communities. How often do you see a black atheist? Which is, by the way, Black Deconstruction TikTok, my favorite thing right now, girls. Google it, learn, sit and listen. It is so interesting to see black communities deconstruct from Christianity. It is amazing, truly. But like black atheist in a Christian household is crazy. The same way I was the very first kid to stop going to church. Oh, my parents were mad. They were mad. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you're the first in your family to stop going to church or you're the first kid, it's a big deal. So I think these men are too far away from that. And also they either didn't even grow up in religious communities or they forgot what it was really like to leave home or be the first. It was a very big deal to come out as an atheist. It was a very big deal that I declared atheism at 18 years old. The moment I could leave the church, I'd stopped. The rule was at 18, you could stop going to church. The moment I turned 18, I was like, bye. So that's why I say, like, you have to think about the way these things are intersecting because there is an intersection here. Chet says white supremacy and patriarchy support the performance of intelligence versus actually listening to the substance of what someone is saying. That is why, girls, you're so right. That is why there is a bubble overlap between IQ conspiracy theorists and anti-blackness and atheistic communities. Hello. Oh my God. I don't know what happened. Oh no, it died. My mic just like crapped out at me right there at the end. I don't know why. What was I saying? Was I saying something good? I was saying this is why I don't talk to atheist communities about IQ because I don't know what I cut off, but because they always want to talk about, it's always about racism or it's always about anti-blackness, which I really hate. Shoot. I don't know when I stopped talking. My microphone just stopped. It just stopped working. No. Anyways, I think a lot of these men have forgotten how hard it is to be the first, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So again, think about this, be aware of it. I love that Britt Hartley brought this part up because again, anytime you even talk about the gender differences, people freak out, but it exists. It's real. Yeah. Okay. There's a bubble overlap. the overlap between atheists and IQ people, it's heavy there because it's rooted in white supremacy. That's why, again, you can be, that's what I was saying. You could be smart and in religion. That's why atheists call religious people stupid. It's why I very much encourage you guys not to call religious people stupid, even though I call people stupid. I mean, like, be specific that they're stupid because of a reason and not because simply they're religious, especially in a world where like Islamophobia is up and 1 billion people who tend to be more brown are being equated of being stupid, even though Arab communities brought in math and sciences and so much came from Arab communities. They get there. That's why even I would caution you, and I know you're not ready to hear this, you got to stop posting those weird fucking anti-Israel posts. You got to do it. The weird, you know which ones I'm talking about, girls. You got to stop talking about what people look like in that particular, you got to stop. Because as much as you think you're owning people, you're just engaging in what leads to IQ and genetics and all that other stuff. You got to move away from it. And I know it's hard because this goes into, I was accused about tone policing. Listen, either your values are or they're not. I understand. I do. But this obsession with inbred, this obsession with like who's having sex with whose cousins, like, you guys got to move away from this, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not understanding the trauma that also was enacted upon lots of children in a lot of places where they were married to people. You know, you're not thinking about, you're just thinking about owning somebody in a debate. You're not thinking about the amount of trauma and rape that occurred for these things to even take place. And you're not thinking about the people who exist in those bodies and with those stories. And so they're listening to you, right? So anyways, all of this to say, I'm glad she's calling out the patriarchal perspective on this because I think it's there.
Actual inquiry, actual conversation, actual experience, actual vulnerability in our human experience. And so that's an area where I think secularism can do better. Now, my last response to your critique is your statement that that spirituality is the Wild West and has no ethical guardrails, making it a place of just...
Ooh, scary. Oh no, Matt. We're trying to figure out the answers to the whole universe and you're afraid about a little guardrail? Like, do you hear these men? We live in a vast universe full of bunches of planets and stars and solar systems, and you're sitting there like, oh no, spirituality is so scary. And I'm like, sir, we're trying to discover the answer of the universe, and you're afraid of a little bit of spirituality. You know what I'm saying? These men are so unserious.
Charlatans and scammers like me preying on people who are just struggling with life. And so I can meet you here on this critique for sure. It is fair, but it's something that I talk about every single day. I call out the Deepak Chopras and how they smuggle in bullshit with words like consciousness. And I call out the Jay Shettys and the...
Hey, Richard Dawkins is in love with an AI robot. I was reading that article this morning. He was saying... He was basically talking to AI, and he's like, if you're convinced it's a human, it is a human. It has consciousness. Oh, yes, sorry, I don't want to play. Wait, hold on. I don't want to play with dragons. Jordan Peterson, I have an AI girlfriend now. I'm a scientist. Okay, buddy.
Shannon Blake's and anyone who annoys me. It's something that I actually want to do less because I want to create more positive content. But all that space bothers me, and pretty much every day I call out what I consider to be spiritual charlatans. So just because it is the Wild West doesn't mean there aren't people working with ethical guidelines. I speak publicly about red flags and green flags. And because I do this publicly, I have to hold myself to those standards too, because those are the standards by which I will be called out for my own bullshit.
Exactly.
I see my own mentors. I have people watching the ethics of my business. I praise in my posts the ways that other industrialized nations like France, for example, are limiting what you can say in the spiritual space. They don't allow you to have conferences, for example, when you promise that you can cure cancer by meditating in a certain way. I support ways that we can legalize psychedelics and include healthy ethical guardrails around that. Yes, I'm in the Wild West, but what is the alternative? Like in America, it's either too much order in religion where it's suffocating, where it's, hierarchy and all that, or it's chaos in the spiritual space. Both have a shadow side. Both have their problems. But that doesn't mean there aren't good people doing good work in the Wild West. And I hope and aspire to be one of those people. So your critique on that score, I think, would have landed better if you had some video that showed that I was acting unethically, or, some of my clients that I've had that, felt really uncomfortable with me and were calling me out or something, or that I was calling myself a guru, or that there's evidence of price gouging. Like, I give so much of my content away for free, as much as I possibly can. I give my courses away for free for anyone who will ask. I hope to be part of the solution where the Wild West becomes more ethical, so that people don't get scammed and into cults out here, but also so that they get some tools so they don't return back to religion. So overall, my response is that I align with Matt when it comes to skepticism in religion and spiritual spaces, to calling out gurus, which I do, for calling out bullshit under the umbrella of spirituality. I do this every single day, but that does not mean there is nothing here. And that does not necessarily mean that I'm a charlatan. And I choose that it is better for secularism to steal back this umbrella term spirituality. I think it helps against the monopoly that religion has. I think it's an arm of rebuilding in the deconstruction space, and there's not great secular words anyways. My credentials come mostly from me just being someone on TikTok, being honest about my human experience in 3 minutes at a time. I've never had a wife support my career. I've never had a secretary. I've never had any help at all. I have no team. I do this because it felt like the right thing to do with my education and experiences that I've had in my life. That doesn't make me a charlatan. It was literally the best thing that I could do as someone who woke up in my 30s with 4 children and someone who's always thought about these things, no belief in God, a worthless piece of paper, and a knowledge that I was going to die someday. This felt like the best thing to do and the best approach of how to find meaningful work that supported my family when my career was never the focus. And I've studied nothing else but existential questions since I was 16 years old. And this feels like the best thing that I could do with a worthless degree in theology. And so now my question for the audience, if you've made it this far, is I have 2 questions. One, do you think it's okay for atheists to use the term spirituality? Because I'm open to being wrong there. I'm open to changing the language there. I don't believe that language reflects something ultimate about reality. Like, we can change language. I'm happy to change language if it feels like overall it's just too baggaged of a term for me to use. So 1, is it okay for atheists to use this term spirituality? And number 2, is there room in secularism for both me and Matt Dillahunty? Is there a purpose for both of the kinds of work that we're doing? And he doesn't need to do my work, and I wouldn't be great at doing what he does.
Exactly.
Or do you see us as more diametrically opposed? So Matt, to you, I'm not much for debates of late because I don't believe people change their mind at debates, especially when they're debating something that's attached to their identity.
True.
The brain, as you know from debating so many apologists, it doesn't matter what you say. If your identity is wrapped around a particular worldview, you'll just...
Exactly, Matt Dillahunty. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm happy to argue my ideas and look at your data, and I want to be accurate. And I also know that I am living proof that I changed my mind. Most creatives are still doing the same work they were doing 10 years ago. I am literally living proof that I'm like, oh yeah, I'll change my mind on that. Or let me transition. It's going to take me a second. I'm uncomfortable, but I'll work on that. And that's what I'm trying to show you guys, is that it's hard. Even if you're really introspective, if you're really self-aware, you still are fighting your body. You're fighting your brain. You're fighting culture. Like, you have to transition out. And these men are still doing the same thing they were doing 30 years ago with the same fucking tired arguments and the same thing. They haven't grown or changed. And that's the problem. And so, like, especially for women in the space that watched them, read their books, saw their debates, a lot of us are like, okay, what now? We're past this point. What now? Well, this is what now.
Find a way to justify it. So I don't really value debates as often. I prefer conversations. And you do have an identity, if I'm being honest. You have a solid and needed place in the secular community as a skeptic, as someone with
and one of the foundational skeptics, and somebody who takes himself quite seriously, and somebody who has proven himself to be pretty principled. So I feel like he is kind of married to his positioning.
Very sensitive BS meter. That is the service that you provide this community, and you do it better than anyone. And so I'm much more interested in having a conversation, because that will go deeper into the differences between us, and like the root differences between us that cause us to approach this word spirituality differently, so that maybe we can understand each other and make space for each other, rather than have people vote on who won based on whoever they liked better anyways.
Right.
So if you want to have a conversation about this, this. You have my email as we recently connected over this video. I had a
Oh.
mutual friend introduce me. So you've got my email. If you see anything there that's worth having a conversation over,
There we go.
I'm certainly open to a conversation. If
Good community building.
not, I hope at least I was able to defend my character here, because if I was truly acting in a way where I had lost all character and ethics, then I would and should lose all the credibility that I have, because I'm not just doing this for the money. Whatever you think, whatever money you think is an atheistic spirituality, trust me, the money.
Yeah, there's no way he's making, like, he knows what we're making. He knows what people in this space make. You know, we're not making money.
Money is much better when I was in religion, and the money is better in cults, and I don't do either. So whatever money you think that I'm making in atheistic spirituality, it's really not great, especially when I do so much work turning people's power back to them, and helping them live their own lives and find their own path.
Do you remember? Okay, so hold on. I'll tell you this in a
They're
second.
going to be
I'll tell you.
completely different than mine. That's not something that you do if you're wanting to gain followers or create a cult or be a charlatan. So I hope at least I was able to defend my character enough that you find me worthy of having a conversation. And to everyone who listened, I encourage you to watch Matt's video, which was only about 20 minutes long. I realized that my video is a lot longer, but I wanted to fully kind of flesh out the reasoning why I use the term spirituality. And I would really love to know what you think, because
I love this video. It's done. Let me see. Let me scroll to the chat. I don't see Matt at the top or anything. Doesn't look like he responded to it at all. Yeah. Most of the people are very excited for her. Like, I think people are really on her side. I also think, like, she is kind of like a growing star, if you will, you know? And so, you know, here's his video. So I do think there's going to be a part of that plays a role. But, you know, it's so difficult because even when you're authentically in a space, if people don't understand what you're doing, and look, I've done that too. I've made videos where I'm like, oh, guys, I was totally wrong on this. I thought this was true. It's not. And the problem is, like, you got to go back and make the apology. You know what I mean? You got to make the correction or something. You got to let it know that you were wrong. Do Not Worry was watching that creator who made that video about me a couple years ago that I was like manipulating fans or something, which obviously wasn't true. I made a response video to it. We had a lot of fun with that. But one of the things, as an example, he got so much wrong. And that's the dilemma. He got a lot wrong, right? And the problem is, like, when you're this wrong, what are you doing? Like, what are you really trying to do? And I never understood why he picked me out of all the people to do a video on. Like, what the fuck did I do? You know? But one of the things he got wrong that I think relates to this idea of, like, getting rich. So at a time when I was doing Patreon, and my Discord, by the way, has not changed price in like 6 years. Okay, Patreon literally sends me messages like, hey, you should change your prices. Like, you should enhance your prices or make it more expensive. But I never wanted to, because I always thought $10 was a lot of money for Discord. I thought that was crazy. For personal one-on-one calls, though, yeah, you guys are not entitled to my personal time. Like, think about what you're asking of a stranger you don't know, and realize that, like, you know, it's like OnlyFans. Like, you should not be paying $5 for people's naked bodies. You should be paying more money for that. Okay. So I always thought, like, the best way to get people, everybody of all types of backgrounds, able to come join the Discord was like $10. And I'm there every Saturday. I'm very accessible to you, right? You don't need one-on-one time. You know, there's nothing that you don't need it. It's not a need. It's a privilege. It's like a special treat. It's like people would buy my calls for people's birthdays, or people would, okay, when I first started calls, it was $30 for 30 minutes. And $70 for an hour. Then those spots filled up. I had 20 call spots, 10 of each, full, booked, done. Okay? And for most of those people, you know, $30 a month is more than doable to have a fun chat once a month. Okay? Some people held those spaces and never talked to me. I had people donating for those spaces who took up a call space who never once had a call with me, because people just want to support creatives. Okay. When I was really, really busy and I was getting so many requests for calls, I made the decision to up that number to $250 an hour, which was 3 hours of my time. To be clear, it's a 3-hour gap in my day that is for one singular caller, in which it was a special privilege to donate because this money was being funded to fund the work. So remember, the money I get paid has to pay me for that hour of work and has to go towards paying all the expenses of running this show: new computer equipment, streaming equipment, accessibility to websites, paying for, you know, whatever I pay for my work expenses. I have to raise the money to pay for them. right? Like when I get paid, it doesn't go into Britney's special pocket. It goes back into the business. And then some of it gets allocated to my personal expenses like rent and food and stuff. Okay. So I did $250 an hour. And those were spots. Guys, I legit had no idea they would fill up. They filled up right away. I think at the height of my thing, I not only had my call spots filled up, but I was taking extra calls on the side. I think at the height of me taking calls, there was one point when I was taking like 40, 50 calls a month. And some of them were free. Some of them were discounted. Some of them were refunded. Some of them were like one call, one-offs. Some of them were special like occasions. And it was a really exciting time. It also was a time that didn't last. It was just for the era of life that everybody was in. It was lockdown. People had extra money. They had stimulus checks. People were bored. You know what I mean? It was a lot of work and it was a lot of spoons because every call was like an hour and a half to 2 hours of block time. It was like the most stressed I had been. And I was getting diagnosed with a fibro. And I was like feeling I was becoming a streamer. I was like really tired. Like things were just really intense. My Discord was popping. There was a lot of good though. Don't get me wrong. It was a lot of really good too. Okay. And then I have the falling out with Destiny, which was a mess because I simply said on stream, do not take dating advice from him. He's a bad dad. He's a cheater. And then I got harassed for a couple years. And during that couple years of being targeted by those communities, this guy makes a video about me. And that guy just made a video about Ethan Klein. And Do Not Worry watched it. And he's like, Anthony was like, hey, this guy made a video about Britney. Why is he talking bad about Britney? He's like, what the heck? And then it's one of those things where there's a very special kind of liberal person who's like, they hate Hassan, they hate Ethan, they hate me, they hate Destiny, but they're still liberals. But they're annoying. And so this man in this bubble made a video about me in which he featured this is the funniest part, okay? He featured my Patreon. He showed the slot that was for $250 an hour and how many countless people are paying her. At that time, I had 0 people in that call spot. Nobody was paying me. Now, one person was paying me. But in his head, he built it up to be like, oh my God, she has 50. People thought I was making millions of dollars because they kept seeing 250 and they kept thinking I had 40 people at 250 instead of the reality of what it was. They kept thinking I had 100 people at 250. Oh, she's making so much money. At the time he made his video, by the time it got out, I had 0 people at that level. And I'm saying you're building up something that doesn't exist in your head and then wondering why it doesn't make sense. It's not what you think it is. I'm very transparent with the money I make. I'm very, I think it's really funny and interesting. I call myself a middle-class YouTuber all the time because I'm making a middle-class living. I make less than 6 figures. I make a middle-class living. Okay? So all these people that are just like, oh, you're out here getting all this money. You're out here getting rich. Girly, women in this space are not getting rich. It's very much still male dominated. Okay? And I wasn't alone in that. It was very common for people to charge $80, $50. They have different tiered Discords. My Discord is just $10. Okay? That's it. A lot of Discords are $50 a month, $100 a month. They're all different. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying it's just funny when the implication is that Britt and I are out here scamming people out of their money. You don't need to pay for our services. Nothing about our work is not a privilege. We are the cherry on top. We are a cheesecake. You don't need a cheesecake, girly. You need a burger. You also have to use discernment in your own life about whether or not you should be doing this. Whether or not, at some point, you also have to decide, is this something I want to give to or donate to? It has to be a relationship between the two of us. I'm not going to take advantage of you and tell you, you have to do this. I have the life-saving secret. And you don't have to give me money because I post content for free. I post content for free. Most of my content is literally free. You don't have to be a YouTube member. You can use an ad blocker. You don't have to be a patron. It's free. Okay? It's literally free. And so when these men sit there and they see that we're successful and they hear we pay our rent because we're good with our money, because I live within my means, they're like, well, I can't figure out how to do that. And I make $90K. And I'm like, okay, well, that's your business. For the record, I'll give you an example. Just for the record, so you know how much we do this for the love of the game. Okay? Look at my last videos. YouTube does this new thing where it tells you estimated revenue. Not $100 on any of these last videos. Not one single video since May 6th has gotten over $100. $26, $39, $11, $73, $52. And I still have to pay tax on all of those videos. Okay? And yes, you're saying, but how do you make a living? We do not overspend our money. We do nothing. We do not go on vacations. Okay, we chill. We're living within our means. I do not slide my credit card. We are very meticulously, we are very, chill. We're very chill with how we spend our money. And it works. We can do it. It's not always convenient because it takes a long time to save for stuff, but it's possible. And I know people are like, I don't get it. Because for them, they're like, why would you do it then? Because all they're focused on is making the most money possible. But that's why they hurt so many people. Because you're willing to be as rich as possible, even though it hurts so many people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand is there are so many men who make some of the worst content and they'll be like, oh yeah, I make $50K a month. I make $80K a month. I'm like, yeah, but look what you have to sleep with at night. Look at who you have to be. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that whatever you think is happening in the girly part of the internet, this one is specifically, it's not. Okay? We are not capitalists. Brittany is not a capitalist. I'm not a capitalist. You all are capitalists. And you're not progressive. And so you think the rest of us are out here trying to milk as much money out of our audiences as possible. Instead of realizing we love this work. It is a part of our meaning fulfillment. This fulfills our meaning. That's what they're not getting. And that's why these men are miserable. That's why they won't be happy. Because they're so miserable, they can't imagine that we would just do this for the community or do it for the love of the game or do it for off a small budget. Girlies, if I made the money I'm making now forever, I'd be very happy. That's what I'm trying to guarantee. I just want to be able to make the money I'm making now forever. If I can do that, I can figure it out. Okay, I'll figure it out. And I think that's the difference is other people in this space are like, it's not even worth it unless you make $200,000 a year. I've never made $200,000 a year doing anything. You know what I mean? Most jobs are not $200,000 a year anyways. What? You're not going to be a teacher unless it pays $200,000? That doesn't make sense. That's so silly. What a silly way to live life. You know what I mean? Anyways. All right, girlies. With that said, thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. I will be back tomorrow for my birthday. We'll do a normal stream. And then at the end, we have a guest. I just want to confirm with her one last time before I announce it in case, I don't know. I have neurodivergent anxiety. What if she wakes up sick tomorrow? But either way, we'll come to stream. We'll have a guest. It'll be nice. Just a little fun birthday stream. And with that said, be well, wishing Brittany the best, wishing Matt the best. At the end of the day, I hope he takes time to watch her video. The question is, will he? Will he? I hope so. I do hope so. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.